of the ISS, which
Okay.
is claimed to be 250 miles up. So this is the thing that a lot of people get confused, right? They have in their head that the globe story is that, yeah, it looks flat and motionless to us on the ground, but there's an altitude that you could go as a member of the public and see that it's curved. It's a ball. But that's not their story. Their story is there is no altitude that you or I, as members of the public, can ever go to, or send a balloon to, or any kind of craft to, where we could detect any curvature. They're telling us literally there's no way for us to ever detect curvature ourselves as members of the public, but they can, because they've got this special spaceships which go beyond the sky into a vacuum, and they see that it's a ball.
Okay.
Right, so that's something you need to understand, right? Because that's a huge claim, and you should immediately be skeptical of any claims like that made by anyone, let alone an authority like a government. If they're telling you, hey guys, you can never perceive this, but trust us, this is the case, you should be skeptical of that claim, right?
I mean, I feel like in day-to-day life, it's good to be skeptical of anything, right? So, like,
Exactly. So you should, and this is directly to do with your life, your environment, where you live, your situation.
Sure. Again, like I don't feel like it's going to be like ever so life-changing. Like I know, I think it was you the other night. I could be wrong. It was somebody with like the same accent, possibly. But and I'm sorry if that's rude. Like I'm not trying to be rude.
That's all right.
Fucking they were saying something about like if you're being lied to about like something like this, like what else are you being lied to about, like and sure, like
Mm-hmm.
the
Yeah, if they can
government
lie to you about
yeah
base reality.
yeah
Yeah, okay.
that was like the thing. I believe it was you saying.
It could have been. I've said similar things. Sure.
Right.
If they can convince you of an absurdity, they can convince you to commit atrocities as well.
Yeah, sure. No, that's absolutely like there has been like other things the governments have lied about, like it feeds into other theories, right? And like things that have actually happened that have been proven to have happened at like years later times.
All right, so you agree with what I was saying, or the sentiment of that statement then? If they're lying to you about where you live,
Sure.
who's to say what else they're lying to you about?
But like that's also like a determination that it's just
dude, fuck you fucking nigger. You can suck my fucking dick, you fucking loser.
Yeah, please
Fuck
get more
outta
upset.
here.
Please get more upset.
Fucking punk ass
What
bitch.
the fuck?
Real? Yeah, okay. Hold on.
What did you do
We've
to
got
him?
someone who needs immediate assistance.
Who was
Someone
that?
call 911. We've got a mental breakdown.
It's too bad that he has that kind of behavior in his mind and he's thinking about it's kind of gay.
So see, this is what happens. This is what happens when we start actually speaking about reality. Some people are just so triggered by it that they do kind of shit like that.
Well, tell me not that was a Globey.
That's a Globey. Of course that's a Globey.
Was it?
100%. He's
no way.
He's on the space cartoons for sure.
He has to be a Globey because you cannot have straight people on a globe because there's no straightness on a globe.
I'm dead.
You can tell by how quickly his mind went to sucking D. Anyway.
Overload, error, overload, danger. I don't know what the fuck to do now.
Anyway, Master Crust. Where were we?
Like, I'm not to be like a shill or whatever, like fucking whatever you were saying about that, like not you, flattened destruction or whatever, but like I'm just trying to understand, like that's purely like what I'm doing here. I just like to kind of
don't pay attention to guys who are clearly emotionally triggered by the topic and their whole name and profile and everything about them is about destroying flat Earth. It's like, yeah, they're obviously just triggered, so they're not going to give you any kind of coherent, rational discourse. And I know you're not being a shill, you're just being an honest, curious person, as you should be. But this is a good example of what other globe believers who are triggered will try and do. They'll try and dissuade you from asking these questions, from thinking for yourself.
Your perspective a little bit, where you're like, okay, like the government lies, right? And they do. Like if you're talking about like the U.S. government or like any government, really, like they're not going to give you facts about like anything.
Yeah, we're going to go. You're going to go to the Russians or the Chinese. Like, come on, you don't think they all lie?
No, absolutely. Like it's a part of having a society at this point in time, and
right? Which is why the whole thing is when they're telling us that we can never go and see what it is that they're claiming, it would be not only unreasonable, it would be foolish to accept that based on their claims, based on their images, that anyone could fake. Which is why you have to go out into reality and test it.
So, like, it's just, there are certain, like, things, right? Like, it's not just on a government, like, level that they, from what I understand, have done.
Yeah, that's because that's what they teach us, though, but it's not the case. When you actually look, that is all there is. The only quote-unquote direct evidence, because of what I just said, right? Their story is there's no way for us to evidence this, essentially, directly, right? They'll tell us you can infer it from things like, oh, the sun appears to set, so it must be going around a curve. The boat's appearing to disappear bottom up. Like, those are the only kind of arguments they've got. And you've already figured out that the horizon's optical, not physical. So there goes those arguments. So no, they're not claiming that there's anything else accessible to us except their stories. But at school, they give us this impression, and the media gives us this impression, oh, it was proven thousands of years ago, you don't need to worry about it, don't look into it. It's already proven, dog. Then you start speaking to people like us, and you're like, shit, I don't know how to prove it. No one actually gave me any evidence.
Right. But like, you know, there's other things that you have to account for. Like, again, I'm going to bring up the planets again, because like I can look through a telescope and see like the other planets in the sky, and like they do have like a spherical shape, right? Like they have.
Well, even then, you need to be thinking very strictly, right? We do not actually observe spheres per se. To actually confirm if they were a sphere, you would have to travel to them and around them, if you could even do that, to know what a 3D shape they might have, right? Because a telescope is a monocular, so it's one lens. So you're not getting 3D images out of that. You're just getting 2D, and you're seeing a 2D blob of light, essentially, right? You don't know what that is. So no, it's not the case that we can just say those are spheres. And even if they were, right, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are standing on one any more than it would mean if I look into my bedroom ceiling and I've got a spherical light bulb hanging from the ceiling. That doesn't mean that I should assume that my floor is spherical, does it? So it's not even logical. But it's like if you go into a forest and all you see is trees, should you assume you're a tree? If you park in a car park and look around and see cars everywhere, are you a car?
I wouldn't, you know, like they're. No, like that's nonsense.
Yeah, so it's illogical. So to look at the lights in the sky and assume that we're a light in the sky is equally nonsensical. Doesn't follow. It's non sequitur. So yeah, we can consider these things for sure, and humans have done since time began. I mean, the ancients have known about the luminaries. They've tracked their motions and predicted eclipses and all of this for thousands of years. The word planet comes from the old Greek planete, or however you want to say it, and it just means wanderer. It means wandering star. But basically, they were just referring to them as stars that moved out with the constellations. Another triggered one. That's good. They're rolling in now. So,
how does gravity equate into like the from what you perceive, right? Like, how does that like affect your
Well, gravity is just the story. Gravity is just a story that they had to give us because they had to come up with some idea for how we could be stuck to the side of a spinning ball.
Real quick, Cyclone. You mentioned the planets and everything. I just want to make a separation between the celestials and whatever, the planets and the luminaries that you mentioned. And there's the ground, Earth, or what people call Terra. Terra. That's not the sky. So when people want to say, "Oh, the Earth is a planet," no, the celestials are the celestials. Things in the sky are things in the sky, and the Earth, Terra, is on the floor, not in the sky. So there's a difference between those things. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. That's a good point. Just to underline what I was saying there, it's they're separated linguistically for a reason. Celestial, terrestrial. Terrestrial is us, the ground. Celestial are the luminaries, which is basically like just a giant sky clock, as far as we use them for, and for navigation. But they just, give us, the sun gives us the days and the nights, the moon gives us the months, and the stars gives us the year, the seasons. So we know when to plant, harvest, all this kind of thing. So they're just part of the system that we're in. They're not like other places to go to, if you ask me. But you're asking about gravity, yeah. They have to give us a story for being attached to a spinning ball, right? But in reality, all that we're really detecting is that things are ordering themselves vertically, up or down, based on their density versus the medium that they're in, density. So it's Archimedes' principle or specific gravity. You could look up those two things, and that would give you an idea of what we're talking about. See, we don't need a force being like pulling us into the center or bending and warping space-time, causing an uneven distribution of mass or any of these other fantasy concepts, because we just have a definite up and down, right? We've got a level surface with a definite up and down. So where you are and your up and down is the same up and down that a guy in Australia has. Yeah, and things are just ordering themselves and finding equilibrium based on their density versus the medium they're in. So you could drop a ping pong ball in the air, right? And it's more dense than the air. So let me take it a different way, actually. So I'm sure you already understand it, but think about a helium balloon. We let go of a helium balloon. It doesn't go down, does it?
Well, no, because that's gas. That's a less dense gas.
It's less dense than the air, right? So what would happen if we were to drop an object that was more dense than air?
It falls to the ground, obviously.
Yeah, so that's basically what we can observe and measure. But that's perfectly fine on just a flat surface.
Right, but I mean, like, there still has to be, like, some sort of, like, property that's, like, but, like, there has to be something that's pulling it to the ground. Like, that's the
Well, what's pulling the helium to the ground?
nothing. It's a gas.
Nothing.
Like, it has
so
no...
nothing's pulling that to the ground. So there's not something pulling everything to the ground, observably. We just have a system with a directionality, an up and a down, a definite up and a down, and things order themselves based on their density relative to the medium. Have you ever seen a density tower in like a physics class where they've got all the different liquids like water, oil, Someone can post a picture in the chat. Are you looking at the side chat attached to this VC?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sure someone will post an image of a density tower, or you can just Google density tower, and you can see the objects just rest in equilibrium based on their density relative to the medium that they're in, and they order themselves. They'll move to find that equilibrium, whether it's a rock falling to the ground or helium going up. But on the globe side, they have to come up with this story of how we're being pulled into this spinning ball, because otherwise you would think, you just go flying off. But no, you need some kind of pulling to the center of a ball force or non-force, whatever they want to call it. But you don't need that, because we're not on a ball.
But objects accelerate down at the same rate, regardless of the density.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You ever heard of the Bremen Drop Tower?
No.
You should look into it. Someone can post it in the side chat. Because that showed that the elements were not falling at the same speed in a vacuum. But regardless, you could have everything falling at the same speed. Wouldn't matter to me. They're falling on a flat surface.
It's because of gravity.
So it's because of gravity that we've got a flat surface.
No, it's because of gravity. They fall at the same speed. Density
Well,
and buoyancy require gravity.
You can think whatever you like about why things rise and fall, as long as you understand they're rising and falling above a flat surface. But Archimedes' principle explains it. Okay, well, in that case, just show me who's measured it to be not flat and curved.
Well, if density were the sole reason for objects falling, would that be right?
Well, no, because you said you disagree with that, and I said that's fine. Just show me where it's a ball then.
I said they fall at the same rate. You said at density.
And I said look at the Bremen Drop Tower experiment.
Okay, well, I haven't seen that right now, but is density the reason? Okay.
It's in the text chat.
How'd I get? Let me get it. Where is it?
He's posted it in the chat.
Video?
So, yeah, I guess he's. Drace, are you there? Did you post it yourself?
You can see it. Rupert Sheldrake interviews the guy who did the drop tests, and there's a GIF taken from his drop test a little bit above that.
Yeah, so you can go and watch that. And I'm going to see if Master Crust was understanding what I was saying there. So do you understand that, Master Crust?
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry. I was watching the video.
Oh, that's all right. You want to watch the video? You watch the video as well. Enjoy.
I'm not going to watch that right now because I'm having some lag. But
that's all right.
I would just like to ask a quick question. So you think density is the sole reason why objects fall?
No, I'm saying that's what we can observe. That's what we can prove. We can show a directionality change if we change the medium. So that density medium relationship is apparent to us. Now, I'm not saying that's a quote unquote cause of directionality. The cause of directionality you couldn't experiment on to really define because you can't turn it on and off. You can't manipulate it. It's like a passive effect. It's just present. It's just part of what our experience of reality is. But I don't need to make a claim about that. And I mean, a claim about that being the bending and warping of space-time is obviously just a fantasy concept. So that doesn't get us anywhere. And you can watch videos of academics on the Globe side, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, talking about how they don't know what gravity is. They can't really define a directionality. So the whole question of what's the exact cause is a very deep and almost philosophical one because you can't manipulate it to do any science on it. Just, it's always there.
That's all right. I'm gonna leave to let the guy talk. To watch the video.
All right. No worries. Did you watch the video, Master Crust? He's maybe still watching it. It's all right. Who else we got in here?
No, I'm back. I watched it.
Oh.
It was just basically saying that gravity isn't like they're saying that the theory is it's proton and neutrons that affect gravity. Correct?
Yeah, he's proposing that it's not mass, but rather the protons and neutrons within the atoms that are the cause, and and he's seeing a difference in the drop of different materials. But another way you can look at it is the only thing they're manipulating when they're dropping things in a vacuum is the medium. They just made the medium less dense than both of the things they're dropping, so now they require an even longer drop to register a difference between them. If we do the inverse and increase the density of the medium that we're dropping the things through, they'll drop slower and slower, and the difference between them will become more and more apparent. So it's just a flawed test, in my opinion.
But as well, just think about it in terms of what we were speaking about earlier, in terms of our perspective. I mean, again, all ancient cultures understood relative density and Archimedes' principles. I say all, perhaps not all, but a good number of them. It's nothing new. And what we're actually detecting is just dropping an object, right? So if you just think logically about it, dropping an object to the ground or seeing an object rise doesn't tell you anything about the shape of the surface that we're on, unless you come up with a story around that, which is what they've done with the globe. Because at the end of the day, you have to think what they're actually trying to argue here for a globe is that because I drop a rock on the ground, this means that I can assume that all matter is coalescing into balls by some force that we'll call gravity. And therefore it makes sense that all the matter coming from the Big Bang and spreading out into the universe would have coalesced into balls. But you understand, as soon as you've gone beyond dropping the rock, you're just in conceptual fairy tale land, right? None of that's observable, empirical, scientific. No one actually observes matter forming into balls due to gravity. It's a fantasy.
I am kind of picking up what you're putting down, in the sense of like you're talking about like how, right? Let's say quote unquote the Earth was formed, right? Like with the fucking buildup of gas and fucking
the story about everything just pulling into a ball, basically.
Yeah. All right. So now
That's the root of the whole thing, right? That's the origin story. That's the glue that keeps this entire story that they've taught us together. And it's purely conceptual. Purely conceptual. They've jumped from the observable, dropping a rock, to this grand universal theory about matter coalescing into balls.
Well,
but none of that's true.
What? Go ahead. What were you saying?
I'm saying, like, the whole flat Earth thing debunks that whole notion as well, empirically, because the surface is measuring flat, so it wasn't formed into a ball via gravity. So it debunks the entire creation story that they've given us about this Earth.
Okay, I got another question then. Like, what is your take on, like, don't take this as me being rude again, like, just trying to, like, understand so that, like, I have a more grand idea of what it is that, like, we're speaking on, right?
Right.
What is your, like, take on, like, dinosaurs and shit like that, like with the mass extinction and stuff, right?
Yeah, no, that's all globe nonsense. So the whole globe narrative, when you start to think about it, all of that narrative, our historical narrative beyond the last, let's say, 10,000 years, recorded civilizations, that's just globy stuff, right? So when you look into geology and the age of the Earth, you'd be thinking, well, how did they get to the age of the Earth? Do you know how old they say the Earth is?
Like 3 billion something. I don't know. No,
yeah, let's say like billions of years old, right?
Yeah.
But it was only posed in like the 1800s that it's actually over 1 million years old, like millions of years, and this was just theorized by a guy kind of walking around Scotland looking at the rocks And he's just kind of created this old Earth theory out of his imagination. And then it started to be built on as a theory, and then it just slowly was drilled into people's heads enough to the point where it just, anything at this point they can say. But yeah, now they say it's billions of years old, but all of that comes from the Big Bang cosmology, right? Which is the globe cosmology, which includes evolution for billions of years, asteroids from space coming and wiping out dinosaurs. All of that is out the window.
So what you're saying is if there were dinosaurs?
Actually, like Jurassic Park dinosaurs? No, that's all Hollywood.
Well, like, I'm not saying...
You look into the history of paleontology, that's almost as bad as the globe.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, if we're going based off of Jurassic Park, like those dinosaurs that were...
No, I'm not talking... I mean, not just Jurassic Park. I'm talking like the Royal Society, like the bedrock of mainstream science, now and back in the day, hundreds of years ago. These guys were just speculating, and then there was this thing called the Bone Wars, which you should look into, where a bunch of guys... You familiar with that?
Slightly familiar with, like, the Bone Wars thing, and with, like, the paleontology thing, like, yes, absolutely. Like, they were just slapping bones together at a certain point in time.
Slapping bones together, exactly. So these guys theorized these giant lizards, and then lo and behold, within their lifetimes, out of nowhere, no civilizations previously had been telling stories about these things, but then out of nowhere, in their lifetimes, they're just going and finding hundreds of apparent specimens that they're then just drawing cartoons of and being like, it looked like this. And of course, loads were found to be fraud, but they were still lauded and praised and basically accepted by the community at the time because there's a vested interest in pursuing this narrative and pushing this narrative on people. But no, there's you find fragments of bones and then you imagine a giant lizard and you draw it and then you make a model of it. So no, it's not science.
I get... somebody else was trying to speak, or what?
Sorry. No, go ahead.
So, again, literally just want to paraphrase, not trying to be a dick in any way, shape, or form. I just understand. That's purely where I'm at.
No, that's fine. It doesn't offend me, because I used to believe in all this stuff too.
Where I'm at with it, right, like, of course, like, I understand, paleontology when, like, it started when, we were going through, like, these stages of, like, finding shit and whatever, they were slapping bones together. I don't disagree with you there. That was a genuine thing.
They never found anything.
Even then.
The story goes, I mean, as I read the history, because one of the things I looked into, the story goes is that there was a bone somewhere, right, in somewhere in England, and the lady called it a dinosaura or something like that, but which is meant to be a big bird or something. Then all of a sudden it disappeared. Some guy. It was a drawing that they took, and they called it. I think I forgot the name of the actual dinosaur. They called it Megalodon. I don't remember what it's called. But after that, after years of never finding anything, two American men, decided to go look, and it was like 1860 something or 85 or 35. That's when they did the Bone Wars, and they found 122 species in the Rocky Mountains or somewhere like that. So it was years of paleontology with all this supposedly theories, never backed up anything until these two American men decided to find a bunch of shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole field of digging up bones and then theorizing grand stories about them from the past is ubiquitous in mainstream modern, I would want to say science or academia, but yeah, both, I guess. I mean, think about Piltdown Man, right? That was taught in textbooks for decades, right? So generations have been brought up to believe that, they found this half-ape, half-man creature that proved evolution, all this, and then it was shown to be a fake. It was like some guy stuck a pig jaw and a monkey skull together, and they taught it to kids for like 50, 60 years. And you bet, when they did the revision, they didn't come out and go like, oh, by the way, when we spoke about the Piltdown Man, that was a fraud. No. They don't come out and tell people.
Cyclone, are you going
weird.
to allow a dissenting view to actually be heard or not?
Yeah, of course. But I'm speaking to this guy, and he's wanting information. He's not here just to be a triggered fundamentalist religious zealot like you are.
No,
So of course
there's
we're
no
going to speak to
triggering.
this guy. So of course
It's
we're going
the
to speak
fact
to
that
this
you
guy.
interrupt. That's the only thing.
Oh, that's ironic, since that's
It is
exactly what
ironic.
you're doing.
I
Just
didn't
put
get to
yourself on
finish
mute,
that
dude.
sentence. You're doing
You
it
can
now.
just hang about. You hang about. You'll get your turn.
All right, how about this? I'll wait for the message or a DM when it's my turn. I don't need to sit here and listen to all
We'll
this
ping you.
lying.
Yeah, who forced you in here, dude? You
I
joined of your own
didn't
accord.
imply that there's force. I'm just saying you're just
Yeah,
wasting
yeah.
time. You're
Wasting
just
time.
stalling. That's all.
Dude, just put yourself on mute, and when we need a fluffer for the glow burst, we'll call you up. We'll call you up when it dries up. Yeah. Jeez, they're so triggered. They're so triggered. They hate us and they love us at the same time. They want to be here, but they don't want to be here.
I can't lie. I was, interested in whatever he had to say. Like I said,
He doesn't have anything to say. He's just a triggered. Listen, we've got these guys who follow us for years, and they just come in every channel that we're in, and they just spaz out. They can't present any measurements. They can't present any observations. They just do that kind of shit. Because they don't want you. They don't want an honest person who's actually curious and wants to hear our side. They don't want you to hear our side. That's what they hate the most. So you continue.
All right, so I did want to circle back on a couple of things because I believe you said something about what was it? Sorry, give me.
That's all right.
About fuck, dude, lost my track.
Yeah, we were talking about the dinosaurs, and then we were talking about the fossils, and we're talking about the Piltdown Man. Pseudoscience. We're talking about pseudoscience, basically. Or the age of the Earth.
That's what I wanted to touch base on. You said something along the lines of there was no civilization that had any interaction or stories of dinosaurs or whatever, right?
Pretty much. I mean, they had dragons, but that was kind of it. Maybe the odd creature, but certainly nothing like the dinosaur stories or varieties that we're told about today.
Right. Well, that was something I wanted to touch base on because it was there wasn't really any human society at that point in time.
No, I just mean in recorded civilization. You could say, well, it was just so remote back then, but I mean, people would have been digging up bones of stuff for as long as this time has been going on as well. So
yeah, no, I mean, sure, I'll give you that. Let's say
you don't think a king would have a giant skull of a dinosaur near his throne if he could?
Yeah, have a big T-Rex head hanging out in your hallway. Think about it.
I mean, yeah, sure. In the sense of dudes being guys, I guess. Of course, I'd want an ass fucking T-Rex.
They just spoke about dragons. They were into dragons and shit.
Yeah, so and that's kind of my point. What if they did find something along those lines, and that's where that analogy came from? Because we have.
Well, yeah, maybe that idea of the giant lizards. Because I mean, that's what they were basically saying in the beginning. They said, "Oh, they're giant lizards." Well, that's not too different from what the idea of a dragon is. I mean, in terms of T-Rexes, tiny arms, and Stegosauruses, and all this, then that's just bullshit.
Yeah, the first bone, the person that had it thought it was a large human. Then the supposed paleontologist then said, "Oh no, this is a Megalosaurus," because of a drawing of the bone. Not because he shot, not because he tested it or anything like that.
Yeah, the field is just so replete with frauds and examples of fakery that you just can't trust anything from it anyway. There's whole industries of making fake bones. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, you're good. I understand what you're saying, and my point is in that same sense with paleontology being so fucky in the beginning, right? We didn't even understand what the fuck we were looking at. We were just putting shit together and being "Oh, this is what this is," and lo and behold,
that's still what they do.
Right.
What they do.
And what was crazy, it wasn't even some random people. It was the people that were studying supposedly that penny and
It was the people who stood to actually make money off of it just coincidentally happened to be the only guys who were finding any of this shit.
Yeah, and coincidentally, they were both of them were rich. The one that started the Bone Wars in the 19th century, actually.
So, what is your guys' take on like carbon dating at that point?
It's built on assumptions.
Yeah, it's another pseudoscience, I would say. I mean, I'm definitely no expert on carbon dating, but I mean, there's assumptions built in, like the carbon decay rate, and just assuming that it would never change. And you've got loads of examples of things where they've just dated things that are just absurd, like snails being 30,000 years old and all this kind of stuff.
And then this is one of the things that what happens is if the carbon dating doesn't agree with them, they're just whatever. It isn't.
Yeah, we did it wrong. This is a messy sample, something like that. Like in the mainstream academia, I'm sure there's a load of papers challenging the validity and the accuracy of carbon dating. So it's by no means an accepted hard science. It's like a pseudoscience again. So this is how they dress things up nowadays to make the globe seem credible. And 99.9% of people are just like, yeah, I guess someone's figuring something out. It must be correct, or someone would have said it's bullshit. But amazingly, here we are.
Right. Yes, I get what you're saying, but like, you know, we're able to carbon date like human bones, right? And say like, oh, this is a person that existed back from like Mesopotamia or some shit, right? So like, if we're able to do that with like the same, you know, idea and the same like facet again,
because I think, I mean, there's the dinosaur bones and that are said to be so old that they're not even actual bone anymore, right? They're fossils. They're just like replaced in the shape of the bone. Whereas if you're talking about like organic tissue, it's a different thing.
So what they say after like anything can be accurate between now and 10,000 years, right? But anything over that, it's really a stretch, according to the what they say about carbon dating.
That's accurate. That's like they have that on like fucking some website or some shit.
Yeah, let me find it.
I'm not saying that like everything is on the internet is like true or whatever. I'm like, you know, curious.
This is it, but this is the process, because now you just have to be ultra skeptical and be like, right, so this is what they're telling me. Are they actually showing me evidence? Is the evidence something I can even evaluate?
Right.
Have I evaluated it? This is the level of empiricism you need to be on to understand the empirical natural world. But they don't train us at school to think like this.
Does your like belief in like again, like I don't like saying it like this because I'm not trying to be condescending in any way, right? Does your belief in like Earth like lead you to like have religion in that way? Like, do you believe like?
No, firstly, I wouldn't characterize it as a belief, because it's just what every human being experiences in reality, a flat motionless surface. So that's not a belief. That's just. I know. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying it's an important distinction for you to have in your mind, because your mind is naturally defaulting to thinking that this is some kind of conspiracy theory where we're just rejecting modernity or something. But in reality, it's just base reality, right? It's what we all experience. So that's not a belief. But yeah, it does lead you to the understanding that the environment we're in could not have come about by some natural or accidental process, Big Bang, like they've given us. It had to have been intelligently created. Now, what the nature of that creator or creators is, however you want to think about it, that's your own journey. But it's clear that it's a created environment. Yeah, that's why this whole thing is so controversial, right? Because it's speaking to the biggest question in human history, essentially, right? That nature of the origin.
You know, like you get these people that like that have way more money than me and probably have like fucking 20 times the schooling as me, right? That like are, you know, they have these theories of like, oh, it might be a simulation, whatever.
See, even that's a trained mindset, right? This idea that you are not in a position to understand your natural world. That's not true. That's just a concept or an idea that is convenient to those who don't want us to understand where we are. You can figure it out.
Same way that you perceive the natural world when you walk out and go to your car and drive to work, right? Like it's the same way that I perceive it in the sense of like
that. Not just like that. You can go into more detail than that, right? You can actually. Someone stop mic in. Someone mute this guy.
But what y'all?
Thank you.
See what? No, but
just another guy making noise.
Like there's no way I'm gonna get up in one of those like fucking
No, but remember, I explained to you earlier that you don't need to do that. You can go to the beach and test your horizon distance for one. Right. So you don't need to go to space to know whether or not they've lied to you. You can go to the beach. It's a nice day out.
For you, maybe it's a nice day out. It's fucking shitty over here, but like I get what you're saying.
Go to a nice lake or something.
Right. It for me, it really falls on like a perception type of thing, right? Like, because me personally, like my eyesight is shitty, and even if I use a telescope, like I don't really think it's gonna like do much for me. But like for you, like if you went to a beach,
no. It's not like we're both looking at something in the distance. You think it's blue, I think it's purple. It's not that kind of thing. It's like a measurement thing. It's like, how tall are you? Well, let's measure it. It's like, what about this table? What size is this table? We measure it. It's not a question of perspective after that. We measure it.
But again, like I'd be seeing those oil rig pictures that you guys post a lot. The fucking
Yeah, the one that shows that the horizon isn't the curve of a ball.
Like I can't remember where it's located. I know somebody posted all that shit.
Coast of California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, for me, right, like, distance, when you come to a position where, like, it's hard to gauge, like, you can tell, like, you have the figures, right, where the oil rig is located in unison to that closer oil rig, right?
Yeah.
And then you're pinpointing where the horizon is based off of the further oil rig, correct?
Well, just any distance marker. Yeah.
Okay. So, like, that's where it becomes, like, a hard thing to gauge for me, right? Because, like, I can be in a field somewhere and, like, one of my buddies is like, oh, there's somebody coming up on us from, like, 50 meters away. That could be a different determination for me. Like, I'll still know, oh, that man's far out, right? Like, I can see him over there.
Right, but when you're talking about being on land or in a field, you have topography to deal with. That's why we recommend doing this over a body of water, right? Because then you don't have to worry about topography because there's no hills and valleys and water. It's just a level surface, right? So if you're at one side of a lake that's 10 miles wide and you've got a friend on the other side of the lake, there's supposed to be curve between you, from you to him, to the tune of about 66 feet. Right, like a 4-story building. Right, so you shouldn't be able to see your friend on the other side of that lake because he should be below the curve. You understand that?
Like, vaguely, ever so vaguely. Like, I understand that you're trying to tell me that, like, the lake obviously is like a grand distance, okay? And
yeah, so at that distance, remember when we were the ants on the basketball?
Right.
I've gone around the curve, and I'm on the other side of that curve, so now you can't see me because I'm below a curve. You picture that?
Yes.
So that's what it's supposed to be with you and your friend across this 10-mile lake, according to the globe, geometrically.
So,
understand that?
So what you're saying is like it is by like their standards, right? Let's say
by their geometry, I'm the ant on the other side of that curve.
So if you're 10 miles out from me, that's where like the curve should start?
No, but that's where there's a 66-foot of drop. The curve starts immediately.
Okay.
And it's going at about 8 inches per mile squared, is what they're telling us. Right, so it's 10 miles. That's over 66 feet, 66.6 feet, funnily enough.
Okay.
And so that
My
means
question-
I'm on the other side of this curve, yeah? So the question is, would you be able to see your friend if you took out a pair of binoculars or a telescope?
You should be able to, yes.
No, I'm supposed to be on the other side of this curve of the basketball, remember?
No, I'm saying you should be able to see a curve. No curve. Excuse me. You're supposed. Listen, we're supposed to hate the Muslims today, but they're using
Oh, you're another
technology.
spiraling guy. You're another spiraling guy.
What?
So, Master Crust. You get that?
Yeah, I'm here.
You shouldn't be able to see your friend on the other side of the lake.
Right.
All right. So if you go down there and you do that and you do see your friend, then you've just shown that there's no curvature there. Understand?
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Like,
So that's a very practical thing that you could do, and it wouldn't leave anything to your perspective. It would just be, there he is. No curve. It's just flat from you to him.
All right, this is something from West Texas A&M University. I'm just posting.
Well, let me just make sure that we're tying this off before we go back. So, yeah, it's not a question of opinion, really. We can go out and empirically test this. And if there's no curvature there, what does that mean?
I'd assume that the Earth is flat, right? Like, I understand where y'all are coming from with this. Like,
Well, it at least means we only have evidence for flat.
Right. Well, that's my point, right? Like, everything is like essentially like a theory. Like, it's the big thing that you guys say. Like, give me the empirical proof that the Earth is a globe, right? And so, like, I understand, like, y'all are able to, like, everybody, I guess, is able to go out and, you know, the thing that you're explaining.
Yeah, you can prove to yourself that the Earth isn't the ball that they've told us.
Right. But then
this
again,
is a big deal because they're teaching it to all the kids in school as if it's 100% fact. They're spending loads of our money on this instead of feeding people, getting clean water to people, fixing society, infrastructure. They're telling us a false narrative about where we live. It's a big deal.
You believe that they're also like putting money into this?
Well, yeah, your education system teaches this. NASA take $80 million a day for cartoons. Think about, I'm sure the education and the health system could do with $80 million a day.
You said 18 or 80?
I said 80.
Oh, 80. Okay.
No, I mean, like, I understand where you're coming from. Like, that's not something that's new within, like, the U.S. government, right? Like, I think it was earlier this year or, like, last year, they, the Army, right? Like, they provide this thing called BAS, which is, like, Basic Allowance for Subsistence. And, like, that's your money that you get for using the dining facilities. And they were taking that money, like, some certain bases were taking, like, almost, like, $1.5 million, that money that's supposed to be used for, like, feeding the soldiers and stuff, for their dining facilities, for, like, better food and, like, you know, better dining arrangements. And they were using that money for, you know, other things. I don't know what they were using it for, but they weren't using it for, like, the dining facilities. So, yeah, I'm well aware, like, the government, even the U.S. government, my government, like, that money.
So yeah, you're just asking the broad question: is the money going? Is there money being put toward this? Yes, there's an extremely large amount of money going towards convincing you that you live on a big spinning ball, convincing everyone that we live on this big spinning ball. Just think about the media, movies. There's a globe at the start of nearly every bloody film.
Right. And, like, I know that whole thing from, like, the 50s or whenever the fuck the moon landing was. I can't remember what year it was supposed to be or whatever.
'69 was when the first one was supposed to have been, but it obviously didn't happen. It's just propaganda.
Oh, right, like where they were like, oh, it's all this other shit, but like, I do, like, me personally, like, I don't believe that was like necessarily like real, because in that point in time we were in a very like heavy state of arms against Russia, and like it was like our mission, like as a
it was just propaganda trying to prove technological superiority. Right. It's just propaganda. That's all it was, and that's all the globe is. So like, I mean, if they're lying about that, it shouldn't be much of a stretch or a surprise to hear that they've lied about the nature of what we're on.
Okay. No, like I said, like it's very much how you guys are like convince me that I'm on a globe. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I just kind of want to understand like the perspectives of it all. Like, I want to know.
Right. That's fair enough. I'm not saying you don't have to convince anyone. I mean, you should only be interested in figuring out what you can figure out for yourself and going from there. Anyway, it's been good to talk to you, bro. You've been nice and chill. Thank you for that. I'm going to dip off and go on listen mode for a while. So is there anyone else, FE side, who can pick this up? Who we got?
I mean, either way, you've given me a lot to think about, so I'll, take a step back.
Yeah, here, before you go, let me send you a link to our server where there's resources if you want to research in your own time, because you won't find good resources just looking on YouTube and Google. They'll just send you bullshit. So we save a lot of the good information so that you can actually research in your own time. It's all alphabetized and categorized by subject. So join that server that I've just sent you and take some time to look through the resources. Would be my recommendation. So you have a good night, bro.
You too, man.
All right. Well, I'm going to dip off. Who's from the FE side still in here?
All right, Cyclone.
Sleep.
You ready yet?
Oh, God.
You ain't ready.
Yeah, well, I'm just about to head off, so I'm sure someone else will entertain you.
Cyclone, I think you guys actually just practice how to debate in here, and then you graduate up to politics once you've been deemed worthy.
What are you talking about? We're the biggest channel on politics and have been since we arrived.
No
debates here.
No one cares.
Yeah, we're the biggest channel. Did you not know? We're the biggest channel. Why would we leave it? We're the biggest channel. Why would we?
Oh no, you're not the biggest channel, bro. Just stop.
Yeah, they record the hours.
You're talking about the channel, but not.
Yeah, we're the largest. We're the busiest room on politics server. Why do you think they love us so much?
No, it's because people like the foolishness.
It's because they like hearing us destroy. They like hearing us destroy the global religion.
He's going back on his claim that you're not the biggest, and now you're admitting that it is the biggest, but only for reasons that are unacceptable.
On Discord. Now he's talking about the biggest in the politics channel, which who cares?
That's what you were talking about.
So it sounds like you do.
In any event, like I said,
good timing, Alpha. Good timing. This guy is a peach.
No,
we've been the top channel for most of the last 2 years, dude. We get to take a breather every now and then.
You talk over people whenever you see a valid point coming, and you try to head it off.
Have you got a valid point to make?
Oh yeah, I got plenty. But
what's your best globe argument? All right, what's your best globe argument, and then someone will pick it up.
Globe argument, and now you're going to address it.
So what's your globe argument?
So earlier, I was saying is that the Earth is so vast and the rate of curvature is so slight over those distances, and that's when you guys lost your shit.
All right, what's the rate of curvature?
1 mile every 69.5 miles. I mean, 1 degree every 69.5 miles. Okay.
All right, what's that? What's that in inches?
Did you know that already? Hold on. Did you know that already?
That's the claim.
This is your claim, yeah?
Were you familiar with that claim already?
Yeah, I'm familiar with your claim, dude. Why do you think we're here?
So you don't have to ask me stuff that we're already familiar with. Let's not.
So you agree with the globe's curvature? So 10 miles, 66 feet a drop. Yeah.
10 miles, 66 feet per drop. No, because you're talking about on the surface, not from an airplane.
How much curvature? So how much curvature would there be over 10 miles?
Depends on if you're looking straight along the horizon. I'm sorry, if you're looking straight at the horizon, or if you're looking straight at the horizontal from your position, which are two different things. But that's
let's just say the geometric drop. Let's say the geometric drop.
Cyclone, I'm not here
over
for
10 miles.
Cyclone.
Yeah, no, this is your claim.
No,
you said the curvature is so slight. You said the curvature is so slight, so we're checking what you think is the curvature.
Right. So what you're trying to do is to quantify the curvature, but you're not able to make. Let me finish my sentence. You're not able to make a claim about what your expectations were. You were making expectations about how pilots perceive the curvature if it were a globe. And your perception is wrong.
We're talking about the curvature over 10 miles.
I know that. And you're using that curvature in a drop. But
how much bullshit is this guy going to talk just before he gets down to his measurement?
So there you go. There you go. So you guys can't handle
this. This is what he does.
You can't do it. No, you can't do it.
You can't tell us. You can't tell us how much curvature is over 10 miles.
I can't tell you how much curvature in numbers over 10 miles, but I can tell you.
All right.
I can tell you.
Go and figure it out then. That's what you're going to try and prove. That's what you need to prove, dude.
That's
what you need to prove. That is the proof you're trying to make.
Correct me.
Of course it is. You're arguing for the globe. You're arguing for the globe, so that is the claim you're trying to make.
Okay. You can't do it. You can't do it.
That's the claim you're making. You're making a claim of curvature.
Claim you're trying to
okay, so you're not claiming the globe curvature.
Let me know when we can have a conversation. Okay?
So you're not claiming the globe curvature.
Saying and then make
Dude, just to be clear, you're not claiming for globe curvature, is that right? Oh, he ran away.
He does that all the time, Cyclone. You muted me.
I know. He's the usual one.
He'll pop back up again, and then he'll reset.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm dropping off anyway, so good chats, boys. Have a good one. I'm just going to listen. D-Man 92, he was in earlier talking away a little bit if he wants to talk. But yeah, have a good one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just texting in the chat right now. I'm not going to talk right now. Sorry.
Yeah, you don't have to. He was just announcing that you had a conversation earlier. Moving right along. Does anybody else have any evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? What a prima donna, that one. He runs out of the voice text and then starts typing in the text. You see, that's why I don't like coming in here. Really, can't tell. Uh-oh. Welcome to the room. I don't even know what your name looks like. Pyatt Snot. Are you there? What's up, Jedi?
No Not much, man. Just thought I'd pop over here. I was over the English server and was just looking about. I saw you over here, so I thought I'd pop over, see what was going on.
Cyclone had a couple of guys he was talking to. One just recently spiraled out and left.
Good stuff, then. We talking to anybody else? Don't want to interrupt any conversation that's already happening.
Nah, just some dudes in here popping in right now. Looks like they're just listening. Might want to, if you recognize any of the names you don't normally see, probably call those guys out.
Oh, there's lots of people in the server. Lots of people jumping in and out. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Just let me have a scroll. Recognise most people's names, dude. Apart from Finn Gracie. What's up, Finn? Hope you're doing well. It's the only name I don't recognise.
I'm only on here for a little bit. I gotta dip here after a while, but
there's also B-Man92. So if anybody is new to the channel, wants to ask questions, like B-Man. What's up, B-Man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, really well, thank you, mate. What brings you to our channel?
I've been here a couple times now. Just listening to some debates right now.
Awesome stuff, man. Well, welcome to the channel, mate. If you've got any questions, please feel free to ask.
No worries, no worries.
I've got to quickly run and take a pizza out of the oven. We'll be back in a minute.
Well, let's see. We got lots of Globers in here presenting their evidence. Not. How's everybody doing?
This is looking promising for the Globe.
Yeah, Heretic, that whole Globe idea is kind of so yesterday, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm over it.
Yeah, I hear you. It took me a little while, but I got over it pretty quick once I realized it was all bullshit. So, anyway.
Well, just because it looks flat doesn't mean that it is flat. I mean, I know it looks flat, but also you can't see the whole thing, so...
Just because it looks flat don't mean it's a globe.
Actually, to the bullshit comment from Dave, bullshit. It's more. It has more relation to reality than the globe. You know that, right? You can actually find bullshit in nature, and we can also find the cause of the bullshit, which is bulls. You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
You can find that in reality.
Yeah, you can find bullshit.
You cannot.
Can't find globes in nature.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
That's a good point, man. I point taken.
You're saying globes don't spontaneously arrive? That doesn't just happen in nature? Spheres?
You don't know the globe story? The spheres are formed by magic gravity out in space somehow, but they can't really tell you how it happens, but that's what happened. At least that's the story, and they're sticking to it.
Well, usually when things explode, the debris turns into spheres.
When have you seen an explosion turn into all spheres?
Any explosion, if you analyze the debris, it's going to be a bunch of little sphere-like objects.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Somebody else go ahead.
Stop it, Mushkin. I had to unmute.
So you're
that.
saying that you
don't
get
think-
order out of chaos? You get all these organized environments from explosions?
Yeah,
I told you
exactly,
everything
Jim. Order out of
turns
chaos.
into balls.
Work.
Wow.
It's like the reverse of entropy. But I don't know of any way to measure the Earth. For one, you can't see the whole thing, so I don't think it's a fair question. You can't ask me, where's my Earth measurement? There's no way you can't even see the whole thing. How are you going to measure it? So I mean, you can't measure it flat or globe.
Incorrect.
Then how do we
Why
get the
can't
measurement in
you-
the first place?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. How did you get the measurement? What did you measure?
Why can't you and a buddy go out to ocean with the island like 10 miles off the coast and use a laser or whatever you want to use, mirror, I don't care, but show the 66-foot drop? Why does somebody do that?
All right. Well, that's not a measurement, though. That's an observation, and we know that.
How's it not a measurement if you know the distance between the island and the coast? And you know how much curvature is needed?
You're making an observation. You're not making a measurement. You're not making a measurement of flatness. You're not making a measurement of curvature. You're making an observation, and we know that when you're observing something, you're using light. So I mean, light.
You're measuring a little slice of what's supposed to be 66 foot of drop that is not there. I'll shut up. Somebody else go ahead.
I mean, does light bend? Is that in contention here, or does light not bend? I mean, since we can't see the entire Earth, we don't know exactly what it looks like. The best we can, I think the easiest thing to do is probably use context clues. See what's around. Maybe look at the celestial sphere, because we got two celestial poles that we can see. That might be over a flat plane, maybe, but the way that the light moves in relation to us suggests that that we're on something that's could be rotating and could be a sphere, because why would it rotate clockwise in the south and counterclockwise in the north?
Nobody wants to entertain your sky stuff, I guess, man. I don't. Anyway.
Don't even get me started on pendulums. I'll have everybody converted in this channel to Globers. You let me start talking about pendulums up in here. So don't get me started on that.
Muskane, the pendulum doesn't prove that the Earth is doing anything.
Damn, y'all are just over it.
It doesn't, man. Like, I mean, we've heard this point being brought up like a million, zillion, gajillion times. You can't conjure up what you think is happening just by looking at a device. You need to ask. You need to look at nature and see what nature's doing, and then ask the question: why is nature doing that? And then perform a test as to, like, control. You can try to figure out why nature is doing the thing you see it doing, and you can ask some how-why questions, figure out what the dependent variable, how to change that causal reaction using an independent variable. You're not doing that with the pendulum, man. It just doesn't pass the smell test.
You know, AB, you know what that pendulum does prove real quick? It proves that there's a lot of gullible people that'll accept anything for evidence. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see something, swinging around, you automatically jump to the conclusion that the Earth is spinning.
Well, it's actually, it's taking a measurement is what it's doing.
You know what actually doesn't pass the smell test by any metric, gas pressure without a container, because you wouldn't be able to breathe, to smell without the container.
Jimsy, we got a container though. Nobody's saying we don't have
smell tests don't work on a globe.
We got a container, Jimsy.
I mean, when you say we, you mean like you and I?
Globe. I'm thinking the globe's got a container.
Globe? What globe? What globe are you talking about?
The globe.
You mean like you have a globe in your house and you use it as a container, like for coins or something?
The collective globe, the globe we all share. I'm not talking about any specific globe.
The collective globe, like you collect something and you put it in the globe. Is it like a instead of a piggy bank, it's a globe bank that you have in your house?
No, it's not like that. It's like me, you, we're all on this one globe. The globe, the globe team.
Wait, you mean like you are standing on one side of the ball, I'm standing on the other side of the ball, like under the ball?
No, we're probably pretty close together, I would guess.
That's complete nonsense. Who in the right, coherent, sensical comprehension of reality will believe that you can stand on the side or the bottom of a ball that doesn't? Oh, like, just think about it.
Well,
I got an answer for you. It'd be Muskane.
There is no bottom of the ball, though. There's no top of the ball.
Oh, so there's no up and down on a ball? There's no such a thing?
Yeah, there's no like absolute up or down. It's just relative to you. So you can say,
there you go. So there you go.
You're always on.
So there you go. You debunked the globe right there. You know why? Because in reality, we do have up and down. You know that, right? We do have an up and down, but then you say there is no up and down on a globe. So up and down debunks the globe. Easy.
Yeah, but it's visually represented on a globe as there being an up and down, but in reality,
Yeah,
it's because of this thing
but
called gravity, which stops you from falling off the globe.
But listen, up and down is presented in a real is level. A representation of an globe is a strawman of reality, fantasy. You're representing, let's say, water with crayons. You're representing the Earth as a sphere, and that's a representation by people that are drawing cartoons on a piece of paper, putting ideas
I don't
as
quite follow what
a
you're saying.
concept. Okay,
I think
water.
we're going around
Think
a lot
about
of
it.
terms you don't really understand.
No. Because you got to comprehend this. Water presents itself to be the way water does it, right? You and I don't present water. Water presents itself. Now, you are trying to represent water by using crayons and painting blue around a sphere, right? The globe, remember the globe
Yes,
that you
because
put
that's the color of water.
the piggy bank that you paint water, you paint blue. You're representing water with crayon, but guess what, dude? That is not real water. Okay?
Yeah, that's true. Whenever
It's
water
true.
is drawn,
Yeah, I
it's not
know.
real water.
It's not real water. That's why you
If I
represent
were
it
to
with the
draw a
crayon.
picture of the ocean, that doesn't make it the ocean, it's a drawing of the ocean. What's your point?
So the point is that real water doesn't do what you claim it does in the representation that you draw on the piece of paper, or the representation that you do with the piggy bank globe that you said you got, that you put in your coins in, the container globe that you have in your house as a piggy bank.
I really don't understand what you mean, because yes, if you draw something, it's not going to have the properties of that thing that you're drawing, because it's a drawing.
Exactly, and if you draw complete nonsense like the globe is, that's just all nonsense. Because when you go to reality, you're not gonna find that drawing and those claims. You're not gonna be able to find them or confirm them in reality. Water doesn't curve in the outside of spinning balls. You also need a contained environment to have water in the liquid state. That contained environment is based on a pressurized system that has gas pressure, right? And the gas pressure requires a container. You don't have a container around the globe or the piggy bank outside of it. So you don't. Any of the things that you find in reality are found in the representation of the globe. So the representation that you're presenting is complete nonsense. That's why it fails in every way possible. That's why it's an impossible. It's an impossibility. The stupid globe that you think you're standing on the side or the downside and that's why you admitted yourself that there's no up and down on a globe when we do have up and down in reality. So everything that you're claiming about the globe is complete nonsense. It doesn't work in reality. Just accept it. Come on, be honest.
It inherently does work in reality because of gravity that wasn't just made up because we wanted to cope about the globe. It was discovered and tests were made, and it's been worked on for hundreds of years.
Correct. The globe was invented, never discovered. Just like the outer space religion that was never discovered, that was invented, made up. Not even an invention, it's just a made up fantasy idea that you cannot conceptualize in reality or made any examples of. The globe that was invented, it has to be drawn and conceptualized in the mind because you cannot do it in the real world. So it's just a made up fantasy. Like Naruto, Superman, Marvel Universe, Thanos.
Run on sentence.
The same thing.
Trying to get in there.
The same book. You can put it.
So you believe that space isn't real?
Oh my god, and he got in before me anyway.
Sorry, no, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
What was his point? I'm asking you, the guy that said sorry. What was Jimsy? Because you're asking if you asking him a question about space. What was his point about it?
His point that it's not real.
What did he say though?
Sorry?
What did he say though?
I don't remember. What did he say?
He said it wasn't discovered, it was represented. Is that a lie or is that true?
No, it's a lie. It was discovered.
All right, why don't you pull that up for me right now? Cite it.
Okay.
I'm asking you to do it because it doesn't exist.
Google search here.
So it doesn't exist.
I'm just saying, a quick Google search here says that it wasn't discovered in a single moment, but rather through gradual understanding and exploration process spanning centuries. Whenever astronomy was developed, and also if we talk about more recently, the millions that have been invested.
Can you slow down? You're telling me what they said they. You're telling me what they said they did. I just need one concrete thing as far as discovery is concerned.
Okay, the millions that have been invested in space stations, satellites, and exploration of space, people that have been sent up into space.
So the space station wasn't discovered, was it?
No, but it's part of the process of discovering space.
Listen. How old is the space station?
I don't know. Probably quite recent, I'd say.
Don't you want people who discovered space to have done it way earlier than the ISS? What I'm trying to, because why would it's your brain? It's the way you're thinking. Because you're gonna say, well, ISS, and that's not what I mean. Because the reason Jim Z's saying the things that he's saying to you is because he's trying to get you to think. So if I ask you, or he asked you when it was discovered, telling me that it was discovered over the span of hundreds or thousands of years, however, whatever answer they give you, you got to understand that that's bullshit.
Okay, so anything I say is bullshit inherently.
No, if you ask someone when something is discovered, I don't care what it is, and they give you a span of an amount of time that you can't validate, you can't validate it.
Okay, well, the reason why it spans centuries is because
give me a reason. You don't even have.
I have a reason. If we go back to ancient Greece,
you can't have a reason. But listen, you can't have. Well, why do you have a reason when you
you're getting angry? You're getting very angry, and you're interrupting me.
Why? Yeah. Because it's annoying. But it's not like I can't relax. I cannot give a shit about you and go on mute. I'm doing this because I think you actually want to engage. This is my engagement style. If you don't like it, I don't have to pour into you at all.
Gentlemen, am I interrupting anything?
I guess a little bit.
I have one request, right? Will one of you gentlemen please unban Starfox?
Okay, so I don't know what that was, but I'm going to continue. The reason why there's no concrete moment that space was discovered, well, you could say
you're already answering the wrong question. That's why I stopped you. I don't want an answer to that question because right now you're justifying. Listen, no, because it's my question was for your benefit. You sitting. I'm not the one that needs to be convinced, and I'm not saying you need to be convinced of anything either. But I'm trying to point out to you that you can't know something, especially if someone is telling you that something was discovered over the span of X amount of years, an amount of time that's invalidatable, you telling me the reason that it can't be validated is just validating what I'm saying about what you don't know.
Okay.
You can believe what you can believe what you want. I'm not gonna fight you on telling you something. If you want to choose to believe it, that's fine. I don't even know why you're here. As a matter of fact, I jumped into Jimsy's conversation. Usually I ask people why they're here because I don't normally fight people on what I'm trying to tell them. And I'm not trying to make you, I don't know what your deal is, whether you're trolling or if you're serious. And if you're serious, I don't want you to think that I'm just some dude that came in here ranting and raving about flat earth. We can stop talking right now, bro. I just thought I could help you out.
Okay. Could you give me a moment to talk? Sorry. So I think what's happening.
Like I'm going on mute, bro. Good luck.
That's all right. I'm trying to convince you. You're trying to convince me. I'm fully serious. I'm not trying to troll or anything. The reason why there's no, I'm going to continue what I was saying. The reason why there's no concrete moment, if we go back thousands of years, over many centuries, if we go back to ancient Greece when astronomy started being developed and people started having these questions about, the stars, constellations, and what was really out there. That's whenever these ideas of space started being developed, right? And it was only until recently where we developed the technology to be able to truly discover what is out there. Is whenever, I guess, you could have called the first expedition that was made into outer space. You could have called that the concrete moment. I guess we could go into a whole different discussion about whether the moon landing was faked or not, but I think that's irrelevant right now. Is there's satellites out there in space. There's space stations, and there's expeditions being sent out daily. Yeah, of course.
I'd like to correct one thing for you as well.
How new? I was gonna do that, but I just need to know how new he is, and you know why I'm asking. How new are you? Like, how long have you been in here? Did you have a full conversation in which someone actually showed you how it is in a globe and how it's flat, or one of the two things?
I'll tell you one thing, man. For the past
No. I don't want to lie because
I'm answering your questions.
You can keep talking. I just want to know if someone in here has told you how the Earth measures flat, or how it isn't a ball with a radius of 3,950 meters. Yes.
Are you familiar with Indio?
All right, then.
I've had many conversations with Indio over the past couple nights.
Okay, so cool. Yeah, Indio is my boy. So I have nothing else to say. I'm sorry.
As well as many other people in here. I don't know if they remember me, but for the past couple nights, I've spent many hours talking to these guys. I'm not new, I guess. Well, I am new. I've only been here maybe 3-4 days. So, but yeah. Anything else?
Well, the topic's kind of moved off the point.
Yeah. So about space, I guess. Oh,
I remember it though. If you want to hear it, basically, it wasn't that once the Greeks came about that's when they started pondering about the sky. Has always been people have always pondered about the sky. All cultures. It's just before the Greeks, it was more couched in the religious views of those cultures, whereas with the Greeks they had more variance, and so you had it's not like all the Greeks were like globe believers. That was just like a couple of Greeks here and there, and then you had a couple of Greeks here and there with all sorts of other freaking ideas.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Many civilizations before that definitely did take a more religious approach to the idea of space. I'm just saying that the Greeks are known for their great scholars, philosophers, and astronomers, and that's whenever these ideas started truly being thought about in a more logical and in-depth way. I don't know the ins and outs of it.
Well, we only have the surviving documents from some of these people.
That's true.
And a lot of it's been lost, like the Library of Alexandria, and so we have a very cherry-picked view of the history and the ancient Greeks, and what we do know is the ancient Greeks were religious, and so even though there were philosophers who had different ideas and different sects, cults basically, where their acolytes taught their religious views on, and what you're living in today is the remnant of that cult.
Yeah, of course. Well, the Greek mythologies, the Greeks were very religious people. They believed in Zeus, Hades, and the other members of the pantheon. And of course, a lot of the texts and the books that were made at this time were lost, unfortunately. But that's due to that's just the nature of things with a civilization that was around thousands of years ago. But again, from what is surviving, we can take the remnants of these ideas and expand upon them with a modern science, and again, in modern with modern technology, we've invested millions into NASA, SpaceX.
Yeah, with modern technologies, we have proven them wrong. So the ancient
we've proven a lot of their
looked at the horizon and claimed that boats disappeared because of Earth curve. We've definitively proven that other effects cause Earth curve, and that was a false cause fallacy and a begging the question fallacy. So we've proven that the half-naked Greeks with their invisible laser beam vision were wrong. And then they also claimed that, well, we see shadows on the moon, therefore that's the Earth's shadows cast on the moon. Well, no. A circular shadow cast on a sphere would distort as it goes along the curved surface because shadows conform to the shape they hit. And so we know for a fact that their proofs were just errors. And since we have actually we have really powerful optics, and we have really tiny optics, and we have very powerful lasers, and we have different wavelengths, we have access to technologies they don't have. And so we can test their assumptions, and turns out the Earth is flat. It's not a ball.
Okay, I agree with you for the fact that we proved some of the things wrong, and again, that's because of our modern science. But you talked about laser measurements. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, lasers are a unreliable source to measure the curvature, and that's because of laser beam divergence. They spread out over long distances.
We are aware of that.
And after several miles, they widen, and then that will cause false results.
No, we're aware of the beam divergence, and that is factored in when we try to use laser beams. There's also the simple fact that we can see way too far, so we can see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon should allow. So the only excuse the globe believers have is that light is bending around the globe to hide the globe, so that's why nobody can find it. However, that would have consequences, because if light is refracting around the globe, we would see the separation of different wavelengths at anything at a distance, and everything would look rainbow colored or gay if the Earth was a globe.
Okay, so you don't believe in the atmospheric refraction then?
No, I'm saying I know that we have distortions in the air. However, atmospheric refraction does not account for being able to see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon. That's not terrestrial refraction. If I add terrestrial refraction to a horizon at 1.22 miles from my observer height, then the horizon would be like 1.44 miles away, not 10 plus miles away. That's not terrestrial refraction.
Okay, I'm familiar with the how far away the horizon is and how far we can actually see. That's not something I'm familiar with, but I'm just talking about the lasers because
yeah, no. What I'm talking about is we can see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon. The only excuse is that the light is bending, and that's why we can see it. However, we can also look at infrared, and we can look in infrared, and we can see if the horizon moves closer in infrared when we can see too far. If that happens, then we can say, well, infrared refracts less, so the less refraction is causing us to see less around the ball, therefore the Earth is a ball, and refraction is causing all this stuff. However, when we look in infrared, we see further. So that is the opposite of what you would expect if you were a globe believer and you were expecting the light to bend around the ball to hide the ball. So reality debunks completely the globe idea. All that exists is an ad hoc excuse like, well, my observation doesn't match my globe belief. Therefore, light must be bending to make up for the difference. That is not scientific. That is not measured. And that would have effects. And we don't see any of those effects. And when we test for it, it doesn't come up. We see slight variations due to atmospheric effects, but not enough to make the ball appear to be the size of the sun.
Okay, so if we're looking for things that are more based in reality, then I guess we could talk about surveyors that use theodolites and GPS that actually account for the Earth's curve, and we could also talk about architects and engineers that use.
So we're just going to run away from the fact that the Earth is observably measured flat and try to run to geodetic survey instead of planar survey, because geodetic survey also bends the plumb lines and the light ad hoc, not with any verifiable measurements, just ad hoc to make the geode work. We really going to jump to that instead of just addressing the fact that the Earth isn't a globe?
Look, I believe the Earth is a globe, and I'm trying to.
I know you believe the Earth is a globe. You're not going to convince me with nonsense. That's the problem.
Also, GPS uses the fact that the Earth is flat because the receivers are receiving transmissions that include the elevation. Like, all of this is important elevation angle, and you can't get an elevation angle unless you have a flat baseline. So what are they doing any of their math for positioning, tell you where you are?
It doesn't.
My question is, how am I watching Israeli videos
when you look at the calculations for the time,
and then like
somebody
daytime over here?
Something about that.
Okay, several people are.
Can somebody answer me? I tried asking before.
Multiple people talking.
So, like I was saying, especially when it comes to how they calculate the speed of light and time and all of that. Well, when you look at the technicals, like what they're actually doing practically before the calculations, they're doing measurements. And those measurements treat the Earth as flat. Is basically what I'm saying. When the measurement comes before the calculation, and the measurement treats the Earth as flat in GPS.
Okay, so
this is.
You probably think I'm bullshitting, I guess.
It doesn't. I think you're misunderstanding it. It doesn't represent. It doesn't use a flat Earth model. It
No, it's not. It's not here to represent. No, GPS is not here to represent.
Okay.
GPS doesn't represent. It's giving you a location. Yours.
Yes, I know what GPS does, but I'm telling you, in how it calculates this, it represents Earth as a slightly flattened sphere. In order to do this.
Well, what does that have to do with it? It's not about representing anything. It's about what you're doing practically. Because if the Earth is a sphere, you can't get an elevation angle off of a continuous curving surface.
It's satellites.
Like I said, you can't get an elevation angle as a receiver on the ground of the Earth with a continuously curving surface.
The satellites that orbit around the Earth triangulate your position. That's how they get that elevated angle.
So why? All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like this is silly. It's like on one hand, you complain that things like Google Earth or Google Maps doesn't use the flat Earth model, but we remember that when I go to Google Maps or Google Earth and I zoom out, it is a curved Earth. They are using a curved Earth model. Yet when I go from point A to point B, flat earthers never offer up, hey, if you use this flat Earth map instead of this curved Earth map that Google is so brainwashed into using, we'd get from point A to point B faster. Give us some practical uses for this flat Earth. Get me from LA to Japan faster.
Google Earth uses flat Earth. What are you talking about?
Google Earth does not use flat Earth. Okay, first off, you can't give me a flat Earth map if
I'm not going to do two of you. Okay, so somebody's getting muted, and I didn't think the other guy was unreasonable enough to mute him. Okay. So
no, I'll let the other guy speak. I've spoken up.
One of don't talk when I'm talking.
Well, that's what you've consistently done to me.
Are you a moderator?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, it is what it is. So, again, where were we? What were we even talking about? So stupid in here, I forgot what the last guy said. Google Maps, right? Google Earth. If you look at the elevation profile, you're going to see things that are higher with respect to mean sea level, which is a horizontal line that they use with Google Earth and Google Maps, or Google Earth. I don't know. I think you're talking about Google Earth. So what's that got to do with? Let's start there. Google Earth elevation profile uses a flat Earth. What say you?
You're talking to Hung Like Tic Tacs?
Yes, I'm about to unmute him now unless you got it for me.
I got it.
Thank you. So let's start with the elevation profile on Google Earth. Is it a flat line or is it a curved line?
I don't even know what you're asking right now.
Why don't you Google Earth elevation profile then? You're the one that brought it up. I thought you would know what an elevation
I didn't.
profile
You just
was.
did. You brought up the median sea level or mean sea level. I'm asking you where on Google Earth's projection does it use that? Because, by the way, Google Earth on your flat computer screen is certainly using a curved Earth projection.
So again, Google Earth elevation profile. That's where it's flat at. Because when you're zooming out to look at whatever that is, you're not using that to navigate. It's a nice little piece of software. But what does the actual data say? This is how high this mountain is. This is how high this land is. This is how high this anything is above what? Mean sea level, which is a flat line. I could drag my mouse. I could drag my mouse from New York to Tahiti or somewhere. Elevation is not going to change.
I'm slightly confused here about what you're saying.
You're confused about me saying Google elevation profile. You don't know what an elevation profile is. That's what you're confused about?
Yeah, could you explain that more?
Have you Googled it yet?
No, I was just wanting to know what you thought.
I already explained it. Things that are a height with respect to a flat line. But I said all that already. Which part of that was that confusing? Was the part where I said Google it? Was that confusing? Which part?
I just didn't know what you meant by elevation profiling. There's no need to.
I'm not talking to you, man. Am I?
Okay, that's all right. We originally were speaking until you muted me.
And you're muted now because I'm not asking you the question. So, Tic Tac.
I'm listening.
You want to remain silent? I asked you a question.
I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
Elevation profile on Google.
I don't think you're using Google Earth properly.
Elevation profile. Is that flat? Is that curved? Oh,
I think the way that you're using it, you're interpreting it as flat.
Or is it round?
I already answered. Quit interrupting. You would have listened.
What is it? Don't tell me what I said it was.
Yo,
what do you think it is?
Oh my
fucking short take, quick take. Most flat earthers have low IQ. Thank you.
Yeah, you can tell.
You don't even know what an elevation profile is. You just told me. Told me to.
Google Earth doesn't show live elevation under your cursor just by moving it around the map.
Answer the questions I'm asking you. I don't care about the infinite things that you do not know while telling or agreeing that flat earthers know little. The elevation profile that you looked up, I'm assuming, since that's what I asked you, could be any random, just type it in. Pick whatever random source you want. What do you think it is? I don't want to hear anything about me or anything about what anyone else in this room. But what do you think it is?
I think Google Maps is a program that we use that's based off of the curved Earth.
Okay, my question wasn't what is Google Earth used for? It was the elevation profile that I asked you to Google. What is the baseline? What is it?
Okay, you need to stop muting me because I'm trying.
Am I being too mean? Do I need to go take a smoke break, Mary Mom, or like am I too high strung? What am I doing? Am I not?
Nah, he's just not answering you. He's not answering your question.
That's what I thought. I mean,
we started this by talking about mean sea level. And you first asked the question, is Google Earth's the elevation profile, it doesn't change when I move my mouse across the map. My argument was you're not using Google Earth properly. What are you trying to achieve here? You're saying basically, if I go from LA to the mountains in Tokyo, when I move my mouse across the map, you're looking for an elevation change, or at least a difference in between the elevation of LA and Tokyo. Correct?
No. Why would I be looking for that? I already know that
I was using this as an example.
Yeah, I know. Right? And I was telling you. I already know what an elevation profile is. I already know what mean sea level is. Why on earth would I, the person without the globally, be thinking that there should be an elevation change? I don't think that. I'm telling you there is no elevation change. I don't think that there should be. I think that mean sea level means what it means, and that's it.
Okay, I'm going to stop engaging if you just keep muting me. I don't interrupt. When I place my cursor on a mountain in Tokyo, or I go to that mountain in Tokyo and I bring a barometer with me, and then I go to LA and I place my cursor over LA and I look at its elevation, or I bring a barometer, assuming, same conditions, same, time, and I bring a barometer. Those measurements are different. My elevation is different. Do you agree with this?
Okay, that's beautiful. What does that have to do with the elevation profile on Google Earth?
My point is that when you place your cursor over, LA or whatever, if you're expecting a terrain profile to update live with your cursor movement across the map on what the difference in elevation is, and it counts for the curve,
that is what it does. That is what it does.
What matters? Okay, listen.
No, I'm tired of the bullshit. When you move your cursor, the elevation changes unless you're over the water, because then there's no elevation change. What are you talking about? And as a matter of fact, like maybe we are missing each other. Like the words that I'm using, they're not connecting with you. Talking about elevation profile, mean sea level. What you're doing is talking about everything but that.
I think I've heard you repeat mean sea level and elevation profiles,
but you're not
at least 5 times. So let's use some different words and explain your thoughts.
And Mount Fiji and shit, and the difference in elevation from those 2 points, which has absolutely fucking nothing to do with what a baseline is.
Okay, so is your question, what is the baseline?
Yeah.
Okay, mean sea level.
What is that? You think that's
okay? When you go to Maine and you have, just imagine a cliff on the hill. The low tide, I mark the cliff on the hill, and at high tide, I mark the cliff on the hill. I take the mean of those 2 numbers.
Right.
That's mean sea level.
Right. So when you get to a point in height and you stay there, that line is then horizontal.
You lost me. When I get to a point in height.
I didn't lose you. And don't say you lost me and then start talking. Tell me where I lost you at. But I don't understand where I lost you. The water, because water is level. When we're talking about the sea and we're talking about tides and waves and all of that, we get the mean sea level, which takes all of those heights and then you have one to deal with. So that's one height, mean sea level, that you then judge other objects in different heights from. Like mean sea level. How high is this mountain above mean sea level? Which is one level. How high is this lighthouse above sea level? One level. How much is, like, everything is with respect to sea level. Sea level can't also be a continuous curve on top of the different elevations higher and lower than it. Because that's dumb. It's dumb because horizontal and horizon and level and straight and all the things that we use those definitions for practically would be unuseful then.
How would it be unuseful? You're just saying that.
If horizontal didn't exist, how the fuck would it be useful?
I know what horizontal means. What do you think horizontal means?
Well, again, if it didn't exist, though, how would it be useful?
Well, it's a fucking concept.
That's the point.
Concepts don't
That's the point. It does exist. No, horizontal. The horizon, is that a concept?
The absurdity of the conclusion you're drawing.
Those are two different words. They're talking.
You're basically asking how useful is.
No, shut up. Another guy's talking. Horizontal, straight, level.
Sure.
All of these things are synonyms.
Relatively true.
They're synonyms. So horizontal isn't a concept. It's something you achieve. What are you talking about? If I get a mirror and I hang it,
achieve by what means? Achieve how?
If there is no horizontal, you can't achieve it.
Dude, you're just fucking rambling.
What are you talking about? No,
are we arguing about definitions or are we arguing about observable truths? I'm here for empirical evidence, not words and definitions.
Why are you conflating the concept of the horizon?
So we have another person that's just wasting time, basically. Because at the end of the day, everybody here who's listening to me understands horizontal is not a concept. Horizontal is something you achieve when you build.
Since it's not very useful to do that. You can have use with the concept of the horizontal level, like the X plane. Yeah, level.
Is this what you guys deal with all day? Like, is this what it's like?
It's different than horizontal. On small scales, you can.
Is that what's up? Is this what it's like? Is this what it's like all day?
I hope so, because I'm just spitting facts. You guys can't hold the conversation, can you? So yeah, horizontal is a plane, like in an XYZ on a chart with two dimensions. X could be horizontal.
Does anybody else in here think horizontal is a concept?
It doesn't matter. These are words and definitions.
Right. So when I'm talking about a builder who achieves horizontal, it's not just talk at that point. It's somebody having done something.
Is anyone here in construction then? Do we have an expert in here, or are we just assuming what builders do?
We have a few.
Do we? My uncle has also spoken to me about this, and he's a construction foreman, so I haven't heard it.
Okay. So then the conversation is better suited for somebody else. I don't know if Radwin is in here or.
And then has anyone been part of a large project that spans more than several miles to take into account the curve, or are these just buildings that are like hundreds of meters at most, maybe?
Yeah, we have all that. What are you talking about?
Because I don't see how they take into the curve into account if they're only building buildings that are hundreds of meters at most in length.
Nobody said that but you, though.
Okay, so do we have evidence of someone building and not using the curvature over miles? That's an expert in here? Or are we just making assumptions?
If somebody was in here that had that kind of expertise, it would make sense for them to talk because that's their bag. I can just tell you that the Earth measures flat, and nobody's building anything on a globe because there's no globe to be seen. There's no globe to be measured. Now, you want to challenge me on that? I mean, I'd destroy you right here and right now.
It sounds like you're an expert on this topic, are you not then?
What, the Earth measuring flat?
No, well, we were just talking about building. We can get to the measurement of the Earth after this.
No, I'm not. I don't build things. I'm not a builder.
Okay. Well, I won't speak on that then either, but you did just bring that up.
Yeah, I did. And then when you said, well, do you have any experts in here? I said, well, it's not me. See, this is the type of shit that makes me feel like there's like 3 different trolls fucking with me. Because it's like, either you're trolling or you have the aptitude of a 5-year-old. Because this is what it's like talking to young children.
Is this not a fair point?
What are you talking about?
You claim to know builders that don't take into account curvature, and I claim to have builders that do. What do you say about that?
Nothing. Because
who's right?
Nobody said anything for anyone to be right.
So that can't be a point against the globe Earth then, correct? If we don't know.
It's not a point against the globe Earth. The fact that it doesn't measure as one and the fact that it measures flat is my reasoning. I don't need a builder to tell me or show me that.
I've met snipers that have taken into account the Coriolis effect, and I'm sure you guys have met snipers that don't.
Okay, so you're saying a lot of things. Unless you say someone has directly measured it or directly not seeing what they claim to be the curvature, like I have specifically, then we're not talking about anything. I'm not a sniper. I'm not a builder. I'm not a NASA employee. I am nothing but someone who has validated what I know to be true. Well, if you don't have any knowledge or want to go back and forth about that, I can't help you.
You're not a scientist either, but then you claim to decide to disprove all of science.
What does cause and effect have to do with measurement? Didn't I just tell you what measure has? Or what does that have to do with cause and effect relationships, independent and dependent variables, and being the researcher that manipulates the variable to get the outcome, and either validating or invalidating your hypothesis? You don't even know what I just said. You don't know what a hypothesis. You don't know what a hypothesis. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You don't know how to build one. But you're sitting here talking about. I'm not talking about science. I wouldn't be because I'm talking about measurement. Why would I be talking about science? I don't care what caused the Earth to be here.
That's okay.
That's the wrong. That's the wrong tool. It's the wrong category. You know what a category error is?
What?
You know what a category error is?
No, what's that?
That's what you just did.
That's okay. Well, I'm saying that
Using
science
the
is used
wrong
to
tool.
prove.
That's like going to a math class and talking about, I don't know, something not related.
So we're not talking about the engineering thing and how bridges are used to account for the
Engineering
Earth's
is not
curvature.
science either. It's engineering.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about science anymore. I'm just saying that was a point that was mentioned.
So you're trying to go back to another point. Why would I be talking
because
about engineering? Didn't I tell whoever I just spoke to that I wasn't a builder?
I was interrupted again, but I'll tell you why I went back to that point. It's because I was muted by you, so I couldn't have added my point whenever I would have liked to.
Oh, I missed the fireworks. What was the flat earther trying to say?
Well, they're trying to say stuff. All I said was the Earth measures flat. Nobody's going to engage that. So
I'll engage it.
Okay, Earth measures flat.
No, the part of the Earth that you're measuring measures flat, and that doesn't matter because you can measure anything, and you can ignore precision. You can make your own estimation.
Excuse me.
And you can draw your own conclusion.
How are you going to start like that instead of asking me specifically? Instead of talking to me like, I don't know, a bigot who's actually having a conversation in his mind with a flat earther entitled, versus just talking to me.
Well, I'm talking to you. You're incorrect. You said
so what are you talking about? How do you know what I'm incorrect about? How do you know?
Because the Earth is vast. There's no way that it's been measured flat. No one has. You don't have anyone that's measured it flat.
So can it be flat for 75 miles and still be a ball?
No, it can't be flat 75 miles.
All right. Okay. So good. What the fuck are they doing when they're using trigonometry for landing and taking off an airplane?
Hey, so to your first observation or your first comment, it's still incorrect. Can you be patient and let me answer?
No, because we're moving forward. And you making the conversation mad slow. I thought, maybe
you're making an error.
We're at the point where I asked you if you could have 75 miles of flat. You said no. I said, okay, so what the fuck? Then what the fuck is planned landing and takeoff? What's that 75 plus miles about?
75 plus miles. Are you going to let me answer or are you going to keep cutting me off?
Because the point is.
Oh, well, then what's the point of asking? Go ahead.
It kind of was rhetorical.
Oh, okay. Well, then forget the answer because I have an answer that pretty much shuts you down. But
the answer has to actually invalidate what I'm saying.
It will.
First of all, I said it measured flat, and you said some parts. Then I said, well, how about 75 miles? And then you said, of course not.
Of course not.
Let me rephrase this. So they're doing pure trigonometry with the baseline of 75 miles for landing and takeoff.
Okay, and what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? That nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That is a.
Oh my God!
Once again,
listen.
Don't let me answer. Just talk.
Listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
Why ask the question?
I don't know why you ask questions. You don't seem to hear answers. So
you said, what does it have to do with the Earth? The baseline, literally, the distance from control to wherever the plane's ground position is on the ground, which is a flat horizontal distance.
That is true, but that is not the shape of. Oh, still won't let me talk. I'll tell you what. You say the phrase. Go ahead and talk, and then I'll respond. Go ahead. Enjoy yourself.
No, I don't like you, bro.
I don't like you either, but I'll let you speak without cutting you off every time you talk. You guys can't seem to do that.
All you need to do is just defeat the point that I just raised.
I will, but no one can defeat a point while they're being interrupted. A point cannot be defeated while being interrupted. So let me try again. Try not to interrupt. You keep talking about measurements, but that is not the shape of the Earth. You're assuming that it's the shape of the Earth, but it's not. The deviation is what's called a chord.
I'm not doing it, bro. I'm not. I'm sorry. I didn't tell him that I was trying to give him the shape of the Earth. I didn't tell him I was trying to measure the entirety of the flatness of the Earth from point A to point. I didn't tell him none of that. I'm just saying, well, it can't be a ball with 3,959 miles if 75 miles of it is flat. That's all I'm saying. Flat's not a shape.
Can I ask a question? Can I just say something real quick?
No, because I'm about to unmute him and see what he's about to say. No, it seems like I'm the only person available right now. So I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Yep.
Everybody wants to talk about everything other than the fact that you can't have 75 miles worth of flat on a fucking ball. That's 3,959 miles in radius and 24 plus in circumference. That's all.
So I can't say what I was going to say because you said so. Well, that's okay.
Does it have to do with what I was just talking about?
In a way.
Does it have to do with the baseline that they use for calculating everything else that they need?
It actually doesn't have to do with any of this. What I was going to say was...
Then no. Like, so fuck? Then no. If you're not talking about that, then not until I'm done with that point. Is that a problem? Can somebody not go, that's ridiculous? Of course there isn't 75 miles of flat. You're wrong. Let me just pull up this document or it. Are y'all going to do that? Hello? Is that in the cards? Because if you're not going to tell me how it's not actually flat, then...
Am I unmuted? Well, I was just going to say...
Listen, I'm muting and unmuting you. So I'm listening to hear if you're going to engage what I'm saying.
Listen to me.
What I'm saying, then I asked you, fair enough. I said, yo, is what you're going to say have anything to do with the baseline that I was just talking about? You said no. So I told you then no, your point is irrelevant at this moment.
I have an issue with what is happening here. Please listen to me.
I'm going to give you 10 seconds. If it doesn't sound like that is critiquing the point that I just made.
Oh my god.
Because I'm cool with accepting criticism and if I'm wrong. But if you're about to try to sidestep it to say some other shit, you're getting muted, bro. That's just straight up.
Okay, I'm not talking about flat Earth here. I'm criticizing what.
Okay, so you're definitely just not. You're not coming off mute then. So again, I want to talk about this 75 miles of flat. Is what I'm saying facts or is it not? Who's going to push the issue? It's kind of gay too, because every time I bring up the plane thing, you would think that people who are honest would just go, "Wow, that is an interesting point." Second of all, like, bro, if you know in your heart of hearts that the Earth is a globe, why are you here? Because I'm not here to convince you of shit. I'm just telling you how planes fly and what they do to calculate what they need to calculate to land safely.
There's no convincing there. I just read that off of a website somebody put together. I'm not a pilot.
Yeah. The airplane can only land safely on a runway that's not moving.
That's also true. It's just so corny, man. It's so corny. You know what it is? I shouldn't be in Discord. I should be somewhere important asking these questions. That's what it is. I don't even know why I'm getting frustrated with people that I know aren't serious in the first place. Because meanwhile, while y'all are fucking around here, like, oh, believe me.
But you're fucking around here too.
I mean, but when I'm fucking around, like, because I'm in the house right now, and I kind of that's why I'm so annoyed. But if I was outside, I would just use you as an example.
Oh, you're saying that you have like proof that you could demonstrate in person.
No, well, I always do that. But what I'm saying is, when somebody on here says something stupid, I ask a random person a question, gives me the honest answer that lets me know, okay, yeah, I knew this person on the other end was dumb, because I knew that a 5-year-old could understand what I was trying to get across.
Oh, a 5-year-old definitely could.
Right. Like 5-year-olds don't think that they can stand antipodal on a ball.
I actually think a 5-year-old could be the only person that could understand what you're saying.
I agree.
Right, because all the adults are brainwashed.
That's good cope. That's really good cope, actually. And in fact, they're brainwashed about cereal too. You don't need carbs to
You think
live.
so? You think so?
You can live off 0 carbs. They're all lying. They're brainwashed.
All right, let's talk about religion.
No, that's not about flat Earth. You can't talk about that.
No. Let's talk about religion. Who first measured the Earth and how did they do it?
You tell me.
Don't tell me you don't know. It's just a belief you have. Okay, move on to the second belief you have. That's fine. Number 2. Who's measured the rotation, or that the Earth is actually on some axial tilt? Who specifically? Who discovered that? And how? What practical way did they use?
Anyone with a strong enough radar. Anyone with a strong enough radar.
No, that's incorrect. So that's a belief that you have. Okay, so let's go to the third and final point.
It's just incorrect. Like, no explanation.
Yeah, because the point is, he doesn't know. I said, let's talk about religion. I talked about the 2 main things that we should know as Earthlings. No, not believe, no. And he said, you tell me.
Wait, what's that got to do with
that's
religion?
That's not what you said. You said who was the first person to measure the Earth or something, and I said, I don't know, you tell me.
Exactly.
And then you said something about religion, and then I said that.
Exactly.
Exactly what? What are you saying?
If I say, okay, well, who created this BMW? You either know or you don't know.
BMW did? What? What?
You either know or you don't know.
Who created this BMW? No, I actually don't know who the manufacturing robot was for that.
And that's fine. So when I said let's talk about religion, what I meant was let's talk about beliefs and things that we don't know. I then went on to ask you two of the most pertinent things about the thing that most people believe. And you said, I don't know, you tell me. Which tells me that
I
you're
don't think
religious.
that's the most pertinent thing people believe.
All right. Question number 3. How do you know that space is a vacuum or a medium or lack thereof that we've actually traveled to? How do you know that?
Oh, sorry. Can I answer the question previous to that?
Okay, so who and with what methodology did they measure the rotation of the Earth and the actual tilt?
So you're saying that because I don't know this individual
and with what methodology? If you say
Oh, he's
I
getting
don't
tilted
know,
now.
that's the point.
He's getting tilted. Again,
He gave you one. I didn't like it.
I
We
tell
gave
you
you
I
one.
don't know, but I'm going to continue with my point. I'm going to say you said that because I don't know who this
you know you're not
individual
gonna
is, then what
continue,
I'm
right?
saying
You
is
know
simply
you're
a
not gonna
religion. It's a
continue,
belief,
right?
and you're interrupting me, so I can't finish my point. But
But you're not
you're
gonna
saying
finish your point. 'Cause I told you that.
sorry.
I told you weren't gonna finish your point though.
I think I know I'm going to finish my point if you would let me.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna let you.
Of course, you never let anyone. So continue.
Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry about my stupid question, but you're literally asking if the Earth is flat?
Wait, why would you mute them?
Who's next?
What's the point in having a debate if you're just going to mute people?
It's not a
So that he can tell them that they're wrong while they're muted and can't defend themselves.
I don't know who told you it was a debate. I wasn't here to talk. I wasn't here to tell him whether he was right or wrong. I told him that I wanted to speak about religion, and then I went to ask him about the home he lived, and he said he didn't know, which means he's telling me everything he's telling me in good faith because he doesn't actually know. You know the difference between knowing and believing, called being religious, and knowing something, called having faith or knowing something empirically. It's a difference there. So when
what
I
do you
ask
think
him a question,
religion is?
when I ask him a question about measurements, something that's actually practically accessible, and he says, "I don't know," I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. So you don't actually know anything. You're just arguing with me for a belief that you have. That's what we call religious.
So just because you can't afford it,
It's a
it's not
religion.
good evidence? What?
It's like literally a whole channel of trolls.
Is science a religion?
It's a method that establishes cause and effect relationships from natural phenomena. Why would that be religious?
Okay, so is curved Earth a religion?
You tell me. Who measured it and how?
No, that's a different question. I'm asking your definition of what a religion
it's
is.
not a religion is a system or a set of beliefs without evidence. So again, back to evidence number 1. Who measured it, when, and how? If you don't know, that's the point that I'm making, is that you don't know, but you're fighting for something.
Eratosthenes measured the Earth's size. That was fucking forever ago.
Okay, how?
Yeah.
How?
He measured the shadow angles in 2 cities at noon on the solstice.
Oh, so he used angle measurements. In other words, an elevation angle measurement. Because he took a measurement from the angle of the sun and the shadow it made on a stick. We just spoke about how elevation angles are utilizing the Earth as a horizontal plane of reference. But you're probably not going to accept that as true as it is. When you Google what an elevation angle is and you see what like as honest and as true and as simple as it is, you probably think that I'm just saying a whole bunch of bullshit, right?
I would ask you to further explain why you don't think that it's proof.
Well, it's proof of. So you have a measurement that utilizes the floor as a horizontal frame of reference. That's number one. The same floor that we're saying is a continuous curving surface. Those two things are literally antithetical to each other.
So there were a set of assumptions, right? That the Earth was a perfect sphere. It wasn't perfectly true. It's an oblique spheroid, but good enough for rough estimates. He assumed that the sun's rays are parallel, which is basically true. He assumed that the distance between cities was measured accurately.
How do you know that the sun's rays are parallel damn near, and that's basically true? How do you know that?
Because the sun shadows that cast on Earth are extremely sharp and consistent across large distances, which matches parallel rays. The distance to the sun is very far compared to Earth's size.
I'm sorry, because Indio has screenshots of shadows not being parallel, and these are pictures of like clouds and high and things at high altitude. So, no, I'm asking you.
You're saying we see shadows that aren't parallel, and so therefore
aren't we using an observation of them looking parallel to make the claim? Well, first of all, that's a logical step too far.
That's the same thing that the flat Earth does. They use an observation to prove that. They literally look and say, "Oh, look, it looks flat." So therefore, like the whole observation starts with science, or science starts with observation, and so it looks flat.
No,
so it's flat.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong though. Just because there's observation in science doesn't mean we're talking about science. Second of all, when you look at something like a tree, for example, and you go, "That's a tree," that's just what it is. It's a law of identity. You're identifying what we all agreed to call a tree. Now we're looking at the water. It is flat. Everyone sees it as flat. Everyone knows that it's flat when you observe it. But they try to infer based on other things that it's not what it looks like. But the bottom line is, all night long, the one thing that I didn't talk about is what it looks like. I keep talking about how it measures, and not one of you guys actually engaged that point. One guy tried to, and I asked him, we got to a point in the conversation where I said, "All right, can you have 75 miles worth of flat on the globe?" And he said, "Of course not." I said, "Exactly. Then what the fuck are planes doing when they're taking off and they're landing and using trigonometry to calculate what they need to do, calculate to make that a safe procedure?"
Right.
But he dismissed it.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with what it looks like. That's what the Earth is treated like.
Okay, yeah. So the question is, like, if the Earth is a globe, it's not flat, then how do planes navigate as if it's curved when they fly over distances that seem flat?
I don't know what you just said.
I was talking about what you told me, how you had a conversation with a guy who seemed to engage. You asked him, how do planes do trigonometry over something that's flat? Like, or there can't be a level of curvature over a distance of a select few miles.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the point of contention?
Yeah. Basically.
Okay. And he didn't give a rational response, you see?
Yeah, he didn't engage it at all.
Okay. So
When I say he didn't engage it at all, like what he did engage was a non sequitur. So.
okay. What was that non sequitur?
Well, there was a lot of guys talking. I was the only one muting and unmuting. So I don't know if he was the guy that was talking about 2 points. No, that was Google Earth we were talking about when I was talking about elevation profiles. The last guy, he said, correct, you can't have 75 miles worth of flat. But he said, but that's a small section. When you take into account the whole Earth, they're flying around a ball. I think that's what he said, or something like that. But the bottom line is, he said, of course, you can't have 75 miles of flat. Oh, what he was trying to tell me, because I told him it measures flat. And then he started to tell me how I'm incorrect because there are all of these nuances and things that you have to take into account that I didn't take into account. And I said, bam, we didn't even start a conversation other than the fact that you asked me a question and my response was it measures flat. You didn't ask me how so. You don't have any details. You don't know me. You're going to start telling me how I'm wrong? And I said, if you have a baseline of 75 miles and it's flat, how, like, where am I going wrong? But again, no one engaged that.
Right. I mean, I can
They
try
wanted to
and
talk
explain it.
about how if you go from point A to point B, that only works on a globe. That completely, except for the fact it can't be, because practically what we're doing is utilizing the Earth as flat. You can't go, well, yeah, I see what you're saying about this 75 miles of flatness, and yeah, that is valid. I get what you're saying. But now let's talk about how we're really flying over a globe. Have you heard about satellites? Like, that shit doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
Why mentally they would do that?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I see. I see what you're saying. I mean, I can try and engage that point if you want.
All right, so you want me to roll it to you then?
Yeah.
Okay. From takeoff on the runway to whenever they're going to reach cruising altitude, the trigonometry that they do from point A to point B and to C, I guess, it's a triangle. So the baseline of that triangle, which is also the ground, because they're going to get the distance along the ground, which is going to be the baseline of that triangle, for them to do their calculations on what the angle of the plane has to be to land safely. That baseline is 75 miles of flat. How do you have that on a globe?
Okay. I see what you're saying. All right. I would
Either
probably.
I'm wrong, but
Yeah. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. I mean, honestly, wait 1 second, because I have like notes and stuff, but they're fucking not. Okay. So
pre-written notes or
no, like I'm not gonna like be like I'm not just gonna like read off a script or anything. I'll actually try and like engage in a conversation. Like, okay, so when you say like the triangle between point A and point B and point C is flat, I think at least my interpretation. Sorry.
I mean, at least for the adjacent of the triangle, that's flat. That's the distance on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, if you like the triangle, it seems to me it works because it's a tiny piece of a larger sphere, right? Like if you have like pilots and autopilot systems and stuff like
Can
that, they use.
Can I pause you there? 75 miles. 75 miles of pure flat. We're not talking. You can't. Firstly, you know, there's 66 feet of drop in how many miles is it? 10 miles?
I think. I mean, 60 feet of drop in 10 miles. That's like over 500 feet of cumulative drop at 75. I think.
Whatever it is. No. We're not talking. I'm not even talking about the 75 miles. I'm just talking about how much drop there is with the formula 8 inches per mile squared.
All right.
So when we're talking about 75 miles of flat, you can't be telling me that it's a super huge ball and we're going to treat 75 miles of it as flat. That doesn't work.
Right. I see what you're saying. So the drop, as far as I'm aware, is like at least 500 feet. I'm pretty sure. Like over 490, I'd say. I think like that 3,000, that like 3,750 feet, right? Of like if you have 8 times 75, yeah. Okay, so like, so that's like that drop is not like a slope or a dip, right? It's like a difference in height between a tangential line from point A, let's say, and then the curved Earth below it. It's not like saying, you know, there's a 3,750 foot hill that you have to fly over or land into. It's just like showing that if you extend a straight flat line from point A, then the Earth curves away from that line. Does that like make sense?
I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, because nothing is curving away from any line.
I can try like an analogy.
Because if we're talking about trigonometry, we're talking about calculations, we're dealing with everything within the triangle, within this space of 75 miles, right or wrong. So we're not talking about anything else, anything extra.
Yeah, we can talk about like pure geometry.
But I say that to say that the Earth is already treated as flat for them to then go on and do the calculations that would guide that plane 75 miles either off the runway and into cruising altitude, or the reverse, off of cruising altitude onto the runway. That entire process could be a 75-mile journey. So what you have is the elevation angle of the plane. You have the distance along the ground. In order to have these lines, you need to be dealing with horizontal is horizontal.
Yeah, I see
you
what you're
can't
saying.
have. Yeah, there's no.
Okay.
It had in the beginning.
Right.
The Earth has to be treated as flat, so that you have the known distance along the ground, so that you then do calculations. You don't do anything after that or in between time, trying to figure out how much you should be mitigating for what drop and this. None of that's happening. None of that. I mean, if I was to just Google, plane trigonometry and plane landing, nothing other than treating the Earth as flat is what they'll be doing, and what I'll be reading.
Right. I mean, so I think we agree that for like small scale trig problems, like, you know, a plane's
75 miles is not small.
Yeah.
Yes. Again, if you have 8 inches per mile squared,
You can't put a 75-mile baseline on top of that. First thing you need is an elevation angle of the plane. You don't have that if you don't have a triangle. So
I think, yeah.
So check this out. That 3,500 feet, right, that you were talking about, right? Let's talk about how, okay, from control to the ground position 75 miles later. Now that's what you have. You have one line to work with, one distance to work with. Now you're standing on that plane, except for the fact that the Earth is a sphere. So now where you're standing, the ground position, if you're in imagination land, right? The ground position is 3,500 miles below you, 3,500 feet below you. That obviously doesn't work. That obviously doesn't work when you're talking about trigonometry. Is it just imagining that that's the reality means you can't even apply the principles of trigonometry? Because you don't have an elevation from below you 3,500 feet. It's ridiculous.
Now, can you listen to a dissenting view?
Oh no, you're not talking at all. I like the guy I'm talking to now. Not that.
That's because he's not thinking strong.
There's nothing wrong with what he's done better than you.
No, you blocked me from speaking. Interrupted. I made a valid point.
What do you mean, like just like now? You thought you were gonna come back and talk? You thought somebody else was talking? What?
So I think we agree on like the whole descent profiles using at least right angle trigonometry to calculate angles, but the base of that triangle is tangential, right? So like you're using a small slice of a giant circle, and over short distances like 75 miles, obviously respectively, the curvature is small enough to approximate it as straight.
Can you validate what you just said?
Like validate the math on that?
What do you mean you're using a small slice of a circle? Oh, when you say using small slice of a circle, what you're telling me is that it's treated as flat and horizontal. You know, that's the first point you made, and I told you the problem with that, and I followed that up with what I just told you about the ground position being 3,500 feet below your elevation, because that's what it would have to be. Like if I'm standing at one point, I'm not moving anywhere, doing anything. If in the distance the ground position is, if the ground that I would be flying over or walking along is curving, and I know a plane's trajectory is straight, and I have to mitigate for that curvature, right? Let's say I don't. We're just talking about a horizontal plane straight out, then you're going to have a difference of, like you said, what? Somewhere around 3,000 something plus feet, right? Between that horizontal line from your position as the observer to the point of the ground position of the plane, if the Earth were a sphere. Right or wrong?
So, no, I understand where you're coming from, but I think
right or wrong, because I'm not done with my point though. Right or wrong?
Yes, I guess.
What's the hesitance?
I know where you're going with this.
Not where I'm going. What is the hesitance?
I think that
because if you know where I'm going, you can't say, well, we're going to take this small slice of a certain. First of all, you're begging the question. Because we're not talking about how the Earth is a globe. And you're like, well, we're just going to use this small slice of a circle, which is actually the sphere. No, that's begging the question. But when I'm talking about how it's measured flat, I'm not begging the question. I'm telling you the process of what they're doing practically. There's no inference in there.
The size of the Earth doesn't. It's not when we're just talking about sheer size. this is irrespective of the shape of the Earth.
Get down. Sorry, talking to my cat. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I mean.
So if I say globe, it doesn't matter.
But it can't be irrespective though. That's the problem, because you got 3,959 mile radius, you got 25,000 miles in circumference or something like 24,000 something, right?
Yeah.
So when we're doing trigonometry, we just know that we can have 75 miles worth of level on whatever curved line would be underneath that, representing 25,000 miles in circumference. We just can't do that. In reality, that doesn't make any sense. The trigonometry is completely divorced from the thing people believe in. So to just go, well, we don't have to really think about it when we're doing that. Like, you don't think that's weird?
I see where you're coming from, but could you guide me through how you would calculate, for example, let's say the altitude is 35,000 feet and the distance is, 75 miles. So you got roughly 400,000 feet. So let's say you had to calculate the descent angle of theta using flat Earth trigonometry. How would you calculate that?
I didn't get into all that. You know why? Because before you get into the calculation, the first thing you need to know is the straight line distance of that adjacent. I don't need to know anything else after that. In fact, I'm horrible at math. So unless you're going to tell me that what I just said is incorrect, my point still stands regardless of what you're trying to do. What do you mean? How do you calculate using flat? First of all, it's pure trigonometry. We're talking about a straight up triangle. It's a straight up triangle dealing with an area of 75 miles. What are we talking about? How do you do flat trig on that? What are you talking about?
No, okay, so I'm saying, let's say, okay, so let's say, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say that you've got the aforementioned values, right? Like altitude and distance. So the tan of theta, right?
Stop
that would
right
be
there. Stop right there.
Okay.
How are you gonna take a flat Earth distance and then sit here and try to explain to me or ask me how to walk through the calculations using flat Earth when the first thing you're using is a flat Earth?
What I'm trying to highlight here is it matches real world descent angles. It's same on the globe and the flat Earth.
No, you don't have a globe, because when you have 75 miles, that's flat. There's no globe there.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
There's nothing to calculate after that, though. No, you're just dealing with the Earth as it is, flat. There's nothing. There's no ball to calculate. There's no. You can tell me, oh, you wouldn't have to because it's not really necessary for these. No, because you keep saying the same thing, and I keep telling you can't have 75 miles of flat. Second of all, you don't have an elevation angle of the plane. You don't have the altitude of the plane if the adjacent is curved away from you at control at the airport. None of the math works. The baseline has to be, if the baseline is 75 miles, there is no curvature there. Because if it was a curved line, then you would have to take that into account.
So,
but we're not.
Let me explain how.
Listen, we're not, though, because the baseline that we're using is 75 miles. It's not 75 miles, but let's figure it out. Okay, it's not actually 75 miles because we got to curve this line, and it's this. Now they're not doing none of that.
So okay, so let's just, so you won't accept the 8-inch per mile squared rule, right?
Where is that? When I'm reading except, where is that in the trigonometry that they're doing when they're talking about landing the plane? Where is it? Where is it?
I think. Okay, so yeah, so I think
No, where is it?
it's not. No, you're right. It's not explicitly in the trig formula. It's embedded implicitly in the coordinate system and the navigation models. You don't plug in 8 inches per mile squared into your trig calc.
Listen, we're not talking about no. Show me that. Matter of fact, go to the same websites that I went to. Show me that. Find one of your own. Show me that. Because you're making this shit up at this point.
I'm not making anything up. This is in accordance with, well, I would say science, but you wouldn't accept science.
Why would you say that I wouldn't accept science? What is
because
the scientific
apparently
method? What is the scientific method?
There is no one scientific. This is a common misconception, but that's okay. There is no one scientific method.
Everyone that's ever said there is no one scientific method has literally used the one scientific method and bastardized it. So it's not like they're like, oh, there's other scientific methods and then they use different epistemologies. No, they continue to attempt to use the scientific method in the way that it's always been used, but they bastardize it though. So they'll say, oh, there isn't one scientific method, but we're going to use observation, we're going to use hypothesis, and we're going to use cause and effect. We're just going to relabel it. It's different. It's not the same thing as it would be in the strict scientific sense, but we're going to use the word anyway, and we're going to do something different. I'm not talking to you about what science is and what science isn't.
Okay, bro. You just like to hear yourself talk. Like, this is just not going anywhere.
Clearly, I know what scientific, I know what the scientific method is. That's not what we're not using science to land planes, though. I don't even know why you brought it up.
Did it just end, or what's going on?
I think he left or something.
Oh, okay.
Flatten Destruction, get the fuck out of here. You're the last person I'm going to unmute, so. I like penguins. You're off mute against my better judgment.
Well, that was rude.
This is what you do when you're losing arguments. You delete comments and mute people.
Do you have any arguments?
Yeah, dude, you keep spamming the text chat. NASA does not get a cut of all federal spending. If they add a new entitlement
they
program,
get less than 0.5%.
You don't understand, okay? When they added Obamacare, all federal spending went up by about 20%. That doesn't mean NASA spending went down. NASA spending went up. It just didn't go up at 20%. It went up by like 10%. That doesn't mean they're
How much of the federal spending does NASA get?
That doesn't matter. If federal spending, if they do a new Make Work program,
You don't know. The answer is you don't know.
Yes, I do. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what their cut is. Their
So
cut
how can you
doesn't
tell
matter.
if it goes up or down?
They
if you don't know
don't
what the
need
value
a
is?
cut of all federal spending. If
Just say
federal
you don't
spending,
know. It's fine.
if federal
It's fine.
spending goes up by like
No, it's
say
fine.
$1 trillion,
Say you don't
say
know.
another war, a world war starts tomorrow. And then
Yeah,
federal
yeah, and you're
spending-
getting drafted. That's peak,
federal,
isn't it?
federal spending triples because a new world war starts. NASA spending doesn't go down because of that. Just because federal spending goes up, that doesn't mean NASA went down. By your logic,
You don't
the
even know if it went up
FBI
or down.
has been
It's
cut,
like-
slashed, and burned. FBI spending has remained very much constant since the 80s. By your logic, why has the FBI's capabilities increased? They're not getting money. They're not getting a cut of the action. It's been about $20 million like every year. Riddle me that. How is the premier law enforcement agency, the FBI, they're not complaining about not getting enough baseline spending?
I mean, how much do you fucks need for cartoons? I mean, the production budget would have been higher in the 60s. It'd be harder to produce that bullshit back then than it is now. I can do it on my MacBook, dude. How much do you fucks need?
And they do a lot of programs as well. It's pretty good. They have even genetic data that I use in some of my labs and stuff.
Why don't you just pocket all the tax dollars and you can just hire me to do it? I'll just do it on Adobe Premiere Pro.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll save you a couple billion. How's that sound? I'll make you some space
I won't
cartoons.
trust you because you're delusional and you need help.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not the one who believes that he lives in a bunch of space cartoons. But I mean, go off.
You're actually schizophrenic. Like,
how was that diagnosed?
You're crazy.
By who? Oh, okay,
You
you're
think
just
the Earth is flat. Like, you actually believe the Earth is flat.
Well, is water flat?
What kind of question is that? Like, you're actually.
It's a tough one.
You're thinking
Is
that
water
NASA-
flat? Ask again, or what?
Water takes the shape of its container. So
Okay, how about its surface?
it's a flat
When the
surface.
body of water is
It'll be
It's a flat
relatively
surface?
flat, but you'll have a meniscus.
Yeah. That's a flat surface. Therefore, it necessarily deductively follows that the Earth covered in all this water, that's a level flat surface, more or less, generally, within a
You know what
tolerance.
surface
Just
tension
tides.
is?
Yeah, it's irrelevant to what I just said.
I was just checking. Just checking.
Yeah.
Do you know
that's
what a
what it
meniscus
is.
is?
Yeah. Yeah, that's also irrelevant to what I just said. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
Doesn't
actually
change
believe,
it.
like,
Yeah,
actually
those
flat.
questions don't alter
Real.
anything about the fact that a resting body of water will take a flat horizontal surface. I don't know what kind of
Yeah,
cope
it
this
takes the
is.
shape of its container.
Yeah, and then the surface is going to be what?
Not flat. It depends on the distance. If it's like what the Golden Gate Bridge, even the bridge you can see is curved, but the actual surface of the water is also curved.
Oh, really? Can you show me that?
When
I've
I
never
look
seen
over,
that.
I can see.
I've seen a lot of water. Would you be able to show me that? I've never seen that.
So I live in Brighton.
I
right?
work next
I'm
to a
looking
lake every
over.
single day. I have a pretty
I'm
good
looking
vantage
over.
point. I have a pretty good vantage point to see a lot of it, and there's absolutely no rotundity to it at all.
Okay.
It's flat,
live
level,
in-
and horizontal as far as anybody can see. So
I
can
live in-
you demonstrate this
I live in
curve
Brighton.
that you say
When I
is
go
there?
over, I can see
I haven't seen that. I've
France from
checked
the
and I haven't
UK.
seen that.
And for example, we've also got offshore wind farms in the distance.
That's very nice. Would you be able to
only
just pick
just
one
about
of
see
these?
the peaks of those offshore wind farms? And
You
I've got
pick
some
one of
pictures
these.
actually of those too.
That's very lovely. Yeah, I don't need a Gish Gallop though. Just pick one that demonstrates the curvature of water, and let's take a look.
So you want to see water curving over a surface?
No shit.
Have you ever poured water on anything that's curved? You can
Okay,
do
he's
that at
running
home.
away. Okay, he's running away.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
Okay, so I'm talking about a body of water, like a lake, an ocean. I'm not talking about pouring water on balls, dude.
Is it
Don't
like
give me
the
red
first time,
herrings.
Like you're actually like okay, because if anything I show you, you're either going to say it's CGI or you're gonna make some like excuse. and
Okay,
you
so just
probably
give
do
up.
this every day, and
Okay, you're
I doubt
bailing
you
out.
will as well.
Okay, so
Like,
just put yourself on a white mic. You're
if
giving
you've
up.
got time to be doing this and not actually like working.
Well, I mean, you have time to be making claims that you've refused to support, and then you have all this time to make excuses instead of supporting
Are
them.
you on
I don't
here
really
every
get
day?
that. Why are you wasting your time making a bunch of claims that you're not even going to
Curious, like,
provide evidence
what
for?
kind of
Just
lifestyle you
excuses.
must live to like come to
And
the
why are you
conclusion
talking
that
about
Earth is
me?
flat?
Why are you talking about me? Just get your curvature proof, dude. That's all you need to do. And if you don't have it, put yourself on a white mic. It sounds like you're giving up, so just put yourself on a white mic and sit there and be patient.
Wait,
Maybe
do you actually have a job?
maybe a better Glober will be along soon who will be able to provide what you can't. That's the best case for you.
You need to like get outside and just sort your life out.
I go outside every
Really?
single day for hours and hours and hours.
Is it
It's
flat when
irrelevant,
you go
though.
outside? Dude,
I just told you about that not 2 minutes ago. Do you have amnesia or what? What's the problem?
Shoes on, like.
Okay. I think you just need to take a breather because you're not doing well at the moment.
It's not that serious. Oh, I mean, it might be to you. Like, it's not to me. So I don't really care. Like,
yeah, I know that old couple. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. Okay, go tell everybody the Earth is flat then, since it doesn't matter. Tell your family.
It's delusion. It's paranoid schizophrenia. Like,
well, now it sounds like it matters to you.
All right, it's 3:52 in the morning, and I'm gonna go shower and go to bed. So
yeah, get out of here.
I've got work in the morning.
Yeah, you're
I'm gonna
wasting
start
the
sending
chat's
you job
time.
applications.
Somebody else with
Okay?
some actual globe proof could be talking right now. So go on, beat it.
You should unmute Flattened.
Who are we meeting? He's insufferable, bro. But Heretic want me to unmute flatten instruction. He didn't do anything wrong. He's just mad and annoying.
Yeah, I've talked to him. He doesn't.
What's the most annoying thing about him?
He doesn't answer any questions. It's pretty much useless trying to talk to him.
Oh,
Directly question. Go ahead, let's try another. You asked me some particular distance, I think 10 miles, and I don't know off the top of my head what that distance is. That's not even necessary. Why don't you address the basic fundamental facts of the matter? So I'll let you start first. Ask a question that makes some logical sense and see if I don't answer it.
Sure. Do you have any globe proof?
Yeah, and are you going to deny that it's proof when it's shown to you?
Okay. He's already going meta.
No, the proof has been shown. I've already posted it in the chat.
What is it?
I showed you 3 pictures of the Earth's curvature, the surface of the Earth curving. It's right here. I've
I
shown
haven't
it to
been
you.
sitting here watching your online activities all day long. So what are we talking about?
Oh shit, it is curving.
Where?
That's a pretty sharp horizon.
If you say where, that's the BS that I'm talking about right there.
So if you draw a line from
So you wanted flat Earth destruction unmuted. So what? You could talk over him. So which one of you needs to be muted? Just answer me now.
I'll let him talk.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I showed you the images. Now what?
Okay, why'd you show a bunch of images? So just give me one that actually demonstrates
Pick
the curvature
one.
and go through it.
That's such a waste of time.
No, it's not. You're wasting our time with Gallops.
You got 3 images. Pick one.
Yeah, no, you pick one. Which one
No,
do you think
you pick-
demonstrates the curvature best?
This is bullshit. You guys, you got 3 and you're complaining. Whatever. Let me know when you're ready to have it.
Yeah, you only need one. If you've got a... Okay, there he goes. You got a photograph of the curvature, you only need the one.
But 3 is objectively better.
Okay, but he couldn't verify any of them. That's why he used 3. Because he couldn't just pick one and actually talk about it and bring it to a conclusion. So he had to hit us with a barrage of bullshit. So 3 inconclusive images, I don't see what that does to help you.
Tell me the Earth doesn't look like that.
No, I'm not telling you that. I'm asking you to substantiate the claim that that's showing Earth curvature. Any of those.
What would that be showing?
Oh, aren't you the guy who was just cheerleading for what that? What he just said was that?
So apparently you don't think it is. All right then.
Yeah. All right then. Okay, he's spamming the chat again. He better go. I mean, 3 pictures that he can't tell us anything about how they prove the globe.
One of them soundly.
We ask him, okay, pick one. How do you know that that's the curvature? Tell us about it. And he goes, man, this is bullshit. And then he leaves the chat.
Which is crazy because all you said was pick one. It's not like you said, no, I deny your evidence. No.
Oh, his phone must have died. I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of Big Daddy Flurf.
Was Gourmet the cheerleader?
Yeah.
I thought it was the Penguins. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's both. I'm both.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So if you see a guy that looks like Santa Claus, how do you know he's Santa Claus?
What, like a mall Santa? Because if he's in the mall, I'm not getting kicked out for touching kids.
No, I mean, how do you know it's the real Santa Claus? Like, it looks like him, he's dressed up like him, but how do you know?
Like supernatural, like speedster with magic reindeer and shit.
Yeah, how do you know the mall Santa isn't the real Santa?
I just don't think Santa exists. I just don't hold him. It seems too.
There you go. So when you
naturalistic explanations.
we get okay. So what we've got here is we've got photographs that in your mind they look like the Earth is curving. No problem. How do you know if the Earth is actually curving or if it's not just an effect?
If it was just an effect, then it would happen like some of the time. If the Earth was flat instead of a globe, the horizon wouldn't look like that consistently.
Right. So exactly. So if it was an effect, it would look different sometimes, right?
Also, the rotation in the night sky and the north and south hemisphere spin in 2 different clockwise directions.
Right. Right. So everything that you're describing to me right now is of a flat Earth. I just want you to know that, but that's fine. So in the side chat, now that we've got a couple of images where the Earth doesn't look like it sometimes does, what would your logical explanation be? It's an effect, right?
Yeah, because that's an exception.
Okay. Exactly. That's why it's called a black swan. This is a black swan. See, because now not all swans are white. You know, it really does. Because you guys say the horizon is the Earth curve. Well,
now you're strong.
Oh, so the horizon is an Earth curve. So you didn't agree with the pictures he posted, right?
When did I say the horizon was Earth curve?
Well, he posted pictures where the horizon was the Earth curve.
The horizon is due to Earth curvature.
So the horizon, is it not the curve of the Earth? Is that the geometry right there? Is that the edge of the ball?
The Earth curves outward from you, and the effect that you see between the sky and the ground is the horizon.
Yep. And so is that horizon, is that the tangent point of the ball that you live on? Is that physical Earth curve?
I don't know exactly what that means. Are you saying like the optical horizon or the geometric horizon?
There's only one horizon, unless you want to show me a photograph where there's multiple horizons.
Okay, well, there's different definitions that people use for the horizon, so which one are you using? Let's be specific here.
I'm asking you specifically, I told you, I said, do you think the horizon is the physical tangent point of the ball that you think that you live on?
The tangent being
where your line of sight would meet the physical obstruction that's blocking out the boats and the buildings. In the photograph the guy posted that you agreed with.
I'm gonna call.
Interesting.
That was funny how he asked the other guy to talk, just so he could start talking right through him.
Yeah.
I guess he just didn't have the confidence unless the other guy led.
They're a great team.
Yeah, just start interrupting each other.
Sorry, I got a call.
Welcome back.
I gotta take care of my cats. Gotta give them some medicine soon. But about the horizon, there's a geometric horizon and there's the false horizon.
Yeah, where would the geometric horizon be since we only have one horizon anytime we look out over the Earth? Did that question come through? Interesting.
I heard you, but the guy didn't answer you. I don't know. Is he still here?
I don't know. He mumbled something and then he left.
I think he boot scooted. Probably a wise decision.
He did the old boot, scoot, and boogie.
I don't care who you are. That was a song.
We got Mr. Hung Like Tic Tacs back for more. Glutton for punishment over here.
I was just going to say I liked your analogy with the Santa. I was thinking about he showed 3 photos of the globe, and it's a great analogy. You know, if somebody doesn't believe in Santa, the globe guys, for example, and you say, well, I've got 3 pictures of him right here, they're going to jump to the same conclusion as you and say, well, I need to see proof that, you know, how did you prove that's the real Santa? So it's a good way to make them think, maybe.
That was the goal.
Yeah.
Man, in this genre, Santa plays. It's the best analogy.
Yeah, it always is. Santa or Narnia.
Well, I appreciate that.
Let's try to extract some more globe proof out of Hung Like Tic Tacs.
I think I'm happy to have a conversation. I think you get frustrated easily when you get muted easily. So, what was your question?
Globe proof. Is there any?
I feel like, you know, I think the proof is not only that there is proof that it's a globe, but you live, you know, your daily life or maybe just road trips on the assumption that our globe model is superior to your flat model.
Flat model? Which one's that? I have a model?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is your strategy here not to make a claim?
No.
Okay.
Does claim require model, or I don't get where you're going?
Well, I use Google Maps. Google Maps is based off of a curved Earth model.
What's a model
the
going to
Mercator
prove?
projection? You know what I mean. And so if
Yeah,
if
but
your
how accurate
strategy
is
is to
Google
never
Maps?
make a claim like, hey, use this flat Earth model that I have, and you can get from point A to point B faster.
Hey,
yet you use Google Earth. When I think that's where the absurdity is.
How accurate?
Yeah, it's not
is Google
absurdity.
Earth?
What's the model going to prove?
I think you're missing my point.
Okay,
the
but
fact that you live your day-to-day road trips.
How
I'm just
accurate do
wondering-
you think Google Earth is?
Well, can you hold on a sec, dude? I'm just wondering, what's a model going to prove?
I heard your question about show me proof.
So
I wanted to point to the fact that you don't even live your daily life, your daily commute using a flat Earth map, which I think gives
I don't
credence
use
to
any
the
maps.
idea.
I don't use maps. I just go where
Our
I'm
curved
going.
Earth
So
maps
I'm
are
asking you, what is
logical.
a model going to prove?
Yeah, and I already answered.
What? What's it going to prove?
Okay, you just keep repeating the question.
Yeah, but you
I'm
haven't answered it.
explaining my response. Let me do it again.
Yeah,
My
okay, I'll
response
try
is
to
not to
clarify.
prove
You
why-
don't seem to
why-
know how to deal with
is
the
not to-
question, so
okay.
I'll try to help you out. Is a model going to prove what the world is?
Why are you running through a script? Why don't you just respond to what I'm saying?
This is important because you're appealing to a model. Is that going to prove to us what the Earth actually is or not?
I'm pointing to the absurdity that you use my model
Can
instead
you
of creating
just
one yourself.
give me yes or no, dude? Why is this so difficult?
I've already responded to your script.
You have not
I
once
don't
answered
want to
the
go
question.
down your script. I want to have a conversation with the flat
Responded,
earther.
you don't want to. You've responded. You don't want to respond. Which one is it? Okay, so what's a model going to prove? Is it going to prove what the Earth actually is?
Why do we use maps? Is the map a model
Why
of
is
the
this
Earth?
such a hard question? I don't get it.
Okay, so that's my point.
You only had to
Quit
give me
going down
yes
the
or no.
stupid script.
It was only a
You and I
one-word
both know
answer.
why we use maps.
Okay, dude.
So
all
get
right.
to your point.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. Well, is it going to prove what the world is? A model, a map, whatever.
Can we skip ahead?
No.
No, but there's no skipping ahead because what he's trying to point out is that he doesn't need a model. A model doesn't prove anything. So to say Google Earth is a model, it ends it before that.
I mean, maybe he'll say no. It's not going to prove what the Earth is. Then we can just get off this topic altogether, and we can go to his proof, which is what I asked for. Or maybe he'll say yes. I don't know, but he refuses to answer. It's weird.
What I refuse to do is let you steer this into a script. I'm pointing out the absurdity.
You don't want to deal with the
Let me finish.
implications of
Quit
answering the
interrupting.
question.
I don't
want
interrupt
to. You don't want to deal with the
Just try.
consequences of answering that question, do you?
Are you ready?
For your answer, yes. Go ahead. I've asked it
My
enough times.
point is that you guys can't agree on a working map.
Your point
And-
depends
and my
on
su-
your point
my- oh, good
depends
Lord.
on
I can't
avoiding
even get a word in.
scrutiny, dude. You have to avoid scrutiny to make your so-called point because you can't even answer one simple question.
We already came to the conclusion that your strategy is not to make a claim, but to instead run through the script.
You've already gone ahead, and I don't know if you're even making a claim. Actually, I'm trying to find that out.
Yes,
is a
I'm trying
model
to
going to prove
listen.
what the Earth is?
Yes, but the next thing you were about to say was flat earthers don't agree on a single map, which again, the same point he makes, it doesn't matter whether they agree on a map or not. It's the same
It's not
point he's
just that
making.
They don't agree on it. It's that we all
Tic
use
Tac.
it
No,
to
Tic
this
Tac.
day.
You just
Tic Tac.
will not
use
answer.
Google Earth to
Really,
get
how long
around.
is this going to go on for? Just answer the question. Is it going to prove what the Earth is? Yes or no?
Tic Tac, you guys, the problem was that globe earthers took a globe earth map, they slapped a flat earth sticker on it, and then debunked their own map, the AE projection. You guys,
but he won't tell us.
The answer is no. It's not going to prove.
Okay,
but I'm pointing
good.
out the absurdity
All right,
in the
then it's a
room
red herring,
in which you
then.
use my map.
Okay, so then you're just talking past the question because the question was, is there any globe proof? You've now said, no, this will not prove to us what
That's
the world
not what I said. Why do you have to put
You
words
just
in my
said
mouth?
it's not going to prove what the Earth
I
is.
just told
therefore
you.
it's not
I
gonna
just
prove
told
it's
you. this
Or it's not
model
globe proof. So
is-
let's try to reset here and get back to my question. Any globe proof?
What kind of proof do you want? My understanding is proof is a mathematical concept. Do you want more pictures? Do you want the math? Do you want the fact that I can
answer your question, or am I going to answer
chase the
it?
solar eclipse?
Who's answering your question, me or you? Now, what kind of proof do I want? Any that you have.
Okay, when the Earth casts a shadow on the moon, why is it round? Okay, can we come to the conclusion that at least Earth is round?
Would you like to try an argument? Because that's a question.
I'm just asking a question. Please answer yes or no.
Can you prove that it's the shadow of the Earth?
Okay, great.
Is the moon a curved surface?
The shadow of the Earth.
Is the moon a curved surface? Is the moon a curved surface?
You tell me.
But dude, it's your claim that there's a dude. Is the moon a sphere in this example of eclipses?
Yes.
Good. Did you know that straight surfaces can cause curved shadows on curved
100%.
surfaces?
You're jumping ahead. I asked the simple question.
All of a sudden,
if the Earth casts a round
my
shadow
friend
on the
Tic
moon,
Tac, I will
can we
mute
at
you.
least...
Tic Tac. Thanks. You have to understand that from this point onwards, you're just going to affirm the consequent if you don't acknowledge that this phenomena can be caused another way, even within your scenario. You can't continue.
Okay, I follow you with this, but I think that we're going to get to a point where we're talking about, hey, here's some evidence that gives, credence to the argument that the Earth is round, spherical, et cetera, et cetera. So, how, I'm asking, what kind of proof, how much layer upon layer, the fact that you guys even use my Mercator projection map.
Yeah,
no, but just one.
You don't have to keep going. I'll just answer. Any that you have.
I just gave you one. Gives credence to
Okay, hung like Tic Tac, no problem.
I'll repeat it.
No problem, bro. No problem. No, I got you. I agree with you. The math, right? So, I want you to get us the measure of curvature. That would be the mathematics that we're looking for. The measurement. The math. You know that bit?
Okay.
We want that.
I think you're jumping.
The measurement of the curvature. No, we want the measurement of the curvature. You said math.
At least agree.
Great. We agree.
With the premise.
We agree.
What do we agree with? Do we agree that
you gave us the premise. You said the math.
Oh my God. When did I say the math? I asked, hey, what kind of evidence?
A little bit ago.
Sorry. What kind of proof do you need? Do you want the math? Do you want the pictures? I went through this. They didn't ask for the math, but now you are. Are you trying to derail it?
No. You said you offered it. No, you offered it to us. You said
okay.
No, you offered it. Dude, it's an open forum. No, the math. You said the math was the proof. You said that was the premise. You said when I think evidence, I think math, and I agree with you. So we just need the measurement of the curvature. Yeah, you did. Okay, Clipcord will get it. So you don't think math will help you in proving that there's curvature of the Earth. So then you agree that there's no math we're going to be using to prove curvature.
I'm going to be
great.
You
so what are you saying?
How about you argue?
What are you saying then?
With good faith.
I am. I'm asking you. What do you mean? Do you mean that there is math to support that the Earth is a globe, or there is no math that we can do? Okay, so we're looking for, math-wise, great. We want the measurement of the curvature.
You want the measurement of the Earth curve?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because every single time you bring an argument, you're going to beg the question that the Earth is a ball in your argument. So we're going to need you to prove the Earth is a ball by measuring the curvature of the Earth. For you to tell us stories about eclipses.
So if I'm following right, obviously I'm trying to think of how you measure the curve, et cetera. I remember some GIF, I think it was of the Discovery Channel, where they take a laser, they shine it across a lake, and it was like debunking flat earthers or whatever, but they held it a foot off the lake surface, and then at the other end of the pond, it wasn't a foot off the lake surface; it was higher.
What was the distance? Can you remember?
That's one way I think that we can measure the Earth curve in my backyard with tools I have.
Dude, can you remember the distance?
No, I can probably find the clip.
It's interesting that you find this on TV or streaming on YouTube or whatever, but there are hundreds of laser tests. We do these things all the time. When we use these things, we measure a flat surface. You might want to question the propaganda that you see on your screen. I can give you loads of evidence that this premise that you've got of passing a straight line like a laser to see if it's parallel or diverging like a tangent from a sphere is a good idea. But yeah, the distance is up to 30 miles and we can show a laser transit. It's military applied technology, right? Line of sight targeting systems, early warning systems like radar, infrared tracking systems and laser targeting systems. Yeah, all of the time the Earth is measured as a flat plane. We can give you the evidence if you're unaware of it.
Please do.
Cool.
I was really. It sounded like this conversation really revolved around, what proof would I need? And so, if I gave you this measurement of, the Earth curve, that would help you, because it sounds like this is just another one of the script arguments that get to your point. I'm sure you guys have this math equation.
Yeah.
Okay. So why are we going through this?
I agree with you. I totally did. I agree with you. Why are we going through the script? It turns out this script is actually really good at pointing out all the flawed logic with the globe. The script is awesome. You're right. Why are we going through the script? Because it's kicking your ass.
Wait. Okay, listen. This is what just happened. I'm asking you guys, hey, what do you need? The conversation got turned into, I want the math. And what math do you want? You want the drop over distance
measurement.
And when I think the measurement.
And then when you give the measurement, we're gonna ask how you got it.
Okay, literally, just give. I'm sorry, 7 more seconds. When I think this problem in my head, I think about lasers in a lake, et cetera, and I think, okay, that might be one way that we could measure this, or I could with the limited resources I have. So when you tell me that the script is kicking my ass, the response was, hey, we have a bunch of videos online of us shining a laser pointer and that contradict this. I don't think this is kicking my ass. I think this is just talking. Quit going through the script and trying to let's talk about drop over distance and Earth curve. And it's a waste of time. Just follow me and I'll follow you.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
so follow me.
Oh my God, this guy's just patronizing.
Yeah, so follow me here. No problem. The script is, we want logical and mathematical coherency to the idea that we live on a ball. We want the logical syllogisms that support your claims, and we want the measurement of the curvature of the Earth's surface. That's not asking for a whole lot, and yet you have yet to provide it.
Okay.
What does that lead everyone to believe? The script is great. The script shows that you don't have logical or mathematical measurements of the surface curvature of the Earth. The script kicks
This conversation started with the absurdity that you guys don't have a map, let alone one that you guys agree upon. When we all use Google Maps and Google Earth, and you have the audacity, let me finish. I don't interrupt you, or try not to. And you guys have the audacity to tell me that I don't have the measurements that show, that measure Earth or measure Earth's drop over distance. You guys don't even have a map.
Okay, so Google Earth, you want to use that as an accurate map, right? How come it didn't see 7,000 islands in Japan? How come it didn't see 7,000 islands in Japan?
Tell me more.
They recently discovered 7,000 islands in Japan. If they were on Google Earth and it was accurate, they would have been there the whole time and they wouldn't have just discovered them.
Okay, let's think through this absurd question. Do we think that those 7,000 islands had always existed? Do we think that the sea level rise or fell or erosion or volcanoes? I don't know what this is new to me, but I'm just asking, why do we jump to this idea that this map that we all use every day, the Mercator projection of Google Earth, it's actually a lie. We live on a flat Earth because it couldn't recognize that there were 7,000 islands in Japan.
Point to lie. You already said a map won't prove what the Earth is. Now you're acting like it will. Which one is it?
Can I say something about Google since I understand technology?
Credence? No, do you have any proof?
Proof is a mathematical term.
But then
Quit
you would give
using
us we can use it in
Hold on.
logic
2
too.
+ 2
You can give us a logical proof.
Let's take a step back to the islands and Japan. Let's take a step back to
Okay,
that.
I'm gonna mute Mr. Zen since he thinks he can just take over. 1 second here.
Okay, you're an idiot.
So what was it? Yeah, let's get a logical syllogism from it, because we can have logical proof. So go ahead. Okay, he doesn't have one.
I don't understand what you're asking me.
I was going to. He was too impatient. That other character. I was going to give him a chance now, since you don't actually have the logical proof that was asked of you. That's clear, since you just clammed up when it was asked.
Make an argument. Be more clear in your
question. That's what I'm asking you to do. You're the one making claims, dude. That's what I'm asking you to do. You think it's a globe?
What claim did I make?
And you're beating around the bush. Well, you make the claim it's a globe, don't you?
I make the claim that even flat earthers use Google Maps and Google Earth, which is based off of a projection on your flat computer screen.
We're not interested in that claim. We don't need that validated. What we need is the claim of the globe Earth validated. So if you're not going to be doing that, then we really have no use for you. So either shit or get off the pot.
That's what I was saying to you when you run through the script.
Look, you can talk here if you're going to provide some globe proof.
Okay, we talked about lunar eclipses, and then we talked about math.
Do you have a proof in any of that? I'm looking for logical proof.
What kind of proof are you looking for?
Use logic to prove your globe.
So when the lunar eclipse casts a shadow, when Earth casts a shadow on the moon,
prove
it's
that.
round.
Okay,
that gives credence to the fact that it might be a ball or it might be a disc.
Okay, prove that. Earth casts a shadow on the moon. Prove that.
I have drone footage that I shot myself that I can see that it's a curve.
That's nice. What's the proof that it's a shadow of the Earth?
Well, the fact that the sun was right behind me. I could call my friend. I could call my friend on the opposite side of the Earth, and it'd be daylight.
What about in a Selenelian eclipse and the sun is above the horizon?
Okay, I'm sorry. You keep interrupting me when I'm still finishing my point. Do you want to respond to me, or do you want to keep moving on through the script?
Okay, so it sounds like what you've done is presuppose the ball Earth in question and just assume that it's there and assume that
I told you it gives credence to the argument. I'm not.
I don't need credence. I need proof.
It's evidence to my claim.
I don't need credence. I need proof. So a syllogism.
It's evidence to my claim. I just told you proof is a mathematical concept. Let's work the problem.
I don't need what you call evidence. I'm asking you for a specific thing, a logical syllogism. So premise, conclusion.
You're just falling into nonsense.
From which a globe
respond to what I'm saying or give up.
I'm asking you for a logical syllogism to prove your globe. You go quiet every time we get to this point.
I don't understand what you're asking of me.
Well, I guess you need to spend a little bit more time researching logic then. Maybe we'll just put you aside for now and talk to somebody else who has done that.
Heaven forbid you just briefly explain what a logical syllogism is for me.
Well, it's basically a premise, conclusion. A deductive conclusion that must follow from the premises.
He asked you, how do you know that it's the Earth casting the shadow? You said that the Earth is the sun is behind you. But again, how can you prove that now?
I already responded to this, but thank you. I follow. So, hey, when the Earth, when the Earth casts a shadow on the moon, it's a circle. I think that gives credence to the argument. And the proof of this, that I can prove that, hey, it's the actual Earth, shadow, is the sun's behind us. How can I tell that? Well, I can call my buddy that's on the opposite side of the Earth using the same maps you and I use, and I can say, hey, what time is it there? Where's the sun at? Oh, it's directly above me.
And then he posed a Selenelian eclipse, which it kind of got muddled in the befuddle, which the sun and moon are both above the horizon, and how would it cause the shadow at that point?
I mean, from my perspective, if I could see both, I don't think I would see the shadow.
But you do.
Why are we assuming a shadow?
Because that's what a... Oh, gosh, I'm thinking of solar eclipse on the Earth. You're talking about I can see the moon and the sun in the same frame of reference?
They're both up in the sky, and yet the quote-unquote shadow is on the moon.
What are those called? I've never heard of this. Say the name again.
Selenelian.
Selenelian. Eclipse?
You betcha.
No, donkey.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, my mistake.
Are you sure this is right? Maybe I spelled it wrong, but I'm not seeing anything yet.
That's right.
God, it's a horrible name.
Selenelion.
Lion.
Yeah, I said it really fast. Sorry about that.
It's called the Celine Dion eclipse. Celine Dion.
So, yeah, this is a new thing to me. I didn't know about this. But why is this model picture not convincing to you?
What?
Why is it not convincing to you?
Well, because the person that
okay, I'll tell you why.
Not even the person.
I can answer that really fucking easily, dude. Because I asked you about 10 minutes ago, what does a model prove? Does it prove what the Earth is? And you said no. So that's why I'm not convinced.
I guess those same. I don't know. I think I'm convinced because I think about like we can track when this is going to happen. We can get it down to the day, the time, etc. Especially on the reverse end. Lunar eclipses on the Earth. Like it'll tell you Arkansas at 9 p.m.
No, we.
Or 9 a.m.
You don't do anything to track eclipses or predict how stiff them.
Yeah, you go
so
to
it's
a
not
website. Me.
Yeah,
But
and they've been doing that for thousands of years.
Theory,
before the globe cosmology
go on.
was even conceived of, they've been doing this. So you don't really need a globe to just watch shit in the sky repeat over and over again. And just figure out that
this is another like it gives credence to the argument. The same people that
you don't need credence, dude. You just have a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't lead to any conclusion. You got a whole bunch of nothing burgers, and then you say it's overwhelming. Yeah, it's overwhelming how little proof you have, and just how much of this non-proof there is. It is kind of overwhelming.
Alternative explanation for why the moon has a shadow?
You got to keep sorting through this horse shit to find the diamond that you say is in there, and it's just never coming. It is overwhelming.
You're stuck on that shadow, but you still haven't gone into our impossible eclipse.
It doesn't look impossible to me from this photo I just referenced. I understand it now to a basic level extent. But you got to remember that you guys don't even have a map in which to predict the next lunar or solar eclipse. So forgive me for following this.
They've been using the sterile cycle.
Status quo is right.
The Aztecs
doesn't prove anything.
Since the time of the Babylonians, they've been using the Saros cycles, which is just basically the repetition of the cycles in the sky over and over again. That's how they do it.
Yeah, the Aztecs figured out all the eclipses, man, and they were still walking around with bare feet.
Sorry, I jumped on you, Sazu. Go ahead.
No, you said it.
Who bears feet? I think we all do. Or is it the bear's feet?
Yeah, the Babylonians weren't using a globe Earth to figure out when's the next eclipse going to happen. They just observed the cycles, and they knew that they would come around again because it's like a rhythm that just keeps going on and on.
Hey guys, hello?
Somebody Jedi mind tricked you into thinking that there must be a globe involved in these calculations of prediction. What the fuck is this? Yeah, that's enough of that. There must be a globe being used for these predictions. No, there's not.
Are you guys like flat earthers or like the firmament? I'm curious. Like, hello?
Oh.
Hello?
It feels like
talking in you?
It feels like you continue to put words in my mouth, and talk about it must be a globe when all I'm doing, we came across this bridge, I thought,
flat earther,
where I talked about how I'm going to give evidence to the fact that it's a globe and the fact that there's a circular shadow, and you want me to prove, it's from the sun. I gave you logical reasoning.
The issue that you're having, though, is you're having a big issue.
I wasn't talking.
You said the bridge, right? You think that you can cross the bridge before reaching the bridge. That's your problem. You're already making a conclusion based on baseless assertions and presuppositions that you will have to consider when you contrast and check in reality if those assertions and suppositions actually are verifiable from the realist level. Can you check your pre-assumptions? Can you check and verify your presuppositions? And can you add that up like a chronology, step by step by step, to determine the cause of the effect that you call solar eclipses, and the conclusion that you're coming to the bridge or passing the bridge way before you can even reach it?
Chimsy, which presupposition did I contradict?
Presupposition? You're saying that the shadow on the moon is because you are standing on a globe and the globe is getting between the sun and the moon, when that's not the case, because they already show you a case for the selenium eclipse, which happens during every lunar eclipse, depending on your position of the earth, where you can observe the sun and the moon both above the earth, up above it, and the earth not causing the shadow that you're observing on the moon. And even that shadow is coming from the top of the moon, not from the bottom, as it should on your model that you claim it is true, based on all the suppositions that you put in place, on all the pre-assumptions, that the only way, you're saying the only way that shadow is happening, that phenomena that you're observing from the ground that you're standing on, the only way is because you're standing on a globe that is causing that effect. And that's just a baseless assertion that you have no evidence for.
You're not doing yourself any favors by rambling.
I'm not doing any favors.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Just a tight answer on which presupposition did I get wrong?
Okay.
Who's a flat earther?
You're saying the presupposition. You're saying
what I'm saying. What's presup did I get wrong?
The idea that you say you're standing on a globe, and that globe is casting a shadow on the surface on the moon.
You're wrong. You're not listening.
No, but that's your
We started with the evidence that the Earth's shadow that it casts on the moon is round.
That is my point that I'm trying to give you. You're passing the bridge without even reaching it. You're already coming to a conclusion. Without considering any other variables and checking your pre-assumptions about the cause of the effect. You're already coming to a conclusion that you know the cause of the effect without even verifying any causes or any other variables that could cause the effect, or even admitting to yourself that it's just a made-up pre-assumption and made-up idea, and you cannot even know or verify what is the actual cause of the effect. That is the actual case, that you don't know what is causing that effect, and you're just making an idea. You're standing on a globe, and that globe, that earth that you're standing on, is not even curving. It's not even a globe in the first place. It's not in motion. You have gas pressure, and that requires a container. And you're saying that you're standing on a globe, even though you don't have any curvature.
You gotta like. I tried to help.
I have to bring all these steps together, because based on the chronology that you have to make it before you have to walk towards the bridge before you can cross it, and you're claiming that you can cross it to the other side without making it to the bridge.
We don't have to have any presups like, oh, we're standing on a globe, or the sun's a big fiery ball of lava. We can just observe that when the Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
There you go. You just said it again. You just presuppose that it's the Earth.
We can observe.
You said
we can observe it. I call my buddy on the opposite side.
You don't have proof that you don't have proof that the shadow is the Earth, but you're saying it in your premise. You're saying in the very beginning.
It gives evidence.
You're
you keep asking for proof, and I'm trying to supply evidence. We're never going to see eye to eye.
You're assuming the consequent in your premise.
No, I'm not. You are. I'm just walking a walk, and I thought we crossed the bridge where we could say, hey, that shadow on the moon is round. Whatever's casting that shadow probably is round.
You said in the very beginning.
It's a nice argument.
Or circular.
Sorry, Sonny. It's a nice argument, but you still have to prove it. So evidence-wise, we're just trying to point out that there's flaw within the evidence. That's all.
I've already pre-established that I'm not going to be able to provide you with proof. It's a mathematical concept. I'm going to give you evidence that will that will give credence to the idea that the Earth is a ball and not a flat, whatever it is.
We know. That's all you can do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can't prove it.
Quit asking for more. You're driving me nuts.
We don't want more. We just wanted a single proof, but you don't have that. You've just got
He doesn't have the step by step how he made it to the bridge and crossed it.
No, not evidence. Nothing burgers. You got lots of those. Zero proof.
Okay. Great response to my argument.
You don't have an argument. I was trying to pry one out of you for like an hour.
The argument was that the Earth casts a round shadow on the moon.
Not an argument.
To the argument that the Earth is round.
That's a baseless assertion.
No. It's okay. It is a claim that I've witnessed and millions of other people on Earth have witnessed. Go outside.
Yeah, we know. It's just like you're not listening to why this piece of evidence isn't great. You don't want to listen to that. Okay.
No, if this is one piece of evidence. If you have
I know you want to claim all of it. You want to stack all of them. We know. You want to stack all of these nothing burgers together and create an illusionary story that when we ask you for the evidence of the story, you're not going to be able to give. Just lots of story time.
Okay, let's try this real quick. Jedi. So listen, okay, the Earth is the round Earth is casting the round shadow on the surface of the moon. Is that what you're saying? The round Earth is casting that shadow. That's what it is?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay, can we now we're gonna go back to the Earth. So you looked up, you saw the phenomena, you saw the round shadow, or you don't even see a round shadow, you see kind of like a crescent thing. It's not even around. You don't see a complete round shadow when you are observing the lunar eclipse. So, anyways, now we're gonna look away from the moon, the Luna, and then we're gonna look to the ground, right? And we're gonna check the ground if the ground is curving, right? Drop over distance to determine that roundness that you're saying is casting the shadow, the round shadow on the moon. Now let's check if the ground that you're standing on is curving. Do you have that? Do you have the curvature of the Earth anywhere?
Is, right?
Do you have the curvature of the Earth as a measurement of it to say, okay, now we check the curvature of the Earth, here it is, and therefore that's what it is?
Is that what I'm hearing right?
Okay.
So we do agree that the shadow on the moon is round. We do agree that you can call your buddy in the opposite side of the Earth, and
you mean a circle?
That it's sunlight, but it's darkness for you?
Show me circle. Show me a circle shadow on the moon. Show me that circle, the full circle, 360 degrees round. Go ahead, show it to me.
Confirmed it's a shadow yet.
Yeah.
That's the thing loaded with it.
That this is not a shadow? Do you think that the moon just randomly changes color?
Dude, we don't know until we verify it. Yeah, we can presuppose that this is the geometry that's taken place within the presupposition that this geometry is real. But we have to prove the geometry. At the moment, you said shadow. We have to confirm it is an actual... Hold on. Thanks. We have to confirm it is an actual shadow, though, don't we? And then what causes the shadow? That being the Earth.
We could just give so much unsurmounting evidence that we come to this conclusion.
Yeah, we know that you've got lots of stories. Dude, again, it's just like it got lots of stories, but when we get down to the meat and bones of it, we don't find meat and bones. You just point us towards other stories.
Okay, listen. When you say that there's no meat and bones, I think that's contradicted by the fact that you guys use the Mercator projected Google Maps every day.
Sorry, do you know what that is?
Where's your meat and bones, buddy?
Sorry, I'll ask you a question. That Google Maps, that sphere, do you know what that is?
Yes. Okay, now here's my question. Where's your meat and bones,
What is
buddy?
it? Dude, please don't run away. All right, have a decent conversation where we get to a logical conclusion, please.
Each other. Quit running through
Then
the
don't
script.
talk through me. I'm trying to help you out because you've brought this up several times. So I'm asking you if you know what that is. What is it then? Just want to check.
Repeat it. I'm sorry. What is what?
Google Maps. The sphere of the Earth you say that you use. What's that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a map.
It's a map. It's based on a coordinate system, right?
Oh, dear God.
Longitude and latitude, so you know where you are?
Instead of getting to your point, make the
I'm
claim
trying
that
to,
GPS
dude.
doesn't
I'm
work.
trying to figure out
Make
if
the
you
claim
know what
that
you're
GPS
looking at when
only
you look
works
at
on
a map.
flat Earth. Quit
I'm
going through the
asking
damn
you-
script and asking nonsense script questions. Respond to what I said. Where's your meat and bones? I just gave you some.
The meat and
used my
bones is
map.
when we measure the surface of the Earth. We did that with lasers, but you didn't want. You wanted to walk away. You wanted to go pointing at the moon in the sky and start casting your stories.
So,
Look, we've got
your
lots
meat
of.
and bones is
Why
YouTube
are you
videos of lasers.
talking? Are you displaying your cowardice?
No, I'm responding to what you just said.
I
Is your
haven't
meat and bones
finished.
the lasers?
Yes. You didn't
please
like
supply
that,
your meat
did
and bones.
you?
Tell me how useful your meat and bones is to society. Show me all your YouTube laser videos, please. But when you're ready to address what I've argued, like, hey,
We have
this
argued it.
shadow on the moon,
Not
calling
a
my
shadow
buddy on
yet.
the
You
opposite
haven't
side of the
confirmed
earth?
it. You've just got lovely stories. Remember?
Okay, and you have no meat and bones. Besides
We got the
videos
laser
on
test
YouTube.
that measured the surface of the Earth. Remember? You walked away from that. We were
I'm not
just
walking
about
away.
to measure the
Please
surface of the
convince
Earth
me.
when you were going to come up
Please.
scared.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We were
I'm being a
just
jerk.
about to measure a flat Earth when we came up with your coordinate system for your terrestrial sphere for Google Maps.
I'm trying to make it right. Hear me out. So
no.
If you're saying
Stop
that the
talking.
laser
I said
videos
no.
are useful to me,
Stop talking. I said
I'm
no.
happy to share. I'm happy
Do
to
not
see them.
take instruction well. You're not listening, dude. You just think that the more that you talk, the better your argument's going to be. You're not going to stay on one point. Trying to educate you about this claim that you're making that we're
That's
using
exactly
your
what
model.
I'm trying to do. You brought
You're
up
not
the
using
lasers,
your.
and
You're
now
not
you're talking
using a
about
globe
from
model
GPS
here.
coordinates.
Are
I'm
based on
trying
a
to
flat
stay on one
Earth.
subject at a time.
Yeah, GPS coordinates are based on a flat Earth. You measure them from a flat Earth. They're
You're
in the
one that's all over
sky.
the place.
They're in the sky. Sorry, if you want to figure out your longitude and latitude and I don't let you look at the sky, how are you going to do it? What's it reference to? Giggles.
Hello?
Oh, it's you again,
Hello.
man.
How are you, mate?
Good, how are you? Wait, who said it's me? I don't know what I did.
You did some bad stuff, man.
You're a good distraction from the lack of meat, bones, and meat.
No distraction is that you're gonna have to provide. No, you're gonna have to provide the evidence of the curvature and then come back once you bring it, because
No, I
you're still avoiding the topics, not the other guy.
Let's go 1-to-1 on laser
No, let's
videos.
not do that. Let's check on the other guy. Go ahead, guy. Do you have a question? Because this other guy has been just wasting everybody's time. Go ahead, new guy.
Okay, yeah, sure. I just want to ask, can you explain?
Before you ask a question, Tic Tac, provide what you were asked for. Text, put in the text. Once you do that, then we're gonna address it, and then we can bring another move on from that. Bring it to a logical conclusion, and maybe bring another topic. Go ahead and provide the measurements of the curvature that you say we observing on the surface of the moon, and then we can do something else. New guy, go ahead with your question. You can ask Jedi anything you like. Go.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Karaman. I just want to ask, can you explain to me the greater sciences of flat Earth theory?
It's all science.
Greater,
All science.
the greater sciences of flat Earth theory.
No, I mean, like, let's assume in the context, like, I have no idea, like, any basis behind flat Earth theory. Can you explain some of the basis to me, just so I can get a greater understanding?
Yeah, the basics is that we're told that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. When we observe, measure, and practically use that water, we use it as a horizontal reference plane. So mean sea level is horizontal. If we're on a sphere, it should be curved. we should measure the curvature of the Earth. When we measure the Earth, we don't measure any curvature. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere.
How do we
Do you
measure
know
the
how
Earth?
minuscule that would be if you measure a drive, a 10-kilometer drive? Do you know how little that would
66 foot of descent between point A and point B over the distance of the arc.
Well, yeah, I'd like to ask you how you would measure the curvature with a car.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm not.
What about the sun?
We're going to probably try and send some kind of straight edge or direct line of sight signal, laser propagation of light, or maybe some kind of frequency like UHF.
What about the sun?
What about the sun?
Like,
is the Earth round or flat?
It's flat. It's measured that way. I just went through that. Now we're on to the sun.
I'm not trying to be snarky. I just genuinely want to know.
Yeah, I'm answering your questions.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. How do we see the sun? Because if I look right now, the sun is down because I'm on the east coast of North America. When I see the sun at 6 a.m., I'll see it rise from the east. Where does it go?
Depends what time of year it is. Alright, so it'll either rise in the northeast, east, or the southeast, and set corresponding on the west, southwest, west, northwest, depending what season it is. What we can observe is, for example, I'm in the UK, right? I'm east of you. When it's noon for me, it's like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours later for you. The sun's not near you. Sorry, the sun's not near your location. As the sun moves, it casts its light on the Earth.
Okay. Right. But because also, wouldn't the UK be closer to the latitude point? Because I'm on the northwestern side of the hemisphere. So
latitudes are just circles around the North Pole.
Jedi, can I ask you a question as well?
Sure.
So are the stars in the sun, are they also flat? Do you think so?
I have no idea what the sun, moon, and stars are.
All right, but okay, so let's just look at it this way, right? If you look up at the sun, you look up at the stars, it's never just going to be a line. It's always going to be a round thing, right? Or dot. Okay. Even if you zoom in on it, it'll still be round. So does that mean that everything is tidally locked to Earth?
I don't know the mechanism that drives the sky, dude. And whether the Earth has got anything to do with what makes those things move.
Well, that kind of begs my question. When I see the Earth, rise from, it sets in the west. Where does it go then?
It's circles. So, for example, in the summer, when we're inside, or if you could be within the Arctic Circle, you can observe for up to 3 months of the year the sun's circling around the observer. But for you at lower latitudes, like me in England, we experience the season of summer, and we also experience day and night cycles. Right, so this is just demonstrating the sun's circling. If you're within that circle, and you've got a kind of equal radius distance to the outside of that circle from view, you can observe the sun circling around you. If you're closer to the edge of the circle of the sun, you're not going to be able to see the entire diameter of that circle, so you can only experience day and night cycles. That's when you can see the sun or not.
So do we circle around the sun, or does the sun circle around us?
Yeah, no, the sun is in motion. That's what we observe throughout the day. Every description of the sun is we see the sun move across the sky. You described it to me.
Okay. And you're saying that's because when the sun moves, it's going to be more difficult for me to see it?
Yeah, like anything that moves away from your location, eventually it's going to go beyond your ability to see it anymore.
Right, of course. And so the sun goes from a clockwise direction, correct? Or sorry, counterclockwise. I apologize.
It depends. We're talking relative directions, but the sun obviously is moving and creating circular paths. That's why we can see it again over time.
And it goes counterclockwise, right?
It depends where you are when you're making this observation. That's kind of subjective, that direction. What we can best say is the sun moves from the east and goes to the west.
That's counterclockwise.
If you're inside the circle in the summer, that's clockwise motion. Depends where you put the 12 and where your relative position is.
Yeah, why would you have to change it to clockwise or counterclockwise if you do agree that it's east to west? Why do you have to rephrase it?
wouldn't it always just be counterclockwise because we see up? As for if we use a clock, we would
so
split the clock.
being as I brought it up, I'll point it out as well. First observation in the north in the summer. Right, we have a summer south as well. That's where you can stand inside the Antarctic Circle and observe the sun for 3 months of the year, circle around the observer. This, when you're standing inside those two circles, there's clockwise and counterclockwise motion.
And
in one circle it goes this way, and in one circle it goes that way.
And there's an ice wall around the Earth, or
no?
Well,
hold on. I don't know, but you probably think that we think there is because that's the usual kind of propaganda idea of what flat earthers think, right?
No, not propaganda. I'm genuinely asking based on the perception.
I know. It's all right. It's because what we all see, right, when we look on YouTube and we go on social media and stuff, what flat earthers think. And it's a disc with Antarctica, the circle of ice, like an ice wall, around the Earth, keeping the waters in. I honestly don't think that that's what the Earth is, my friend. Understanding that that's a globe projection flattened out from the north, so the south is a circumference around the outside. So it's a global map anyway. I don't think that that's what the Earth is at all.
Jedi, have you considered buying a boat and trying to sail across the world to see for yourself?
See what?
See if you go around or you fall off.
Go around. All right. Why would I do that?
So you can prove it.
Prove what? I'm not trying to prove that there's an edge or a limitation to our reality. Oh, sorry, my friend. I'm not trying to prove a limitation to our reality or ice walls in Antarctica, right? That's not going to prove whether the Earth is flat. The measure of the surface of the water, that's going to prove the description of the surface of the Earth, right? It's orientation.
So I want to ask a question. I'm going to use planes as an example. Let's say you book a plane flight from Hawaii to Japan. You would not go. Where would you go? Because the plane goes over the Pacific Ocean. It goes west. Okay, so as we know, it goes west. But when does it end? Where does the Earth end?
When does west end?
Yeah, like when was the Earth
at Japan?
West is a circle.
West is
yeah, east and west are circles around poles, aren't they?
Sure, I'm just saying, when does it end? Like when does the end of Earth start?
I don't know, dude. Like I was pointing out to the other guy, I don't know where the end of our reality is.
Also, I wanted to ask this question, based on perception. So, to my knowledge, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of Europeans have the map system differently from those in America and Canada, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Pacific Ocean's way more prominent, with North America being smack dab in the middle.
Yeah. That's a Mercator projection map. That's like a cylinder that's wrapped around a sphere, then slit down the side, and then opened up to be some kind of rectangular projection of a sphere. That's what that is.
But I'm saying that you go west from Hawaii to Japan, right? Yeah. And then you go take a plane from Japan to, well, let's say, India or Saudi Arabia, whatever. When does it end?
I don't know. You keep going around in circles.
No, I'm saying because if it doesn't end at Japan, if you're able to continue going west from Japan to like the rest of Asia, then how would there be an end?
Dude, I don't know. Like I said, you keep saying things like going west. There's no end to west.
Yeah, can you clarify whether you mean clockwise or counterclockwise?
I mean in the
motion. Matter, that would be east.
I'm sorry.
Counterclockwise. Yeah, west would be counterclockwise, and this
still circles.
Still
circles. No end to these circles. East and west, they're just circles around poles. Stick a pole in the floor, call it north. Let's say it's magnetic. Get a compass. You'll notice that 90 degrees to north will be east. You go east, and you want to keep north where it was at 90 degrees. You're going to circle.
Right. No, I understand. All right. Thank you for answering my questions.
That's okay. Where at the end of the Earth is, no, dude. Those type of coordinates are probably not going to help you. Everyone keeps saying you're going to have to go straight.
You don't have to track the poles.
Sorry?
You don't have to track the poles. You can track stars that line up with the latitude lines. You don't need a compass. Go if you'll know you're not going in a a circle, like turning right by continuing straight towards stars that are west. That clearly
That move
aren't
over time.
in a circle in the sky.
Yeah. If you follow stars that are going in circles, you're going to end up where you started.
Yeah, but it would work differently on a flat Earth.
No, if you follow things that are going in circles, you're going to end up in where you started. It's a circle.
Yeah, I know, and the way that happens would look differently on a flat Earth.
What a circle would look differently on a flat Earth? What is a circle?
A circle from like the latitude lines.
Latitudes are circles. Latitude lines are circles around geographic north. If you have to understand that geographic north is based on
flat Earth,
celestial north. So circles in the sky translated to circles on the floor.
One of them curves to the right. The other curves downward.
Downwards?
Yep.
Is it actually going downwards?
Not to the side.
Okay.
See, that's why you can follow the stars in a straight path from there.
No, you can. Yeah. You will take bearing angles and you will try and go in a straight path, following the path of the stars that are going in circles. Stars are circumpolar. Do you know what circumpolar means?
Yeah, but you see counterclockwise, but you don't need either of them at the equator.
Depends where you're looking.
Exactly, east or west.
If you're looking straight towards the rise of the stars, and if you want to pick the ones out that are directly straight in front of you, then yeah. But the ones to the side of you.
So you wouldn't be turning right. And yet you'd still end up at the same point.
Yeah.
So on a flat Earth, if your poles are constantly if you're going west, then your poles are constantly to your left and right. So on a flat Earth, that would end up resulting in you having to turn to the right and veer right. But on a globe, all you need to do is follow the latitude line.
Equator, 0 degrees, yep.
And so you wouldn't turn, you'd still end up at the same spot. So you don't turn right to end up at the same spot. That's how you know it's a globe.
Apparently so. You're saying that you don't. Okay.
Well, like I was saying, why don't you get a boat and measure it yourself? Like
On a
explain
flat floor,
if you couldn't, but you could.
On a flat floor, and above your head, a flat ceiling, you can have two fans, one spinning clockwise, and a fan next to that one, the other spinning counterclockwise. And you also can have a long corridor to both sides, where at the long distance, the walls and the floor and the ceiling, they're all going to converge to a limitation that you cannot see past, right? And that's a flat floor. I mean, you don't have any curvature to measure on the globe, so to come to the conclusion that the only reason that you observe the phenomena of the sky doing what it does is because globe, that's just another baseless assertion.
Two circles both going in separate directions on a flat ground from the same perspective wouldn't yield the same result. So what we see is saying like, in the southern hemisphere, let's say that the North Pole is the center of a flat Earth or something. You could reverse it and it works the same.
Do that.
This is a hypothetical. Work with me here.
What do you mean the North is at the center? What's North?
But if you're just going to keep playing dumb.
No, you've got the North at the center, but you're going to talk about observations of the sky, and then we're going to talk about another celestial pole when we go south, and then we're going to understand that why we've got the North at the center when we've got two celestial poles.
I'm explaining why that wouldn't work.
We now understand why it wouldn't work. Now let's start talking about it not being at the center and talking about two celestial poles.
Yeah, and also when you say north, which north are you talking about? The geographical north, magnetic north, celestial north? Which one?
We're talking about geographical north. So what you point to
is on a map. Geographical north is on a map. That's geographical north on a map.
Okay, it's not just the pole. Like when you're looking at the pole.
How do we know it's the North Geographical Pole?
I don't know. I'm trying to pick one of the answers. I don't know what they mean.
Because it's underneath the North Celestial Pole.
Yeah.
Like the Southern
That's what I'm talking about.
Geographic Pole is underneath the Southern Celestial Pole. So we can't say that the North Pole's at the centre of anything. Because there's 2 points in
We're
the
talking
sky
about
that
flat
are
Earth, so you need
rotating.
to pay attention to the hypothetical. Just not very good at listening.
That's funny.
When I said let's say, I didn't say it is. Let's say it implies a hypothetical.
But why? The hypothetical is already flawed.
Exactly. His hypothetical was flawed. Thank you for agreeing with me.
Yeah.
Listen, when you said the celestial north is the center, that wouldn't be the center. That will be one side, because the center will be the celestial equator between the two rotational points.
That's on a sphere.
No, it's in the sky. The celestial. Remember the word celestial?
But you said it's below the other.
Well,
one's below the other.
Yeah, so you come into the conclusion that you're observing the celestial doing something, and therefore the terrestrial is whatever you imagine it to be, a sphere.
It's the types of observations that we have based on things that line up with that, yes.
Okay, so we observe the celestial doing what it does, and then you come into the conclusion that it is the Terra is a sphere, but did you check the Terra and you measured it to determine it was a sphere, or you just looked at the sky and said, look, the sky is doing this, therefore Terra is doing that, without verifying the claim?
What do you want me to measure?
Did you measure the curvature that will make it a sphere if you had it? Or did you just make the assertion that it is a sphere without measuring the sphere? Which one is it?
I don't need to do that. Nobody needs to measure that shit. Like you can use the Eratosthenes experiment.
Oh my god. Dude, that's solar elevation angle. Dude. Alright. If we're going to be talking about observations of things in the sky, even if Eratosthenes has taken solar elevation angle measurements, right, or any elevation angle measurement from the surface of the Earth, you will be utilising a horizontal plane to take these measurements from, right?
Well, like writing it down on a piece of paper?
Yeah, it's called a right angle triangle. Eratosthenes, right? This was a right angle triangle he used. We're talking about things in the sky rotating around celestial poles. That's 90 degrees north and south, measured by elevation angles from a horizontal plane.
Measured by
everybody
elevation angles.
Yeah, so that's an angle upwards from a horizontal plane, like a triangle to figure out the height of a mountain. The adjacent, the horizontal line between the observer taking the measurement and the base of the mountain, the top of the triangle where the vertical meets the hypotenuse, if you can figure out the height of the mountain or figure out your distance. It's a right angled triangle. Utilise the same thing to figure out where our coordinate system comes from. It's a right angled triangle with north or south or the sun. That's all it is.
And the baseline of that triangle is a horizontal line.
Straight lines.
Yeah, the straight line, the horizontal line. You cannot have horizontal lines on a globe.
So the math has horizontal lines.
No, the measurement is utilising two straight sides that meet at a vertex. The geometry is the geometry is implicit to the Earth being horizontal.
Yeah, you're traveling across the surface. So you follow the surface, which is a horizontal baseline, a horizontal frame of reference, and you follow that horizontal line, draw a triangle, and you can make it to your positions.
Oh well, yeah, you can use that to calculate stuff. That doesn't mean that it is.
But the baseline, the horizontal line, you cannot have that on a globe. You cannot have horizontal lines on a globe, and we use those in reality.
No, we use those in math. That's not reality. That's conceptual.
Yeah, we conceptually use a right angle triangle to measure reality. Yeah.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah,
But if you
it's a
want more
right angle
accurate
triangle with straight
measurements with
sides.
different
Dude,
things, you need to start using spherical trigonometry.
Dude. Right, it's not roughly, it's an angle measurement. It wouldn't be an angle measurement if the surface we're on was curved. Now, would it? Aristophanes in his shadow angle measurements with the sun, the well, and the stick, the 3 points on of his triangle, and the stick casting a shadow, and him measuring the angle between the hypotenuse, imagine from the top of the stick to the bottom of the shadow. Yeah. So angle measurements, dude.
You can also establish a horizontal line, like whenever you're doing, you're gonna set up a structure, right? You set up a level with a water level, it's some sea level, and you establish the horizontal. You can draw a line, and you can,
That's not what that means.
Put the first brick in place.
What do you
So
think level means?
when you put the
Sorry
last
to
brick in
interrupt.
place, you can put a table on top of that, and then you put water on top of it, and you confirm that it is horizontal and it's not deviating from the horizontal, right? Then you put the TV, you use another water level, and you set up the TV on the wall, right? The wall is horizontal, the TV is horizontal. You finish that, you watch TV, no problem. Then let's say you are in a valley, right? And then you're below sea level in a valley, and you did that. Then your neighbor, 10 miles away or 20 miles away, he's up in the hill, right? 100 feet above you, up in the hill. Then he established that was horizontal as well with a water level. And he puts the first brick, then the second one, then the last one. And then he put the table. He put the water on top, the cup of water on top of the table. And then the TV on the wall using the horizontal. And his horizontal, your horizontal, are both parallel to each other. Then you keep going towards the sea, 1,000 miles away from wherever you're at, right? And the sea level is parallel to your neighbor and your horizontal. No curvature between those lines, those horizontals.
Can I ask something?
Whether we have different elevations.
Yeah, different elevations.
Can I ask you a question?
Circle, but it's not.
You're
in the same level all the way around.
Can you tell me how much? Okay, I guess you can't do that.
Wait, before you ask, the other guy was gonna reply. Listen, the other guy needs some time to reply to what was maybe he wanted to reply to Jedi, but I said about the levels across different distances and different elevations. Maybe he wants to reply to that. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that you're using level and flat to mean the same thing. That's not how it works. That's wrong.
This is fucking brain dead. I'm out. Good.
My phone's at 1% anyway. My phone's at 1%. It might die in the next minute.
So you're saying what? Were you saying that your horizontal is not parallel to the sea level horizontal 1,000 miles away?
How are you measuring this horizontal with a level, right? What is level?
To the plane of the horizon. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the earth. Level. Do you require citation?
So you watching your TV, your leveled TV at your level floor, drinking from your level cup on the water, on the level table that are on top of the leveled bricks, right? It's all parallel to your neighbor. It's all parallel to your neighbor. Then you follow towards the sea level 1,000 miles away. That's parallel to that level.
The
right?
fact you
The
have a
horizontal.
level water.
Then and listen. This is the other important
Gravity
part.
would work on a flat
You
Earth.
go. Then you go 3,000 miles across the sea level, 3,000 miles to the other side of to the other continent, like from US to Europe, and that is horizontally level from side to side.
No, that's not what it means. Level is perpendicular to the center of gravity.
Oh my
You're just
goodness
saying
me.
that
It's
level
weird.
is equal to flat.
No,
It's not. You don't
level
progress in the
is
board.
perpendicular to vertical. Vertical meeting
Okay.
horizontal. It's like I've posted
Vertical in
what,
reference to what?
Why are you
Vertical in
talking?
reference to what?
Got 3 citations in the side chat for you. I'll read them. What does level mean? Level is what we call a perfectly horizontal line. Horizontal means side to side. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. A horizontal line is a straight line that is parallel to the horizon or the ground. It has 0 slope. So the Earth, in which a horizontal line is parallel to, has 0 slope.
Yeah, a horizontal line has a change rate of slope of 0, contrary to a curved line, which will be the change rate of slope of non-zero. So are you claiming that levels are used to measure curves or something? Or to establish the horizontal frame of reference? Parallel level to the horizon. You gone? Give out? Sorry, Jedi, that I was jumping in there. I just wanted to say stuff.
You're fine. You're doing the same thing I was. Smacking him around with his level was a curved idea.
Can't have levels on a globe dart. So maybe I said a few things wrong, but you know, so it all makes sense when you talk about it from the realist level. And the globe makes no sense. It is nonsense. So, any new people got any questions for Jedi? He's available to answer your questions in relation to the topic. Go ahead, you can open your mic. Oh. Says Simple Jack. Are you there, Simple Jack? Welcome, Simple Jack. What brings you to the FEVC?
I've been here a bunch of times.
Oh, you've been here? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You got any questions? Any comments?
No, not really. I'm just listening.
Sounds good. You got any questions? You can address them to Jedi. I'll be listening as well. Let me know if anything. Welcome, 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 welcome. You too. Whoever just joined, open your mic and ask your first question of the evening. Go right ahead.
All right, my mind is open. Hit me up. Give me your juiciest take. All right, I need to stay awake and I need my juices flowing. Okay, go ahead.
You need your juices.
Well, the brain juices, not any other juices. That'd be gay.
I mean, like, you mean like apple juice or pineapple juice?
It's figure of speech. Don't worry about it. Ask me interesting questions. Go ahead.
Oh, do you have any evidence that the globe nonsense makes sense?
I mean, you're sort of pre-packaging your opinion in the question, right? Because you're saying it's nonsense.
Yeah, just tell me how it makes sense. Just show me the sense of it.
Well, I don't want to just give you evidence. I want to give you evidence that you find convincing, right?
Yeah, but the one that makes sense. Show me
Well, it's
how
gotta make
the
sense to
globe
you.
will make sense.
Okay, but I gotta make it make sense to you. Because if I say it's round, it's a globe because my dad told me so, like that makes sense to me, but it won't make sense to you. So I'm not gonna waste your time with
No, that will be nonsense. That will be nonsense.
Exactly. I agree 100%. So we should give you only evidence that makes sense to you.
No, that makes sense that you can verify that is, and then you can extend that verification and confirm it.
What's a good way of like confirming, verifying the globe?
Okay, let's see, right? When you use one of your senses, your eye, your vision, right? You can observe the horizontal line, right? And you can see distances that don't apply to the globe geometry. And then you grab and then you can pull out like optical devices, like let's say lasers, or no, let's say infrared cameras, and then you can see way further than what the globe will permit based on this geometry, and that will confirm that your senses were correct, your vision, because you observed with your eyes, your vision, one of your senses, that you can see further that the globe allows. So that makes sense that it's not a globe. So the globe claiming that you can, the globe claiming that it's curving, that will be nonsense.
Okay. So your point being basically, if I could reduce the fraction somewhat, is that the Earth is flat because the horizon looks flat. Did I get that correct?
No, that will be a long distant observation that you can observe beyond the geometry of the nonsensical globe, because your senses make sense, and you can confirm this with optical devices. And not just that, you can confirm it with lasers, cameras, infrared, radar, radio signals.
But
your senses. So listen. You see, in the beginning, your senses gave you an idea that makes sense, and then you confirm it and verify it with equipment.
I got it. Okay. I got it. Okay, cool. I got it. So, is it possible that optical devices could be not a great way of confirmation? Like, there's better and worse kind of optical devices, right?
Well, you're denying the U.S. military and the militaries of the world that use depends on these technologies
Just
to
the first
target.
principles question. Is the first principles yes or no question?
What was the question again? You denying the technology again? What was the question about?
No, I didn't comment on any particular technology. Do you agree with me that there are better and worse optical devices, right? Like there's good tools and there are bad tools for figuring something out.
Oh yeah, if you had like an iPhone 1, the first iPhone, and you use the camera, you might be able to see less than what you could see with your eyes. But then you bring up an iPhone 13, and you might be able to see better than the iPhone 1 and better than your eyes. And then you pull out like a telescope, right? And you can even sometimes further. And then listen.
A lot of words for yes or no question.
You can also bring out like an optical infrared device, and you will see way further than that. So yeah, some optics are better than other ones. Yes, go ahead. Did he drop out? Damn, that was too easy. You dropped out, bro? Like, are you running away?
No, I'm still here. I was just
Okay.
waiting to finish speaking.
Oh yeah. Whenever I'm like the middle of my sentence, just wait for me to finish. That's polite. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think it's kind of impolite to filibuster, but
Filibuster?
yeah, it's when you like just say a bunch of stuff that's like repeating and just like I ask you a yes or no question and just like give me like the paragraphs that you said already. It's just like feel as my time deliberately being wasted.
Yeah, but you're thinking that the way you deliver stuff is better than my way. So you have like a prescript way of doing things, and I have my way of doing things. So if you want to have a conversation, you're gonna have to listen the way I'm going to deliver it, and you listen to it, and then you address what I said, and that's it. It's pretty simple.
But what if you're like really annoying and stuff? Would I just like have to disconnect?
I mean, if you're annoyed, that's you annoying yourself.
It wouldn't be me annoying myself. It would be like the way you talk is just kind of like wasting my time deliberately. I feel
mean,
like
that's
I'd
you.
get better
That's
like
you
word
avoiding the
now I'm being
topic.
interrupted. See, now I'm being interrupted. Now I'm being
That's you
interrupted.
being
See, who's
meta,
being
talking
rude
about
now?
the
Huh?
meta
Who's
and
being
your
interrupted
feelings,
now?
your
Huh?
opinions.
Who's doing it? Come on, who's interrupting? Now,
See,
come on,
that's
who's
you.
doing it?
That's you
He's
obfuscating
doing it.
and trying
He's
to
interrupting me
get
now. It's
sea
so
lioning.
crazy.
He ran away. Gosh, just by simple observations. He came in hot. That's kind of funny. Go ahead, Finn. I think you have a question. Go ahead, Finn. You can ask it here in the VC. Earth to Finn. Earth to Finn. Go ahead. Do you copy? Hey, clipcord. Is clipcord here? Clipcord. Clipcord. Tirarlo ahí, sí. Toma. Bueno.
He's been a hero.
This channel's fucking dead.
Welcome, Cat. Go ahead.
Go ahead and what?
Go ahead and
what?
ask your question about the nonsense globe.
The nonsense. I think you guys are the saddest fucking people on this planet. I think flat earthers are just sad, degenerate people who constantly idea that the earth is flat. You know, I think you guys are just fucking stupid. You're sad. You deny basic logic, basic science, and form a like little Discord call in a fucking politics server. You guys wish you had the tuition of scientists. You guys wish you were as intelligent as you think you are. But like that's not the truth. You guys are sad pieces of shits that are retarded as hell and have no valuable contribution to society whatsoever. You guys are the epitome of what a nigger is. Just sad, pitiful, stupid, retarded, niggerish, Jewish. You guys are everything. This is a plot from the
Welcome back, Iran. Welcome back.
Are you a globe earther now?
Oopsie. What was that?
Are you a globe earther now?
Am I a globe earther now? I don't accept nonsense now.
All right. Well, I'll give you some time, okay? Just work on it, improve yourself, go outside, get some friends, exercise, and then eat right. And I believe in you, okay? I think you can become a better man, a better version of yourself. But first things first, you have to accept the curvature. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oblige 100%. Wow.
Your mom is a fat, ugly slut. Your mom is a fat, ugly slut. Your fat, ugly mom is a real big slut. Your mom is a fat, ugly slut. Holy shit, your mommy is a fucking slut. She's got dirty armpits and she is a cunt. Your mom is a fat
What's happening, folks?
Yeah, we talking or not? Jesus.
Anyone a flat earther in here that I can talk to? Skywalker, Daz, Crit, 24/7 Live, Jamal.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Yo, are you flat Earth or no? I wanna talk to someone that's, you know.
How's it going?
Great. How about you?
Just great.
That's good. You a flat earther?
Of course. What choice do I have?
You've been tricked. I see.
I've been born on a flat Earth. I see. So what choice did I have?
Wait, okay. So I've been trying to understand flat earthers for a little bit. Some say it's like the floor of the universe.
Yeah, they say that sometimes.
What do you believe?
Well, yeah, I guess it's the ground level and the sky is above you. Seems to be.
Okay.
I know of nothing much below it besides, I don't know.
Your mic cut out.
Yeah, I know of nothing much below it besides, I guess, the ocean floor. I guess that's the Earth. Deepest anybody is known to have dug is about 8 miles. So unless there's hell below us, I don't know. I guess this is it.
Well, if you don't know, okay. So if it's not floating in space, right?
Yeah.
It has to go infinitely down and connect to something under, right?
I don't know. I don't know what it has to do.
Well, I mean, if you don't know, maybe you should like consider other options.
Such as?
Such as the Earth is not flat.
Why?
Because there's a lot of things you can't explain. I also think it would be a little bit insane if we were the floor of the entire universe.
You're lost in the sauce. Well, I don't need to explain anything, for one. For two, I can explain anything. Any idiot can. An explanation doesn't necessarily equal the truth or reality. We can demonstrate, obviously, that water is horizontal and level. That's all we need to do in order to establish that the Earth has a generally level horizontal surface. That being the case, there can't be a globe. The end.
Drops about, yeah, but do you know how if you take just anything on your desk, pretty much your mouse, it has gravitational pull as well. It has a mass. It will have a very, very small.
You're going into your religion, bro.
Okay, so is electricity, is that also religion?
No, that's demonstrable.
That's physics as well.
And there's practical demonstration for that. Can you demonstrate what you claim to be gravity? What's that? Something being pulled inward to the center of something?
You can take your mouse and just let go of it.
And then what?
And then it'll fall to the ground.
What, down?
Yeah.
So that's vertical.
Yeah, because
perpendicular to horizontal.
Sitting on the wall.
Perpendicular to horizontal.
From your perspective,
right?
That would be vertical. Yeah.
So it'd be perpendicular to horizontal when it falls down, right?
Yes, that's vertical.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So gravity, I guess, is part of the flat Earth, according to what you just told me.
Okay. What's if you go outside? I know it's not like a floating sphere thing. No, it's not sphere. Sorry, like a floating like disc. Because that's like what if you search for flat Earth, it'll be like a disc floating in space, right?
Well, what do I have to just subscribe to that because I search it up and somebody's posted that on the internet? So I got to.
I'm just asking, is that what you believe too?
Fuck no.
Yeah, that was what I was saying.
Why would I think that? Space is part of the globe lore.
Well, because we are in space.
Prove
we have an atmosphere.
Atmosphere. Was that a gas ball inside of a vacuum?
Yeah.
A gas ball that's not dispersing and filling that vacuum somehow?
Yeah, because the planet is electrically charged and has gravity.
Oh my god, got it all fucking wrong. First of all, it's not electricity that's supposed to cause the atmosphere. It's supposed to be gravity. Nothing to do with electricity. Second of all, you just assumed the fucking planet, which you can't have if the water's flat.
Well, the water isn't flat. It just drops so. It drops off about I think it's like 8 inches per mile or something.
Squared.
Something like that.
8 inches per mile squared.
You can't see it on ground level because
how the fuck do you know it's
visibility is
happening?
never that good.
How do you know it's happening if you can't see it?
You have to be because I believe in science and in.
You believe?
Yeah.
So it's sort of like a religion.
Well, I mean, unless you have some better way of explaining everything else.
Well, yeah. How about I don't know, just observing your reality?
By observing my reality, I'm seeing gravity working. I'm seeing fucking all that stuff.
Sorry, that retard cut you off. What did you say?
Yeah, I'm saying by observing what's around me, I'm seeing gravity working. This Red Bull bottle I have is not floating off my desk.
Gravity's working. What's gravity?
It is a wait, let me find you a link real quick. Do you know?
You don't know. You just said this thing is doing something, but you don't know what it is.
No, it's a the Earth has a mass, and it is pulling in. It's a force that because of fucking what?
Well, okay, so you've got the ball Earth just loaded in then to the premise. You've already just assumed that the Earth is a ball with a mass and it's doing this thing.
You can look at anything in your room. Everything has a gravitational pull. If it has
Okay,
mass,
so the way you're talking about it, it sounds like you're talking about a mass. So obviously you're just sort of imagining the ball Earth pulling things inward to it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you're just assuming the globe. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, I'm assuming the globe because nothing else really makes sense to me. I don't see how it could be a flat Earth. I just don't believe that we are the center, the geocenter of everything.
Why are you going so far into the sauce, dude? So, nothing else makes sense to you. I mean,
no.
Water, that's horizontal and level, right? Obviously.
Yeah, because gravity's pulling.
Okay, it doesn't matter why. You want to say it's because of gravity, great. Thanks for giving gravity to the flat Earth. That's fine. I'll take it if you want. But it doesn't make much sense that it would be a ball if the surface is generally level and horizontal, does it?
Well, I mean, it is not level. You can't just draw a line.
Well, we just did this a second ago, and you said that it looks like it's level. You just can't tell that it's actually curved.
Drops off because it drops off so little that you can't see it at ground level.
All right, I'll ask again then. So how do you know that's happening then?
Well, I just believe that what I've read because it comes from sources that I find to be reliable.
You're just having the same conversation over and over again now because you said that not 2 minutes ago. You just believe it.
But you asked me the same question twice.
Well, I mean, we just looped back here. I guess we could have just ended there. Okay, you believe it. Fine. There's no evidence for it. It's just a belief you have. Fair enough.
But what's the evidence for flat Earth?
Just told you. Water seeks its level. Everybody's
flat. Yeah, but that's it.
That's all you need.
Have you? I'm pretty sure that someone did a YouTube video on this as well, where they pointed like a laser through to point everything was level, and it wasn't.
Are you pretty sure?
I am.
Totally sure?
Yeah, I know it's out there. I just don't know what it's called.
You're totally sure?
I'm totally sure.
Okay, so it went from pretty to totally pretty fast. Who did that?
Well, I don't remember. I was thinking you were gonna ask me for the video, and I have to find it. I'll find it. Disproving flat Earth.
Okay, you're pretty sure it's out there. Actually, totally sure. That the disproof of your own experience of reality exists. Although you couldn't tell me what it is right now if you had to. But you're pretty, maybe totally sure it's there.
I'm trying to find it right now.
Yeah. You gotta go Google the proof of what you already believe and accept to be true.
Yeah. Just as you do with.
You kind of did that backwards. No, I didn't. I first came to know water, and then I reached my conclusions. I didn't reach a conclusion and then go, okay, just let me Google the proof for that real quick. But I know it's true already.
I think it might be this one. Nope.
Well, why are you doing everything backwards, dude? I mean, at this point, it's basically been demonstrated that you have a religious belief. I mean, we could just leave it at that.
I'm not really religious. Does the Bible state that or whatever else you think I am, state
It's
that
the globe that is your religion.
Uh-huh.
You believe it without evidence. You have to Google the evidence right now. You claim that your senses... Yeah, you claim that your senses show you a flat Earth, but you know that that's not real because you've got this belief that goes contrary to it, and you got to go find the evidence for it now. So, I mean, you just have a blind belief, dude.
Well, I mean, I get what you mean, because sometimes when I look out, when I'm at like by an ocean and I look out, it seems like it's very flat.
Of course, it is.
Yeah, because the Earth is very, very big.
Oh yeah, how big?
Let me Google the radius.
I don't know anything about this, dude.
Radius.
Why would you do? They're doing the pre-Google vocalization thing again. Why you shouldn't say things that you don't know to be true and then go Google to see whether it's true.
Right, is the Earth small? It's pretty big compared to us. I can say
it's
that.
It's really, really big. And we say, okay, how big? You're like, well, I don't know.
I don't know the exact. Do you expect me to have the number memorized?
Yes, I do. I do expect you to know.
You don't know what exactly should be expected of the geometry since you don't actually know what size it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, but I can get that information.
And don't say it's big or small or anything if you don't know the size.
So how would you know that you shouldn't be able to tell it's a ball because you don't even know how big the ball is actually supposed to be?
What?
You don't know how big it's supposed to be.
You can look. You won't. You can look at a bowl and see this is round, but not know the radius
what it
of
should
it.
look like. Because you don't even know what it's supposed to be.
I think that's a pretty stupid argument because I'm sitting here, I'm looking at this bowl.
It's stupid to say things.
I can see it's pretty small compared to me, but I don't know the fucking radius of it. I could measure it and then figure it out, but I mean, it's not really relevant.
If somebody gave you the radius of the moon, the claimed radius of the moon, and told you that was the radius of Earth, you'd probably just believe that.
True.
Probably not. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think I would.
Yeah, you would.
I think it's a little bit too small.
Yeah, you would. You don't. He's gonna say too small. What's the radius of it?
The radius is 1,000 miles. How about that?
1,737.
Okay, see, there he goes. Oh, he's looking up the radius of the moon.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have given that one away. I should have actually just told him that was the radius of the Earth before he had a chance to do that.
I know. Yeah, he'd be like, yeah. Dude.
Okay. Wait. So I gotta understand as well. So every other planet is round, but Earth is not.
Well, you're making the assumption that the Earth is a planet, dude.
Right, Earth is not a planet. Or the things in the sky, are they planets and stars?
Well, sure. Yeah, absolutely. The word planet was used to describe those things that are planets, which move separately from the constellations, the stars. So absolutely, those are planets. But why would I think that the Earth is one of those?
This is a very alien theory to me. Oh, it's Jedi.
Well, I mean, just take what you're given. Just look at what it is. You've got these lights in the sky, the planets. They don't move with the constellations, and that's how they were distinguished from the stars in the first place, and why they were actually called planets in the first place. What do you see in them that is similar to the Earth?
Well, the surface on the moon, for example, is rocky. We have rocky surfaces on Earth
It's
too.
the moon.
But yeah, I can't
Talking about
I can't
planets.
look. I can't
not-
go
the moon's
outside of
not a
Earth and look at
planet,
it myself.
The moon's not a planet, is it?
What?
We're trying to figure out why you think the Earth is a planet, so let's stick to planets, not the moon.
Well, I think the Earth is a planet because that's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Why?
You keep saying
I'm
that.
asking you what
Because
similarities there are between
all
planets and the Earth.
all studies ever done that is remotely creditable have shown that the Earth is round.
You're not saying anything, dude. You're not saying anything.
Yes, I am. I just answered your question.
Name one study. Name one study.
Do you expect me to have names of studies?
You
can go
just
look at
said
NASA's
all
website.
studies.
Because you
said
said
all
all.
studies. So
I
name
said
one.
creditable studies.
So many to
Creditable.
choose from,
So
man.
name
All of them. You could just pick any random study and it would be one, right?
You said all of them. So name one. You're just buying time to Google stuff now. Again.
I'm not googling anything right now.
Any credible.
All right, name one study.
So any credible study that has been done shows the Earth is a planet.
All studies show that the Earth is not a planet.
What about studies on cancer?
See how that works?
Do they show the Earth as a planet, or make
No,
them
we're not
credible?
saying all studies, bro.
Look, and it wouldn't even matter if every single one, because like prior to people going to Australia, everybody thought all the swans were white, and every swan everyone ever found was white, and then they found a black swan, and then realized their idea that all swans were white was wrong. So every study could say whatever.
I think it's a little bit different when there's one Earth and we can take pictures
Well, first
of
of
it.
all, you're just appealing to authority, which isn't actually an argument; it's a logical fallacy. And
I don't
you
know, I
can't
didn't
see
say-
that. By the way, I just want to bring this up. You can't see rocks on the moon. Sorry.
Yeah.
You can see it as a rocky surface, and yeah, you
Oh.
can see rocks on the moon if you.
Well, that's weird because they say it's covered in dust. So
Wait, let me Google this. Real
Turn your
quick. Maybe I should
imagination.
Google something.
You keep doing this. You keep Googling the evidence for what you already think is true.
What
Moon surface?
Bro, can I just give you a pro tip? Don't say things and then Google it, bro. You look silly.
look,
Was the moon
is
landing
it
fake
normal to
then,
do
or
this?
what?
Oh, let me ask you a question. Is it normal to do figure out the truth like this? Believe it first, and then go look for the evidence.
No, I've seen the evidence before. I just don't remember all the
That's
fucking
cap.
sources.
They
I know you
always
guys-
say that. They always say that. You're capping.
Okay, I haven't actually seen like a good like source on that the Earth is flat. I legitimately have not.
You haven't seen any sources.
Just like all the studies from the other one, right? Just like all the studies that you
you're
haven't
the
seen.
bro. You're the source.
I'm the
You.
source.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're a source of information that the Earth is flat. Well, have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe, or do you experience as flat?
I experience it as flat. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so you're the source of information. You experience it as flat. Case closed. If someone wants to come along and say, "Hey, dude, that experience is somehow wrong," right? That's what they're telling you. That's wrong. You're just living in an optical
Can
illusion.
you define religion for me?
Yeah, the globe.
The globe. Okay.
The globe is a religion, dude.
Acceptance without evidence.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say that then. So I think that's decent. Isn't that the same as I experience it? I don't have evidence that it is actually like that. I just experience it like that.
Isn't
Wouldn't
that
be more of a religion?
isn't science based upon empirical evidence, like experience?
Well, I mean, that in the end is reproducible.
Okay. I also experience this flat. So, how about you, Jedi?
Water finding its level is pretty reproducible. I can reproduce that. How many times do you want me to reproduce it?
3 times.
Yeah, no problem.
Lake, ocean, swimming pool. Done.
Bathtub,
But do you
cup
guys
of
get
water,
bothered and
thimble,
no one like believes
spoon.
you?
Who cares? It doesn't matter. No, no. This is the problem. They don't have to believe us because they're denying their own senses. They have a belief. If they don't want to believe their own senses, that's a them problem, not a us problem. That makes them delusional. You know that, right?
No, actually, the opposite.
Okay, so if you see something and you perceive it as something else, and you say it's something else that not was what you perceive it as, that's definition of what delusional is. Like I see a tree and I say that's a cat. I see it's flat and I go, that's a ball.
Yeah. You see a table and you go, oh, it's just a really big ball. That's why it looks like a table.
Okay, is the Earth looking flat evidence of it being curved?
No, it's not. Like, I just don't believe that you guys are having.
Dude, I'm listen. We've done this lots of times, dude. Don't take any of this personally, and we're kind of jesting, but people think a lot of things about the globe, the idea. That's not true because it's so incorporated into their brain as like an unassailable truth. That Earth's a globe, it's an unassailable truth. There's a bunch of scientists out there somewhere. I don't know what they did or who they are, but they did something and they proved it's a globe because that's what they told me. Everybody agrees it's the same thing. How could all these people possibly be wrong? I mean, that's how people think about it. Okay?
Yeah, but
they don't think about it. They don't think about it appropriately. They don't think about it. Hey, and I'll ask you. This will demonstrate this one question. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe ever, and nobody knew that, would you have figured it out for yourself on your own?
No, probably not.
Okay, then that means it's not obvious. It's not obviously a globe. That someone has to come along and whisper in your ear and say, hey, dude, it just looks flat, but it's actually a giant ball. And you have a choice to believe them or not. And
have you been flat earther all your life, or
no? I believed it was a ball too.
How long?
Until I realized that, like, there's observations that are impossible on the globe. Specifically, I'll just give you one off the top of my head. The Chicago skyline. You can see the Chicago skyline from 52 miles away across Lake Michigan. And it's been seen over and over and over and over and over again. It's a common occurrence for people to see it. Well, if the Earth was a ball the size that they say, then you would only see of Chicago the antenna of Willis Tower, which is the tallest tower in America. Right? Something like 1,600 feet or something. You would only see the antenna, which is like 1,783 feet high, right? Because the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be blocking 1,600 feet of Chicago. So you would see no buildings in Chicago except for the antenna and 10 floors of Willis Tower. But people see the entire skyline of Chicago. And this has been observed consistently for fucking a century.
Yeah, but do you know where the pictures of... Have you been there yourself and seen it?
No, I've done my own tests where I live.
You've been there and seen it?
No, I haven't been there. But someone, listen, wait around for Mary Mom, Dandelion, and she's seen it. She's been there. She can tell you herself.
Okay.
I've done my own tests that are appropriate for where I live. I can't do the Chicago skyline test in Boston. Okay? The Taconic Mountains are in the way. There's no way I could ever see Chicago.
So, what I think as a brainwashed glober is that maybe the people taking these pictures were standing on a hill, or
they were, and we were taking that into account.
Okay.
These were taken from a place called Warren Dunes. The tallest dune is 200 feet above the lake. So there's an Earth curve calculator. You can just punch in 200 feet as the observer height, and 52 miles as the distance, and it'll tell you the hidden height is 1,600 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But we know how tall the buildings are. And
I
the
have a
Earth,
question,
the
like-
curve of the Earth should. The point is, the curve of the Earth should be in the way, and these are the reasons that flat Earthers exist. You've probably made observations yourself that are incompatible with the globe and just didn't realize it because nobody thinks about it, right? You just think about it, it's just a giant ball. That's normal to see that far. That's what people do. They don't think about it. So, and I can give you an example of this where this is really bad. So the U.S. Geospatial Agency has a publication called the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide. And it tells you how to sail in the Southern Ocean, what to look out for, etc. Advice, right? So it says in that sailing guide that it is not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Now, the people that wrote that didn't think anything of it, right? It just says, well, the air is very clean, there's low humidity, there's low particles, so you can see mountains 300 miles away. Well, if you do the math, the only way you could be able to see a mountain 300 miles away if it was 9.75 miles tall. Okay? And Mount Everest is 5.25 miles tall. So how would they see a mountain that's like twice the height of Everest?
Okay.
So
That's
they didn't.
interesting.
Like,
I mean,
but the point is that people don't realize they've made flat Earth observations, right? But they have. They just don't realize it. That's why I said you're the evidence that the Earth is flat. I guarantee you've made a flat Earth observation, just didn't realize it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've multiple times I've looked out and thought it just seems like it goes on forever, right?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting, but I just
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of propaganda. They flood you with fucking space pictures and NASA fucking articles and blah blah blah. But that's just like that's like Santa Claus for adults, dude. It's really just. I mean, they say dumbass shit, dude. We call it like a lore. You know how you have like a video game and they have a lore that you have to download? They like update the lore. That's kind of like what NASA is. Every once in a while, they get a lore update and they change everything they said before, and they're telling you some other new shit. That, like now, did you know that the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere now?
Okay.
Yeah, so Google moon inside Earth's atmosphere. You'll get an article that says, surprise, moon's now inside Earth's atmosphere. That the atmosphere of Earth extends far beyond the moon and the moon's inside it. So technically, if the moon's inside the Earth's atmosphere, no one's been to space. Because they've never left Earth's atmosphere. Because the furthest anybody ever went, it was the moon.
Wait.
Well, if going to space means leaving Earth's atmosphere, and the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere, and the furthest anybody went is to the moon, that means they never left Earth's atmosphere, and they've never been to space. Yeah, Miguel posted it in the chat. Thanks, Miguel.
Yeah, 10,000 kilometers it says here as well.
Yeah, so the point is that if you look, right, we used to do a show called Zany Space News because, like, every day there's some new nonsense put out by NASA or ESA or one of these other space agencies that is just absolute horseshit. Oh, it rains diamonds on Jupiter. Uranus smells like farts. These are actual articles that they've published. Right? They're supposed to be scientific.
Why wouldn't it be true?
Come on, dude.
No, the diamonds.
To rain diamonds? You really think it's raining diamonds?
I mean, maybe it was worded, but I know the pressure is very, very high. I know.
No, you don't know that. How would you know that?
According to the law. According to the law, dude, that's being pointed out to you. Yeah, according to the law, this thing happens. We can start talking about fucking Star Wars in a minute. It's that type of thing.
Warp 7.
Right, so if you guys were able to observe something yourself, and would you believe it more?
Look, that's the only way you can actually ever know anything.
Well, I think it's funny how you guys don't trust any sources, but you,
Why
you
should
still
we?
link a bunch of sources here.
No. It's
Space.com is
not
not
that.
flat
We don't believe that this is true, though. We're linking. This is evidence that they say stupid shit. Did they not actually say this, or is that in dispute? They didn't say this. This is a fake fucking internet story.
What? Which one? The
Any of these?
Uranus?
Uranus opens and closes. What the? Do you think? Look, everyone's anus opens and closes and releases wind.
Hey, yo.
It's
Hey,
a
yo.
normal bodily function. Look, let's ask you this: what could they say that you wouldn't believe? Like, how far do
The
they
Earth
have
is
to
flat.
go? If NASA said the Earth is flat, you wouldn't believe it, even though you
That's probably
experience the Earth is flat. You're cooked, bro. Yo, you're cooked.
I mean, I don't. It is so alien to me. I can look up at the sky. I can look up with my telescope. I can see that other planets in our solar system
Earth isn't
around.
a planet.
Dude, think
Earth
about
is
what
not
you're
a
saying,
planet.
dude. This is like me saying, I can look at my neighbor's house and I live in a mansion because there's a fucking mansion across the street.
Why would we be the only place in
We're
the universe
not
that
a
is not a
planet.
planet?
We're not
or
in
a
the
star
universe.
or nothing?
Can you hear me?
Really? We're nothing?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just don't have any reason to believe it.
You just revealed the whole thing when you said we're nothing.
Yep.
You just gave up the game, man. That's the game.
Wait, what did he say?
They want you to think you're nothing. You understand now? I hope that rung a bell in your head, dude. So there was this thing called the Copernican principle, invented by Nicholas Copernicus, allegedly, that says the Earth has no unique place in the universe. Okay, so if Earth is not unique, you're not unique, I'm not unique. We're just a speck in an infinite, uncaring universe that was birthed from nothing, 91 billion fucking years ago, and our lives are meaningless. Everything is meaningless. There's no point to any of it.
So we are at everywhere at the same time and nowhere. We don't
What?
Is that the whole thing?
Here we go. Brains in the jar now. We're going to the brain in the jar.
All jar, no brain.
All jar, no brain. Dude, I'm saying is this globe narrative supports that. And you just revealed it by saying, why are we like we're nothing? Like, why would we be different than everything else, dude? We're nothing.
Right.
It's like you want to be nothing. It's like why you like. It's like you're rooting to be an insignificant speck.
I didn't say that. I said that I don't believe that we are the only thing in the universe that is not either a planet, a star, or nothing.
Why?
Or gas. Because it doesn't make sense that we're the only ones. You have
not
any
in
idea
the
how fucking
universe.
big the universe is?
Even in mainstream science, is there anything like the Earth that they've ever seen?
They've seen close to it, but no, nothing.
Okay, does it have life on it? Does anything have life on it?
They have readings that can only be produced by life from some planet.
Like tea leaf readings? Like what kind of readings do they have?
I don't remember exactly what it was called, or the planet was called, but it had gas on it that could only be produced by a living organism.
See, he thinks those things are worlds, and he thinks Earth shares outer space with those other worlds. They're not other worlds, bro. This is the only world.
What are they then? Like, is it CGI in the sky?
No, we see them. It's not CGI. Okay, we see them. The story of what they are, what they're composed of, how far away they are, how big they are, all those details, that's made up bullshit.
If I take out my
100 years ago,
and
like
and look at the
100 years
moon,
ago. Yeah, so what?
I can see that it's not made out of poop.
No, yeah, dude. That's an American euphemism. Made up bullshit means the stories about them are bullshit, bro.
I know.
They're just not okay. 1,000 years ago, let's say. No, let's say 5,000 years ago. They had stories about the stars, right? And the planets. They could look up. They could see them.
Yeah.
they could actually predict where they were going to be in the future at some point, like the Mayans. Okay. How do you know their stories aren't correct? How do you know the current contemporary cosmology is the correct one?
What do you mean the predicting part of where the stars?
No, just what they are. Their composition, how far away they are, how old they are, all those facts, which they say are facts, right? They say, look, that star, Canopus B, it's fucking 40 million light years away, and it's freaking 23 billion years old. It's a freaking main sequence star, and blah, blah, blah. They'll tell you all these facts, right? So-called facts about this star or any other star, right? They know it's somehow they looked it through a telescope, and they could tell its composition. That's what it's made out of, right? They could tell how old it was. They could tell how far away it was and how large it was.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that.
By looking through a telescope.
I don't know how to do it. I have no comment on that.
Why do you think that they can do it?
Because they know more about it than I do.
How do you know that?
Because they've spent their entire lives studying.
No,
this.
because you know what they said? They said, I know, don't question me. I know more than you about this. And you're like,
You're free to
sorry.
do your own
who
observations
am
and
I to
study it
question
and-
you, great astronomer? I am just a shove.
Exactly.
I am just a useless shove. I will never question you again. Ever consider the fact you're full of shit? You ever thought about that?
Oh, me?
Yeah, have you ever thought
Who
that
taught
maybe
them?
the astronomers are just liars? Or deluding
Yeah.
themselves?
Who taught them?
It might cross my
And then who
mind,
taught
but-
those people? And then who taught those people? Where did it start? Who's the first person to figure out what a star is?
Yeah, when did they decide the sun is a star?
Where's the
Probably when it
discoverer
looked like
of
a
outer
little one.
space's statue, bro? Where's the statue of the person that discovered outer space?
The sun used to be classified as a planet. You know that, right? So did the moon. The moon and the sun and the planets were all classified as planets.
How many hundreds of years ago was this? I don't keep up on the history of
Probably
this.
1500, 1400.
Yeah, so a while ago when we still thought oh shit, I can't say that in here because you
we
you guys think
we were dumb
the
then.
sun orbits the Earth, right?
Yeah, a while ago, because we're so much smarter now. Well, this is the ironic thing. The reason you think we're smarter now than them, because you think they figured out the Earth's a globe.
No.
Was it the Jews who convinced us that world is round?
Huh? That was a fucking right turn. What?
Was it the Jews who convinced us that the Earth is round?
The Jews?
No.
I hate
Yeah.
juice.
The pointy-hatted people. That's crazy work.
Dude, I don't drink juice. I drink water.
This is like that guy from the Unit the
This
Right
is like
Bridge.
the edgelord. This edgelord,
like
I'm going to go in the
Jews
chat
and
and
that
try to say something edgy
Not an
and feel cool
edgelord.
and then get
I'm-
muted. Yeah, just like that. That's how that works. Anyway, back to Shub, whatever your
Alright.
name is.
Yeah. So about like how they can see like things that are so far away, what they're made of, and all that. I mean, things that I know about.
No,
redshift,
they don't
blueshift,
even
stuff
know
like
that if they're far away. They don't even know that, dude.
What do I not know?
They don't know. They don't know how far any of that shit is. They don't know how big it is. They don't know what it's composed of. They don't know how old it is. All of that
So
stuff is
what
horse
would
crap.
what would the point be in lying?
They're just wrong. Okay,
Why
it's
would,
not that they're
why
lying.
would they purposefully Photoshop?
Purposely what?
whatever
Be wrong? People don't purposely be
pictures of
wrong,
the
bro. Who's they?
Astronomers don't. Astronomers don't Photoshop shit. And if they do, they tell you it's at the bottom of the print. They'll say artist's impression.
So the pictures of the Earth as a globe published by NASA, they're fake?
So the pictures of me of the Earth being flat, are they fake?
I'm not saying that.
See, we can both play this game. So you
If
can
I say
verify
yes,
my
you're
pictures
gonna
because you can take
ask
the
me for
same
proof.
pictures. Yeah. Well, you can go to the ocean and take a picture of a flat Earth yourself, bro.
I think it's like nearly the only argument I hear is that it looks flat.
No, it measures flat as well.
Yeah, unless you have a 5,000 mile long stick that is completely straight.
Why would you need to measure that much?
Well, just an example.
No, like, can't we just measure a portion? Like a small portion?
Yeah, I mean, if you have measurement tools good enough for that, I guess.
Yeah, like, well, let me ask you this. In 10 miles, how much drop due to curve do you think there is?
I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it's 6 inches per 1 mile, right? That is.
No, that would be first of all, that would be a slope. So no, it's not that. Okay, it's 8 inches per mile squared. That's what's called the surveyor drop. So that's the drop of the surface from eye level. Yeah. No, because you said a slope. Yeah. I said per mile squared, not per mile.
Whatever. Yeah.
No, it's a big difference, dude. It's a difference between a slope and a curve, dude. Are you crazy? So, anyway, so in 10 miles, it would be 66 feet of drop, a six-story building. Do you think we can measure that easily? 66 feet?
60, yeah.
Yeah, it should be easy to measure. Super simple. Any freaking, anybody that can fog a mirror should be able to go out and measure that in some way, shape, or form. But when we go out to measure that curve that should be there don't exist in reality. And that's why we can reject your things that you think are pictures of the Earth from space. Because they depict something that's physically impossible and not compatible with the reality that we experience. So, a picture of Earth from space, do you want to know what it shows, the main thing? Because they say that most of the surface of the Earth is water. So, any picture of the Earth being a globe has to have curving water on it. But then when we measure water on Earth, it's flat, level, lies horizontal, and it's not curving. So I can discard any picture that shows curving water because no one can demonstrate curving water exists in the real world. Yeah, so think about it like this. Someone shows a picture of a tree in the middle of a field. You go, hey, man, it's a nice picture. I want to go to that tree. And you're like, okay, it's in this field in this town. And you go to that field in that town and there's no tree there. Can you say that that photo was fake? Or do you need to prove that photo was fake? Or does the fact that the photo depicts something that doesn't exist in reality prove it's fake?
I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Does the fact that the photo... Okay. Someone shows you a photo of a tree in a field. Okay? And you ask, hey, where's that field? I want to look at that tree in person. And then you go to that field, and there's no tree in that field. There's no trees at all. It's an empty field. That photo's fake, right?
Could be. Could also be.
What do you mean?
A different field, or the trees could have been chopped down, or.
No, there's no fucking stumps, and it's the right field.
Okay. Yeah.
So you know the picture's fake, right? Okay. So the fact that if someone says, hey, here's a picture, and what that picture is in the picture, what it depicts doesn't exist in the physical world, then that picture's fake. So pictures purporting to be the Earth from space that show curving water, we can check to see if the water's curving, and since it's not, we know the picture's fake. Do you understand how that works?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We know the picture's fake because we can test the water of the Earth. It's most of the water is connected, right? The Pacific Ocean's connected to the Atlantic Ocean. That's connected to the Indian Ocean, which is connected to the Pacific Ocean, right? It's all connected water. It's all flat and level on its surface. It's supposed to be 70% of the Earth. So you can't have the water's flat, it can't be a ball, right? You can't have a 70% flat ball.
Yeah, I think the way I think about that is the Earth is so big that I won't be able to see it. That's how I think about it, right? It's not like Outer Wilds where you can just
Yeah, but I just went over that. In 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. In 52 miles, it should be 1,600 feet of drop. The Chicago skyline I was talking about.
Yeah.
Pardon me? Those are the right numbers, believe me. I've been doing this a long time. These aren't our numbers, these are their numbers. We didn't make up the math, dude. They said the Earth has evolved with a radius of 3,959 miles. We didn't make up that number. That's the number they said. The only way to test what the Earth is to test the Earth. Isn't to look in the sky with a telescope, or to fucking look at your neighbor's house, or to imagine a fucking chalkboard full of equations. Because ultimately, those equations, those models, those claims, in science, you even said it yourself. You have to repeat shit, right? Well, to repeat stuff, you need something that needs to be repeated. So if I say, hey, gravity forms things into a ball, okay, so gravity formed Earth into a ball, you go, okay, that's my hypothesis. Let's test if that's actually the case and measure the Earth and see if it actually is a ball. Well, we go to measure the Earth and it actually isn't a ball. And I say measure, like it looks flat, but it also measures flat. The looking is just, obviously, if it measures flat, it looks flat. So if you take a laser and you shine it a long distance, the laser should get farther away from the Earth as you go along the laser, right? Because the Earth should curve away from the laser.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when we do these tests, that's not what happens. The laser stays at the same level.
I saw a video about
it. Dude, that video you saw was not a laser test. It was a flashlight. That fucking Jeranism video. It's misrepresenting what happened. There was 100 people, including globe earthers, at that test. Nobody at that test thought they measured a curvature of the Earth. Nobody, including the globers. It's just a hit piece. It's just garbage. And they didn't use a laser, okay, at all. They had a laser.
Right. Yeah, it's been a while since
they had they had a laser. And there's this thing called a beam collimator, which makes the laser not spread out. So the thing is, they get hot. So they turned the laser on and they left it on too long, and that collimator melted to the laser, so they couldn't use it. But because there was so many people there, they didn't want to just go home and tell people, well, fuck, we melted the laser, sorry. So they're like, let's just try it with a flashlight. It probably won't work, but let's try it with a flashlight. And that's what they did. And it didn't work because flashlights, light spreads out. And they're trying to shine it through two holes, dude, that are fucking like 1.6 kilometers apart. Just lining those holes up. Now, imagine trying to line up two 6-inch circular holes 1.6 kilometers apart and try to get them at the same elevation.
I don't think there's any place where Muslims stand that far apart from each other. They have to smell each other's armpits.
Yeah.
For flat earthers, they have to smell each other's armpits.
Well, there was globers there, so what's your excuse for them? Yeah, that's right. You're not clever, dude. Bye. Fucking children, dude. Anyway.
So NASA and all the other space agencies, they all fake the image knowingly.
Bruh. Are you like an NPC or something?
Well, I mean, I don't.
Did you just like reset to like the beginning of your script? Tell me why I said we can discard all those images. And we don't even have to consider them.
Because you can measure it otherwise. You can measure.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but why would they fake it? Why would they not?
Who cares?
Why would they not show the truth?
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
I think it's an important thing to consider as well.
Well, then go find out.
Spend so much money and effort.
Look, let me ask you this. If I want to prove someone committed murder, do I have to prove motive?
If you want to prove someone has committed murder?
Yeah. Do I have to prove the motive, why they did it?
Not if you have other proof.
You don't need the motive at all. All you need is there's a murder. This is the person that did it. You don't need to know why. Why is irrelevant. Sometimes people do things they don't even know why they did them in the first place. So it doesn't matter why. You're only like, this event happened, this is the person involved in the event, that's it. So we don't need to know why. We don't care. I personally don't care why. And how would I ever know why? It would be speculation. And if I did know why, I'd be in on it, right? If they're lying because of this reason, that would make me in on it.
Sure.
And it isn't going to change the fact that the Earth measures flat, whether you know why or not, whether they signed confessions, whether they all admitted it. It doesn't even matter. These are what I call sociological arguments. You're looking for like arguments about people instead of the objective evidence that the Earth is. The Earth is objectively one way or the other. It doesn't matter what people think about it. Like, look, you can measure a table as flat. And it doesn't matter what people say about it. It's flat regardless of what people say. Even if there's 1,000 people that freaking say that table's not flat, the table's curved. And you're like, well, it could be curved because why would all these people lie? No, it doesn't matter what they say. Talk is cheap.
I saw as well. Yeah, I understand what you mean as well, by the way. But I saw someone took some flat Earth influencers to the North Pole, and most of them ended up going home and saying they were wrong. Do you know about that?
South Pole. You got it wrong, bro.
You're butchering your DMs, bro. Dude, who's DMing you?
Oh God, it was Antarctica, and only one that I know of. I don't know of there was only 3 people, right? And
There's
one I know for sure.
Earthers.
Yeah, and one I know for sure has discarded flat Earth.
Okay. But I'm guessing he was a pretty, devoted flat earther as well before.
That's debatable.
Well, I think...
he wasn't... a lot of people... let's put it this way. He wasn't respected in the community, I'll put it that way.
Okay.
He made horrible arguments for flat Earth. He was in a debate and he got fucking destroyed. And he seemed like a grifter on a couple levels. And he's the idiot that did that fucking the experiment that you thought was a laser. That's the same person.
Yeah. Okay.
But all that's irrelevant because the thing you keep avoiding, right? The shape of the Earth. If I say Earth is a ball, that's a claim about geometry. If I say Earth is a cube, that's a claim about geometry. If I say the Earth is flat, that's a claim about geometry. There is only one arbiter of geometry, and that's measurement. Doesn't matter what people do or say or think. It doesn't matter. Look, say you're building a house. Would you fucking take a survey or ask the experts if your floor was square? And they just come up and they just look at it and they go, oh, this floor looks square to me. Or
no.
Would you take a tape measure and measure your floor?
Right, the second.
Yeah, you take the tape measure.
Yeah.
And if someone argues with the tape measure, the only thing they can argue is, well, you measured it and you read the tape measure wrong. Or you measured it wrong. That's all they can say. They can't say anything else. They can't say, well, look at the lights above the floor. The shadows on the floor don't make sense. So your tape measure's busted. That's idiotic.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
So
I just don't think I'm
we
able
can think of... I know it's hard to grasp that this is such a simple question because you're taught that this is a complicated thing, right? We're taught that the question is complicated and only scientists can figure it out, right? That's how it's presented to us.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, because you even said it. Like, I don't know who, but there's some scientists out there somewhere. That's a very common thing we hear. But it's actually super simple. It's freaking like fucking third grade geometry and like seventh grade algebra.
What, measuring the Earth?
Yeah, for calculating what the globe predicts is like seventh grade algebra. The geometry, I'm assuming you learned what a circle was in third grade or maybe earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is not complicated. Super simple. And that's what I think throws people back. Like, it can't be this easy. No, I need to do all this extra shit. I need to look through a telescope or fucking ask a scientist or make
I
a
don't
theory.
think it's because I think it's too easy. I just can't like wrap my head around us being the floor of the universe, and everything that I know makes so much sense. Because everything, it just makes sense. Like the Earth is round, it's orbiting around the sun. The moon is orbiting around the Earth, and all that shit. It just makes sense. It would make sense.
I'm gonna quote Jemsy. Like, you're making sense of nonsense. Because in no way do you sense that. How does it make sense to not sense a thing and then say not sensing that thing makes sense?
Exactly. Like, can I ask you, like, do you think that the first person to declare that the Earth is a big giant spinning ball in outer space to a person, to someone else, like, do you think that that person that they told was like, oh yeah, of course?
No, I think it's documented.
Or do you think that they looked at them like they had 3 heads?
First guy who said it was, I think he was executed for talking against the church or something. Or that might have been.
Yeah, right. The point is, if you'd have never heard the story, right, and someone came up to you and said, did you know that you live on a big giant spinning ball in an ever-expanding vacuum where there's nothing? You would have looked at them as if they had 3 heads, bro, because none of your natural experience of reality tells you that. It's not self-evident. So it's the absolute opposite to what you're saying.
Yeah, okay. I'll go measure the Earth then, I guess. If I come back a flat earther, I will thank Indo. I'll thank you if I come back a flat earther. All right, good talk.
That's it? Did he just leave?
Yep, seems like that was the exit line.
That was weird. Hey, Dandelion.
Hello, how's it going?
What are you doing up so late, girl?
I just got up. I slept for like 5 hours. Yeah, it seems like enough. I'm awake now. Is that all right? Is that authorized?
Yeah, that's just late here. I can't believe it's that early for you guys over there. You're an early bird, huh?
Well, 4 o'clock. I don't know. I just woke up. Yeah.
Nice. All right, W. I was just surprised to hear your voice. Welcome.
Thank you.
You ready to cook?
I guess you got something to cook? Yeah, I got a pan here with some butter in it.
We have Addie. Welcome, Addie. Batty Addie. You should talk to Dandelion.
Eddie, yes. Hello.
She's she's gone. She gone. All right. Well, let's see. And then we have Iran should have nukes. But they've been here before, I'm pretty sure. That's the weirdo. Addie, come back. You can blame it all on CB.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
Category error. Flat is not a shape.
You heard it here first. We have CWH. If you don't respond, it'll officially be CLH.
I think they're not responding, CB, because you don't have their milk ready.
Oh, yeah. I'm doing that right now.
Come on, bro. You gotta do it. I cut it up just for you. And here you are, leaving us all hanging.
Hello?
Yeah. I'm adding it right now, bro. I got you.
I had my volume turned down to 0. Did anyone like yell at me while I was muted?
Yes, many people did. Yep.
I mean, well, I do love centering conversations about myself. Can we talk about me for a bit?
What's your belief? Why do you believe in the globe there, Iran?
Well, I want to talk about that, a little bit of meta first, if you don't mind me asking. I'll get to the globe thing. I just want to talk about the meta first, okay? Bro? Okay, wait. I'm sorry. I need to get out of my car for a second. Give me a second. I'll be right back, okay? I love you. Kiss, kiss.
Discontinue speaking.
Aetherus.
Beta!
I'll get back to her. I love you. Kiss, kiss. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Beta! Affirmative.
Jeez. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, we need some ops in here. I've only got a little bit of time for I gotta go to bed, dude.
Eliza is here. Welcome, Eliza.
Oh, Elisa. Creedith. Looks like a lady. She's a lady.
You think it's Eliza instead of Eliza?
I don't know. How do you say that? Is it Eliza?
I think it's like you've probably never heard the Southern fiddle tune, Liza Jane.
And probably a liar.
Liar!
Oh, wow, yeah. Eliza Jane.
You know about Eliza Jane?
I haven't heard that in a long time.
Oh, Eliza Jane. Do you play the banjo, T-Dub?
Probably could.
I know, I can just imagine you like sitting around there when you're on mute, like practicing your banjo.
I have played the mandolin successfully.
Nice.
And I play a bit of guitar. So, yeah.
You play the mandolin? What's wrong with you? You poor
Mandolin is great. Hey, Roxas. Gosh, that was just a drive-by. How good. Anti-mandolin. I wanted to get a hold of that guy.
Shots fired!
One of my sons wants to learn the mandolin. I have my uncle's old mandolin, but it needs to be fixed up, so I gotta do that.
Wait, did Mike leave did Milk leave the panel? What?
Okay, I'm back.
There we go. I'm right here.
I'm back. Can we talk about me again?
Yeah, you were going to tell us why you believe in the globe.
Sure. Well, a little bit of meta first. I did promise that. So there's this other server. I went to another server, okay? And this to debate flat Earth because I'm like, oh man, I love these guys that the 24/7 flat Earth, but that's not enough. I need to debate this everywhere. So I went to this server called. Bear with me on this one. The server's called Debate Flat Earth and More. So I went there and I'm thinking I'm going to be able to debate flat Earth. But then I went there and you know what? They were not flat earthers. No, they were pretending to be flat earthers. They were in fact globe earthers.
He went to Gym Pandas. He went to Gym Pandas.
That's hilarious. How'd you get along? We know those guys. Did you get along well with them?
They were pretty smart, and you know what? I listened to them for a bit. I didn't understand everything they were saying because I'm not a smart science guy. But I think they really sold me. I think I'm going to start believing that the Earth is a globe.
I thought you already believed that. Didn't you believe that already?
Can you give us their best argument? Give us their best argument.
My joke doesn't work if you already know that fact.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll pretend
It's
to
okay.
laugh now.
Thank you.
India wants to know what their best evidence was.
I mean, I could try to bring one of them in here if you want, but I talked to one guy who did some math bullshit, and I don't remember. But it felt right. The vibes were right, and that's how really people make up. That's how people should make up their mind. If it feels good, you should believe it.
Oh my goodness! If you think the vibes are good in that server,
proof.
Then I'm worried. I'm very worried.
Yeah, we're about to ban you. You're a degenerate.
I mean,
hello everyone.
I mean, honestly, I would ban me too.
What server are you talking
about Gem Pandas. Welcome, Stacy.
Oh my god, I've been banned from Gem Pandas so many times. The most recent one is I got banned for recording because I was AFK. And they knew I was recording because being AFK means you're recording.
That's funny.
And they live stream. They live stream that channel. The reason why I told Gem Panda even before I was going to do it, I said I keep getting accused that I'm there to trigger people. If I respond to somebody, they say I'm triggering them. So I'm going to sit in the channel. I'm going to do nothing at all. I'm going to say nothing. I'm going to post nothing. I'm just going to sit there with a white mic and just see what happens. And after a couple days, the one dude kicked me from the server. I figure out what the hell, right? Why'd you kick me? He goes, oh, I meant to disconnect you. Well, why'd you disconnect me? You're recording. I go, how do you know I was recording? Did you see a video somewhere? Did I post it on YouTube? How did you determine I was recording? Because when I go, dude, you're a conspiratard. You're dumb. You're dumb shit. And I told Jem this. I go, hey, oh yeah, then the guy banned me. Making fun of him or whatever, upset, And I'm like, how? How is this a workable situation where no matter what I do or no matter what I don't do, someone's going to get triggered by that?
Yeah, that's pretty.
Left. He left. He was at the top.
They're paranoid.
Oh, the dude left. He just said go to Gem Pandas and then boot scooted.
Maybe you inspired him. He wanted to go back. He just loved it so much.
Yeah, bro, he just instant transmission out of here. We have Sign Dandelion and CEO of Bias.
Greetings, welcome, Sign.
And Stacy as well. What's up, Stacy? How are you doing?
I'm good. It's a good day.
Nice. And we have Nail as well. Welcome, Nail.
I had a great email exchange today with a lady the other day. I made the hint we were talking about Elon Musk. I said, yeah, I don't like him. I don't like when he said, you know it's real because it looks so fake, sending the Tesla to space. And then she responded and said, Yeah, NASA, it's a complete lie. And I thought, oh wow, cool, we're on the same page. That hint worked.
Hey, real quick, does Jamal limit the room by being live or no? Or like
No,
okay.
only camera. Yeah, you can live stream like your feed, like your screen or whatever you're doing, a game.
Okay,
and it's fine. Yeah.
That's cool. That you had this exchange, Stacy. There was a. Go ahead.
It's funny because it's aviation, so whenever you like even send any emails like that, it's like the worst place to send those emails because your job's on the line if you start questioning NASA. So it's funny.
Also, we have Roxas.
Huh?
Sorry,
Roxas?
Roxas or Roxas.
Oh yeah, that's the mandolin hater.
Is he like a cousin with rocks, or should we get the rocks?
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah.
Get them.
Get the rocks.
Yeah.
Also,
or he can kick him.
That's right. If he doesn't like mandolins, I don't know what his problem is.
Mandolin's the food or the musical instrument?
The musical instruments. The only mandolins I know are the musical instruments or the slicer. The mandolin slicer.
A mandolin is you're talking about the Chinese pronunciation of mandarin.
Wow. No, I'm not. I think I'm thinking of a French food, but maybe that's a different word which starts with M. No, that's a Madeline. Yeah, I've got my words wrong.
We met another lady from Australia today. Her name is Minnow, Minow. She was in this channel earlier, so maybe you will see her sometime.
Does she also believe in the flat Earth?
I'm not sure of any French words that start with mandolin or sound like that.
A Madeline, the food, the French food. Yeah, with the
maybe that's Italy. Get it right.
The cookies.
I wish that kid was still in here. I told him about the Chicago Skyline. He asked me if I seen it myself. I said, "Well, stick around. Dandelion will be in." And was he still here when you got here?
Talking to that kid, yeah, he seemed like he was receptive to some extent. Yeah, too bad I didn't get to talk to him.
Yeah, and I was like, "Well, I didn't see it, but someone else did," and I referenced you. And then he just kept like, you know how they do it. Talk to him. But what about the space pics? Talk to him. What about the space pics? Just in a loop. But what about all the scientists? What do you say, CB? Every scientist, every study ever done by every scientist ever, all show the Earth's a globe.
I hate when they do that. A lot of these guys do this. They go, all the scientists, all the tests, all the studies, all this, all that. And then you go, okay, can you name one? And they go, well, no.
Name one planet.
It's a syndrome called, like, I don't have the facts on me right now syndrome. They start patting
the checks in the mail.
They start actually Jenna calls it patting their pockets, where they start
in the pockets.
Yeah. Oh man.
In their pockets. That's pretty funny, man.
I don't have the facts on me right now. Oops. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I heard him. I heard you say he was resetting. Yeah, I think I heard him reset like a couple times. Yeah. Too bad I didn't. I didn't know he wanted to hear about Chicago. I could have told him all about it. Must have heard you guys, talking about it in my dreams. That's why I had to shoot on in here.
Wait, are you from Chicago?
No, but I've seen it a bunch of times. From Southwest Michigan, you can see Chicago. We go to Chicago, a lot. You can get to Chicago pretty easily from here. There's a commuter train that goes to southern Indiana, and the Amtrak goes there. Or sometimes I drive there. Although, I'm not like a huge fan of driving there, but I'll do it,
Dude, T-Dub cracks me up, bro. We have Nail as well. Nail, you're unmuted. We hear you breathing. You want to talk to Dandelion?
Hi, Nail.
You wish you could hear me breathing.
No, like we literally hear you breathing, bro.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was gonna stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
Oh my gosh, you guys are scaring me.
We hear you breathing.
Now I'm afraid to breathe.
Well, going on mute ain't gonna help.
Yeah. So, Nail, you've been here before. Nail.
They can hear you through the mute. What's up, Nail?
So,
So tell us, does every science study ever done by a scientist in the history of the world prove the Earth's a globe? Guess that's a no. Playing Kerbal Space Program, brother?
We also have Midnight that just popped in. Welcome, Midnight.
Yeah.
Dandelion, get him.
Midnight. Did you know the Earth is flat?
Looks a little flat, but no, I didn't really know that particularly.
Yeah, it looks flat because it is. Yeah, because there's no globe, there's no curvature anywhere. If we lived on a globe, then you would be able to observe that in reality by observing the drop over distance as you looked out toward the horizon, particularly over a large body of water, but we never actually see that.
Think about it looks flat because it is a controversial statement in 2025, which is crazy.
Is it controversial? I didn't even know that.
Well, I mean, with globe earthers, which are ostensibly most of the people.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, but with any other topic, you say, hey, he looks tall because he is tall. Yeah, that's not controversial. But if you say the Earth looks flat because it is flat somehow, that's absurd. That's delusional.
We have Yunjo. Okay, we have Kane. You guys talked to Kane before?
Yeah.
Yes, we talked to him earlier today. Hi, Kane. Welcome back to the Flat Earth.
There's also Unjo Gratis, the Forbidden Mon.
Forbidden Monkey God.
Okay.
Kane was really upset about Bulls on Parade making fun of Trump's parade for the Army's birthday.
You got any of that globe evidence, Kane? Or Ref? I don't know. Ref's lighting
Not
up.
here to debate. You guys can go ahead.
Debate. Who wanted to do that? We don't debate. I mean, it's technically not.
You don't? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. You kind of just abuse people verbally. That's true.
Well, what people do is they say, I'm just here to ask questions, or I'm just here to listen. And then they say something crazy, like you just said, pretending that you're just here, casually, but you're not.
Bro, anyone that says I'm just here to ask questions is capping. That's never been true.
I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to insult you. Oh, you guys ban people for their opinions. Yeah, if your came in the chat and your opinion is we're a fucking bunch of retards and that's what you want to talk about. Bye.
You're not even over the target yet. If you want to insult someone for what they think, you'd have to at least know or understand what they think so your shots would land. It's like you're too dumb to even know what the word flat means. You think I'm going to be insulted by what you say?
Yo, Chris, I heard you this morning talking about the atheists suing NASA. Dude, you got like a link to that? I want to see that. That's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, at your leisure, man. It doesn't.
No,
I don't need to write the second.
Yeah, I'll get right. I had it saved, but I'm not sure what happened to it.
Also, we have Unjo Gratis, the Forbidden Man. Gigan. Guy thinks he's Bakugo. What's up, dude? You been here before?
Yeah, I bounce around the channels. I usually come in here and listen to people argue. Sort of
He belongs to the VCs.
She belongs to the streets.
We don't want it to be an argument. Arguments are counterproductive. Debates are fine, but arguments are just arguing.
Well, I mean, argument debate, it usually turns pretty heated.
Yeah. I mean, we'd prefer the debate connotation instead of the negative one.
Yeah.
I'm not saying arguments don't happen. They certainly do. It'll probably happen sometime in the next 5 minutes.
Probably so.
Well, in the meantime, I can tell you guys my most latest story with Level Water. So, I got a new roommate. She's called Kombucha, and I call her a roommate because it's a living thing, and it's now my company. So, I was brewing this kombucha, but then I was silly enough to put it in one of those containers which you can like tap the handle and it will let the water out like a dispenser. Didn't seal that correctly, so it started dripping. So I thought, oh no, it's going to drip everywhere. So then I got a bucket, and then I put it in the bucket, and I thought, it's still going to drip in the bucket. What can I do? So I put water in the bucket so that it would go over the top of the drip. And the water was flat. And so that's my heartfelt story about my new roommate called Kombucha. And hopefully she will brew nice.
Hopefully she'll brew what?
Good talk, friends. Bye.
Brew nicely. Nice tasting homemade kombucha.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Nicely done, Stacey. Sign. Go ahead, buddy. We hear you breathing. And welcome, Moon.
I got a question for Crit.
Oh, here we go.
Go ahead.
What's up with all the things you send me?
Are you talking about the science and space news?
Not yet. Like, there's Trump like falling down the stairs of Air Force One. That GIF with.
Yeah, the science and space news.
How does Trump fall? Trump stumbles on steps at Air Force One. What does it have to do with space?
Wrong. Well, no, it has to do with science and space news.
Okay.
Yeah, we've gotten over this multiple times. What's either A or B? Which one?
For Trump stumbling on the stairs?
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Like, sometimes you see news that is intense, right? And that each story kind of triggers you. I'm wondering why that one of all the ones I've sent, why would that be the one?
Because it's stupid.
Yeah, didn't you say you like stupid stuff?
No.
So you didn't come in here to be like, I come to Flat Earth because it's so stupid.
No.
Okay, why'd you come here then? A or B? Which one?
Find it interesting.
Is it interesting? Entertainment, right?
Sure.
And then, but you find stupid things entertaining.
Yeah.
Okay, so then here I send you a story of Trump falling down the steps of Air Force One. That seems to me pretty stupid and entertaining. I would say he didn't really fall because unlike Biden's knee hit made contact with the surface. Trump didn't quite his knee didn't go down. So according to like NFL rules or like basketball or whatever, he's not down. That's not a down on the play.
Okay, and like Trump calling Musk a big time drug addict. That's not stupid or funny.
Did I don't think I sent. Did I send that one?
You sent that one.
Oh Oh yeah. I remember now. Okay, yeah, 'cause that paired with diplomatic immunity from a lethal weapon.
Right. Okay.
He just wants to make sure you get some mail. He doesn't want you to get up in the morning, open your mailbox. There's nothing there. Just like Charlie Brown, nobody sent me a Valentine.
Yeah, how about like today? Do you want to go over what should be the science and space news for today?
Sure.
All right, so some of the choices we got are on the trail of Bigfoot. Academia in Kentucky woods have found a Bigfoot print in the mud.
Stop the cap.
Okay.
We got how does
There's a picture. I believe it.
Yeah, there is. There's a picture.
So how many people do you send these out to? Do you have like a mailing list?
Yeah. There's
Just
there's thousands of people. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just you. He kept spamming me. I had to block him. It's crazy, bro. It's actually insane.
It's hundreds of servers and thousands of people.
Are you
And that's the
serious?
best part because like I get multiple different feedback. Like some people really love them. So like Kane here, he thinks he had to block me because of me. Meanwhile, there's other people.
But instead, I had to block you because of me. That's actually what happened. Because I cannot deal with your bullshit.
How is it spam?
How is it spam? Receiving like stuff every day when it's not like that. That is literally what spam is. You understand that?
No, one message per day that's
Sign up for
non-commercial.
But did you sign up for the spam? You know how you got your emails sometimes you sign up for something and they spam you because you didn't read the terms of service?
Did I do that?
Yeah, I don't know. Did you?
No, I did
sign up for spam.
You're
Did you
on
ask me
the mailing list.
Yeah, did you ask me to take off the mailing list, like your email?
Absolutely
you
not.
Subscribe.
That is the entire point. As to why it's spam.
Click on subscribe, brother.
Crit. I'd like to
Yeah,
unsubscribe.
so it's unwanted. You realize that, yeah. Okay, so yeah, he kept spamming with me with this shit, and at some point I had to block him because I couldn't do it anymore. It's really annoying.
Yeah, if you type
hashtag,
typing hashtag unsubscribe.
you had to do that.
hashtag unsubscribe. What the fuck are you, like a fucking bot? Like,
We're very sorry you had to block him. We're sorry you had to push that button. It must have been very heavy.
Yeah,
No, not really, no.
I mean, do you just not like there being unread messages?
well, that and the fact that I get notified every time, and it's kind of annoying.
Okay. So you don't know about personal notifications then? Okay, cool.
Failure to use Discord is what you're looking.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but I
we
just
can
got,
never
like,
hear you either, Grass, man.
The flat earthers are nothing but entertainment, yet globalists have seen the same episodes for years and years, so switch it up and present Globe. Let's present Globe and see what happens to their idea of entertainment.
Yeah,
so I can present some Globe. You want me to present some Globe? I
No,
will.
that he.
So when you hang a plumb line, it's curved on the globe. Did you know that?
I'm talking about the message. Let's change it up and present Globe and see what happens to their idea of entertainment.
Yeah, because this idea of Trump falling down the stairs, Elon Musk being a drug addict, a picture of Bigfoot, a foot of Bigfoot.
Okay.
You know, like painting satellites black so they reduce noise pollution or light pollution. This is all globe shit. This is all bullshit. So does that help? If I present you some very dumb, because in your worldview, you like flat Earth because you're entertained by dumb shit. No problem. Let's change it up. Are you still entertained by dumb shit when it's globetardia? And it seems like no. You get upset by that. So it's interesting that there's no change, no effect. You really don't care about dumb shit. What you caring about is some other people's dumb shit that challenges your worldview. Which you can't take questions on or explain.
Well, obviously, like I saw Trump falling down the stairs. I saw Biden falling down the stairs and thought they were funny at the time. But getting like a message in my private DMs over and over, like
yeah, that's not how Discord works. A private DM is not a private DM. That's a mini server of just me and you.
Okay.
That's the way Discord works. It's like up to 10 people can share, like we call a direct message. And the best part is you can only mod yourself in there. Like Kane basically
I don't want to be
muted.
taken away from the conversation, but
No, this is a very important key thing, the science and space news, because I'm expected to take every single person's subjective reaction to what I do. Some people love it. Some people want me to send more messages. Some people invite me to servers to post it. Other people are very upset. Like Kane is hysterical right now. Absolutely hysterical.
No, I don't think I'm being hysterical.
Yeah,
sure.
dude, you're acting hysterical.
I was pretty
I don't know
hysterical.
what hysterical means to you, but I'm just kind of laughing.
Yeah, hysterical.
Having fun.
Emotional damage.
That's all I had when you said them to me.
That's laughing hysterically.
No, but, what was I gonna say?
The emotional wreck. You're hysterical right now over science and
No, I am quite literally just laughing at this. It's like you have some really interesting way, like the way your brain works is like really interesting. I find it very like both interesting and entertaining, I think.
And then you block it.
Because what I'm saying is that it's the way that your brain works that is like that, right? Like it's not. Wait.
Entertaining.
So it's not the spam that's funny. It's the way that you think that everybody enjoys it, right? Like nobody does. I think many people do, except for like maybe your like other weird friends, but like normal people are not going to be into that.
Yes, they do. Very few people.
Yeah, no, sure. I'm sure that
count on one hand.
I wouldn't consider them normal.
On one hand, how
listen, that's fine. I just don't think most people would enjoy spam. You know, it's like it's not really cool.
It's not spam.
I think you should at least ask first. You know, it's like, hey, can I send you stuff every day?
No, it's not spam.
Be nice, you know.
Okay, wine ass. Okay, stop. Okay, this isn't the topic. Get the DMs. So,
sure.
I'm whining. Okay.
Yeah.
No one's concerned that you had to push a fucking button. Why are you complaining about pushing a button?
He's hysterical.
I'm complaining. I'm just
if people want it, if people want the messages, it's not spam because they want it. It's only spam when it's unwanted messages. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Like it happened to sign.
No,
Right. You've made it perfectly clear you didn't want the messages, and it took you a lot of effort to push a fucking button, and it hurt your feelings, or I don't know what.
It really hurt my feelings.
Go to the gym,
I'm actually
dude.
crying right now. I cry every night thinking about the fact that I had to block crit, bro. I cannot do it anymore. Actually, I'm gonna have to kill myself very soon because I cannot deal with the emotional stress caused by the fact that I had to block crit.
You're hysterical, like Chris said.
Insanely hysterical, bro. I'm dying. I cannot live with the knowledge that I have.
Okay, you're full after.
I'm gonna survive.
You've been whining about pushing a button for fucking 30 minutes.
Hey, since you wanted to discuss like stuff related to the shape of the Earth, have you come up with an explanation of how Foucault's pendulum works on a stationary Earth?
Oh yeah, have you come up with any data that shows Foucault's pendulum working in any way?
Yes, you can go ahead and see it yourself.
Where?
There are places where they built Foucault's pendulums into
like in museums and malls and those.
Yeah, so
those are driven.
I've been
those are driven with a magnetic motor. Want me to post the
we have one that works, right? So you can go and see it for yourself.
Okay, cool. So those are driven, and I can post the manual that they're driven and they're adjusted to process any way you want them to process.
So if I find you one example of one that actually works without being driven, as you say, you're going to have to admit that the Earth must spin in order for that to work. Okay, then let's assume that it
we're not even at step one.
Works, right? Like let's assume that there's one that works. Okay, how does it work on a stationary Earth?
For you, okay, I'll lay it out for you. It's really simple. First, you get the data. Once you get the data to support your claim,
you said you would have to admit it, right?
Why are you interrupting me, Spaz? Why are you interrupting me?
He's hysterical.
Okay, dude.
I just want the
laying it out for you.
Like, let's say that I don't present
You're so hard. You're blowing out your mic.
Come here with the proof, right? Like, what are you going to tell me? And how are you going to justify the pendulum rotating?
Okay, you haven't presented any evidence. Okay,
how are you going to justify it? That's what I want to know.
Okay, first of all, find the evidence, and once we find the evidence,
okay. So
this is the second time you've done this. I'm about to mute you forever.
Are you going to admit?
Yeah, Kane, this is the same problem you had earlier, where when you interrupt people and start talking over them, your mic just is absolute like chaos and impossible to listen to. You have to take turns speaking.
Okay, so now that you're muted, this is a two-step thing. First, you find the data. Once we have the data, we can go, does this data demonstrate that the Earth is spinning?
He's hysterical.
Right? Why is this Foucault's pendulum doing whatever the data shows? How do we figure out what's causing whatever it is we see? Okay, right? That's how it works. The data alone don't tell you anything, but you don't even have that.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, let me clarify what I'm asking. Okay, so say that I do bring you this data, right? Like when I do bring you the data of a working Foucault's pendulum, are you going to admit that the Earth must be spinning?
No.
Okay, then how are you going to justify the pendulum working on a stationary Earth?
Okay. I don't need to. You need to justify how the Foucault's pendulum is spinning, is processing, and that's why it's processing, right? You need to demonstrate that's the cause of the precession, the Earth's spin.
Okay, so the way Foucault's pendulum works is because of the conservation of angular momentum.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
How do you know that? Yes. How do you know that's how it works?
Alternative explanation.
How do you know that's how it's? No, I don't care about your explanation. How do you know that's what's happening?
Because it's the only explanation for it. What is the alternative?
How do you know that's the only explanation? I'll just make another one right now. Magic fairies. Here's another
go ahead. That's what I'm asking you to do. Go ahead.
Okay, magic fairies. I got the same evidence you do. Nothing. I got the same evidence you do.
Amazing.
I got the same evidence you do. I just asserted it.
So you think
that giggling is a refutation, dude?
Momentum, like the angular momentum, does not conserve. Is that what you think?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, then I said you have the same amount of evidence for magic theories that I have for conservation of angular momentum.
Listen, okay, I wasn't going to say this, but you don't even know how the Foucault's pendulum is supposed to work at all.
Okay, so
it's
why
not
would
angular momentum being conserved.
You didn't answer my question. Why would you say? Why would you say?
Shut up. Shut up.
No, you didn't answer my question.
Again, it's really annoying. Can you?
You don't
mic is so bad.
You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself. Okay.
So you're going to answer my question or no?
Okay, you don't know how it works. I need to educate you, and then we can talk about it. Okay,
Are you going to answer my question?
Stop interrupting me.
So are you going to answer my question?
Answer which question?
Okay, so why are you saying that you have the same proof for the same amount of evidence for magical fairies when you do agree that angular momentum does conserve? Like, why do you think we have the same amount of evidence?
But that's not how a Foucault's pendulum works. It doesn't work by conservation of angular momentum.
How does it work then? Come on, go enlighten me.
Okay, so the pendulum maintains rigidity in space, and the body of the pendulum spins underneath it. You didn't know that, right? That is two different reference frames. You got a rotating shut up. You got a rotating reference frame and a non-rotating reference frame. The pendulum is spinning back and forth, and it's in the non-rotating reference frame, and the Earth is spinning underneath it in the rotating reference frame. It's not conservation of angular momentum.
Oh, what is it?
You don't even know how it works.
What is conservation of angular momentum?
You don't know how it works, Kane.
Do you know what angular momentum is in the first place?
Kane. So what is
angular momentum?
A movie video on how the pendulum works, Kane?
What is angular momentum?
Okay, so a rotating body.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what do we talk about now?
A rotating body, dude. You listen. Don't try to play the intelligence test.
Get away from your mic a bit.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
just
you're eating your mic.
spherical.
Look,
I am not. So what is? So are you guys telling me what angular momentum is?
okay,
Because you didn't tell me.
trying to quiz me at this point is a joke because you
So
didn't know.
what is angular momentum again?
Angular momentum, if you have a rotating body, right? If you have a rotating body, right? Rotating body, do you understand? Okay? It's an angular change of that rotating body. So if it's spinning at, say,
Your change of that rotating body.
Say you had a rotating ball, right? That's spinning at 10 RPM, and it struck a non-rotating ball that was stationary, had 0 RPM. The momentum of that ball, the rotating ball, would be transferred to the non-rotating ball. Okay, and they would sum to it would conserve momentum, so that they would sum to 5 RPM. Does that tell you I know what conservation angular momentum is?
No, you told me.
I gave you a physical demonstration of how it works.
No, what you told me is property of the angular momentum. You didn't tell me what it is.
A property of the angular momentum. Conservation of angular momentum is not a property of angular momentum. Is not angular momentum.
No, it's not angular momentum. So I'm asking you what angular momentum is. You still haven't told me that.
Yes, I did. I just told you.
Okay, what is it? Say it again.
Definition?
No. Say it again.
Maybe this time you won't speak through Indio. He's done it twice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I want to at this point.
You did it twice already. Can't you do it a third time?
Yeah.
No, why?
No, I can't. You're just talking through me again, and then say I didn't do it.
Okay, go ahead and do it again.
No. How about no? I already did it.
Yeah. Okay. So you weren't able to explain what angular momentum is. You told me about the fact that you observe conservation of angular momentum. You didn't tell me what angular momentum is.
This is a red herring.
Momentum is.
Kane, stop it. This is a red herring because that's not how a Foucault pendulum works. Are you going to address the Foucault pendulum that you brought up?
Yeah, so I'm gonna give you a Foucault pendulum that works is at the Pantheon in Paris. So now that we have this, are you going to admit that it must be spinning in order for it to work?
No.
Okay. And I guess it's just. I guess you're just being honest. That's amazing.
Data.
Yeah, it is amazing that you are just shucking and jiving instead of putting data out, and you didn't even know how it works in the first place.
You didn't give me an alternative explanation for how the pendulum would be working. Since I gave you the evidence that a Foucault's pendulum that exists and works, it's there.
You gave the wrong explanation.
Back off your fucking mic.
Like, bro, you're sitting there telling me I don't have an alternative explanation. To what? Your wrong one? To your wrong explanation. You said that a Foucault pendulum works by conservation of angular momentum. No, that's not how it works.
You described conservation of angular momentum.
No, it doesn't work by conservation of angular momentum. It's because the pendulum maintains rigidity in space and the Earth spins underneath it. They're in two separate reference frames. The pendulum is in one reference frame, and the body housing the pendulum, the building or whatever it is in the rotating reference frame of the Earth.
Yeah, I was at the
years to rotate, but it's not actually rotating. But you think it actually is rotating, which is why you keep chanting angular momentum, because you're a fucking moron, a half-wit.
You can go to the Pantheon. I was there, and sometimes it's not moving at all. They don't have it turned on. It's just hanging there.
And it's also driven.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They turn it on and off when they want to.
Okay, let's play this game, though. Do you want to play this game, Kane? Kane, you're going to back off your mic. You're going to not talk over me, and I'll unmute you. If you start with your shit again, I'm going to mute you again, and we can just ignore you. So, concede that your explanation was not the correct explanation.
No, what you described is exactly conservation of angular momentum.
Okay, the angular momentum of what?
Okay, so the pendulum has a certain angular momentum, right?
What object? What part of the pendulum? What part of the pendulum?
You know, there's an object, okay? There's a a ball kind of thing attached to somewhat of a string to the ceiling, right? Like that part that moves. A certain momentum, right?
So you think that's rotating the pendulum? You think that's what's rotating?
So what we observe to change direction is the pendulum
underneath the straight path of the pendulum.
And wait, by the way, did you just admit that the Earth is rotating?
Third, fourth time.
Rotating is what's rotating.
So you admit that the Earth is rotating underneath it?
Yeah.
I said, what's that?
Okay, so
no.
That's so you did concede.
No.
I didn't say that.
No.
How does it work if the Earth is not rotating?
No, Kane. It's called an internal critique.
Okay, so if the Earth is not rotating, then how is it going to work?
I can make your argument so as I don't straw man it, right? But I don't have to accept the argument.
Okay, that's fine.
So, your argument, the argument that you didn't even know that I did teach you.
Okay, sure. So how is it going to work if the Earth underneath it is not rotating?
Okay, because this so-called precession is not consistently observed. That's why I asked for data. But you don't know that because you don't know anything about this. So
you didn't explain.
I'll give you an example of some data which don't match your freaking idiocracy. Okay, so they set up a 4-story pendulum in the South Pole, right? What you think is the South Pole, and they measured in the what's the formula for? Do you know what the formula is for knowing how?
Give me an alternative explanation for how it works or not.
Listen, fuck your explanation.
You're diverting. Can you actually stay on point? Are you going to give me an explanation for how it works on a stationary Earth?
We don't know how it works yet.
If the Earth underneath it doesn't spin, then how come it keeps changing? It keeps changing the direction. How does it happen if the Earth underneath it doesn't rotate?
Okay, you haven't demonstrated that it processes the way you say, dude.
Oh my god, that does not have to be demonstrated because it's an observation. You just observe that it happens, and then you'd have to tell me how does it work if the Earth is not spinning.
Okay, you haven't demonstrated how it does work. Are you dense?
Are you going to give me an explanation on how it works on a non-rotating Earth?
You haven't presented anything, dude.
So how does it work if the Earth underneath it doesn't spin? Because you said you won't admit that the Earth underneath it does spin.
Dumb fuck, dude. You keep asking me, how does it work? How does this event happen? You haven't shown the event happening. You know you haven't. So I'm going to say one more thing. So, Kane, I'm going to tell you something, and you're not going to like it. I'm going to finish what I was telling you about the freaking so-called South Pole pendulum. So, first of all, we need to know how fast should the pendulum process. Do you know? Do you know what the calculation is, Kane?
Yeah. So can we stay on point? Are you going to?
No, we are on point. Okay, because the data, I'm going to give you data that refutes everything you said.
So are you going to stay on point or not?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to give you data that refutes.
Go ahead and explain how it would work.
I'm going to give you data that refutes your explanation because the
how
data
does it work on a non-rotating Earth?
How does it spin backwards? Is that what you want to know?
How does it spin? Yes.
It spins backwards.
Okay, then how does it spin?
Well,
how does it spin on rotating Earth?
Well, it's not spinning, dude.
Okay, then explain.
You're not listening.
The thing is spinning. So how does it spin on a non-rotating Earth?
It's not spinning. It's not spinning in your own worldview, dummy.
It is, but how the point is the Earth underneath it is spinning, right? And we observe. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're just making a semantic point. It doesn't matter what we observe. The pendulum changes its trajectory, right? So how does it work on a non-rotating Earth?
Okay. Well, because when people release the pendulum, it's not released evenly, so it'll form an ellipse.
So that's an amazing.
Listen. Listen, you want an explanation, dude. Why does it process sometimes? Okay? And this isn't from me. This is from people that set up fucking pendulum in the fucking South Pole. Because they have to explain away why it was spinning the wrong way. Okay? So they set up a pendulum in the South Pole at a 4-story pendulum, and they measured, because I'll tell you the calculation. It's unfortunate I have to mute you because we could have just had a conversation, but you want to be a fucking ass. So we're gonna treat you like the fucking ass you are. It's supposed to be 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. So at the poles, it should precess at 15 degrees per hour. Oh, he left.
Hysterical.
Bitch.
What else?
Yeah, I
Thank
mean-
God.
I mean, it's impossible because he keeps talking through people, and his mic is just so awful that it just makes it intolerable to listen to.
It's not the mic that's awful. His voice goes so high, the mic just can't pick it up.
He's also just rude. That was just completely rude. Everything he did was rude.
Was he French?
No,
I should get an A for effort, though.
Is he French?
Yeah,
yes, you were persistent. I'll give you an A, Indio. A+.
Yay, I need a gold sticker.
I'll give you 2.
See, look how powerful is sign still here. Like, is sign? Do you want to be like that? That is a showcase of somebody who's triggered by signs.
Manic.
That's
Is
not
that why
normal.
you had- that's
it's
why you
not.
did it?
It's not normal to be that triggered over a topic you want to talk about. Not, I'm talking about you, the royal you. He comes in here. He wants to talk about the pendulum, and instantly becomes hysterical over it.
Stein, what rotates the pendulum or the Earth?
That question's for you, Sign.
Yeah, which way? What is it? Is it the pendulum rotating or the Earth rotating?
They're all fake and they're all on the battery.
Yeah, you're in cult mode too.
Okay.
You guys are cuckoo, dude, for Cocoa Puffs. Like, I can't understand you guys' mindset.
Is that right?
Yeah, I can't, because you just heard that dude completely just tweak out, go hysterical, embarrass himself, asking me for an explanation. Do you have an explanation better than my explanation when his explanation is the wrong explanation in his own worldview?
So what's the right one if his is wrong?
It's not an experiment. It's not a reliable test. You get all sorts of anomalous results. It doesn't measure anything. Okay, and how do we know this? Because what happens is I say, hey, dude, Foucault's pendulum, why does it do this? Okay, what's the evidence that does that? Show me the data. And they never have the data. You know why they don't have the data?
You sound like a fucking nerd, lady.
Yeah, that's great. So, I was going to say something bad, but I can't. I fucking hate this server. Anyway, so we asked for the data. Is that unreasonable? Someone says that this happens experimentally.
What data would you want?
Is it unreasonable to ask, hey, what's that data? The data of what a Foucault's pendulum actually does.
That's easily you can't find that online?
No. I've been asking for it for 8 years. Do you know what I have found online? I have found some data, and do you know what it showed? It showed that the Foucault's pendulum spun the wrong way at the rate it was supposed to spin at. So it was at the South Pole, alleged South Pole, and it spun at 15 degrees per hour the wrong way. And then the next setup they did is spun 2 times too fast.
Do you have a video of that?
Well, there's no video, but it's their website. There's scientists that did it, scientists at Evanston Station. And there's a well-known effect called the Elias effect. So they notice Foucault's pendulums do some funky-ass shit during lunar eclipses. And nobody knows why. But if the Foucault's pendulum is caused, its precession is caused by the rotation of the Earth, does that mean lunar eclipses change the rotation of the Earth? Is the Earth slowing down and speeding up? Does it spin the wrong way in the South Pole? Like, because they're making a claim. The precession of the pendulum is caused by rotation of the Earth. So, if the pendulum precesses in a way that is not commensurate with the rotation of the Earth, it can't be the rotation of the Earth causing it. It's a very simple. But the thing is, they can't even get to the data part. You saw what just happened, right? Spurging because I asked, hey, what's the data show? And him just chanting a religious wave. He didn't even have the globe explanation even right.
The data isn't self-evident?
What's self-evident?
Like the mechanics behind the system, no?
No, it's not self-evident. Why would it be self-evident?
Because for it to rotate...
It doesn't rotate. In your worldview, it doesn't rotate. The Earth is rotating under it. You know, it's so unbelievable. You guys don't even believe it because you guys have to keep saying it's rotating. Because their claim is it's not rotating and the Earth is rotating underneath it. But you don't want to say it because it sounds so stupid. I wouldn't want to say it either. And no, it's not obvious. So the ones you see in academy or you see in museums and malls and things like that, those are driven. And it tells you how to adjust them. You do the calculation. What's my latitude? Okay, 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude should precess at this rate of speed. Please adjust the pendulum until you get that amount of precession. That's how those work. Okay? And like I just said, there's anomalies. Lots of anomalies. This is why you can't find no data because this so-called experiment does not give consistent results. It's the same thing with Cavendish. Does not give consistent results. So, dude, these are fucking parlor tricks. Memulus used to call them their religious rituals that they have people do to believe in the globe. Oh, this is the thing, gravity, hanging two balls. They're going to look like they're going to wobble back and forth, and that's gravity. You know what the Cavendish says, right?
The what?
The Cavendish experiment, the so-called
No.
experiment. Oh, so see proof of gravity. It's just horseshit. It's like Foucault's pendulum.
It's just one more pendulum, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. So, sign. Think of this. Okay, if Foucault's pendulum worked the way they said they do, you'd be able to navigate the Earth by just hanging a weight from a tree and swinging it back and forth. Oh, I'm lost in the woods. Make a Foucault's pendulum. We'll know what latitude we're at. We'll just watch the procession of this fucking rock tied by a vine. Like, dude, that's how stupid it is. That you would be able to navigate with a Foucault's pendulum. No one has ever tried to navigate with a Foucault's pendulum, ever. And never will. Because it doesn't do what this guy thinks it does. In reality, he has an idea in his head. Hey, it says this on paper. But eventually the paper has to go against reality and see which one's the winner. And the paper ain't the winner, dude. What's up, chill stuff? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm looking at it. So, wouldn't the pendulum swing in different direction in the South Pole, right?
It should. It should process the opposite direction of the North Pole.
Yeah, as in the South.
Yeah. So the people, I'll post the South Pole Station website.
So it should rotate like clockwise in the northern hemisphere. Look this up. Yeah, clockwise.
Okay, I'll read from the website as posted. Our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backward from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first because we're all from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed to the Earth spinning in an anti-clockwise direction. It's so funny they put it that way. No, you're not. You're not fucking accustomed to any such thing. You're not accustomed to spinning, dude. Fucking. Anyway, we then realized that from our reference frame, the Earth should be spinning clockwise. So we had to modify the pendulum. Sounds scientific to me.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
What is this from?
The South Pole.
He put the link there in the chat sign. I'll tag you there.
Sonoma State University. Do you have the actual paper?
The actual paper? What are you talking about? It's not a paper.
Which is okay. What's this from then?
People that work at the South Pole.
Yeah, I know. Is
Dude,
there like a link to, like, where did you get this from?
I don't think the page was originally published from SouthPoleStation.com, dude.
What's this? SouthPoleStation.com.
Good. You know what I'm gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
The next time someone cites space pics, I'm gonna go, do you have a link to the paper? Someone says the moon landing's real, I'm gonna go, do you have a link to the paper?
NASA.com.
Dude, that'd be great. That's not a paper.
We don't like.
Oh, here we go. Right now, you don't need a paper. I need a paper, but not you.
No, don't they have research papers on NASA.com?
They publish their own shit. No peer review. They review themselves.
Oh, is it NASA.gov?
They're like the cops. They review themselves.
Oh yeah, it's NASA.gov.
NASA's a document server where they publish all their shit, but it's not reviewed externally. It's reviewed internally. That's what they say. We peer review ourselves.
Hmm.
Yeah, NASA.gov sign, that's where they say that they aren't taking snapshots of the Earth. They're creating them on the computer with CGI. Did you know it said that on NASA.gov?
I do. I know a lot of them. They enhance with CGI.
Doesn't bother you. You like it that way.
SouthPole.com.
There's a wiki article to the Elias effect. Now, the funny thing about this Elias effect is that in 2011, NASA got 14 other people that we're gonna, because the results have been very weird, to say the least. Sometimes it goes too fast. Sometimes it goes backwards. All sorts of shit. And they've used the conical pendulums in a bunch of different ways, and they get this anomalous effect that during lunar eclipses, these pendulums go wonky. And I don't know how does that make sense if the pendulum's precession caused by the rotation? It would logically follow that eclipses have something to do, and somehow they change the Earth's rotation. Do you think they do that?
I mean, if that's what the affirming the consequent data shows.
Exactly. Yeah, so NASA was supposed to be 14 universities all over the world, everywhere that was in wherever was going to see a lunar eclipse. That was supposed to be done in 2011. They all got together, and they've never done anything. They never released the data. They've never said that they finished it or did anything. They just got the press release. Hey, we're going to do this thing. And there's nothing afterwards.
So what was your issue with the South Pole pendulum?
Went the wrong way. It went too fast. It's not an issue with the I have an issue with the test itself because I've never seen any evidence that it gives a consistent result of anything. You have to remember, the claim is the pendulum will precess 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude caused by the rotation of the Earth. It don't do that. It's really that simple. It don't do that. Period.
That's why you're getting pissed off with that guy earlier, Kane. It doesn't do the thing that you're claiming, so why should I need to explain anything about it?
If you look at this thing, how did it not... It says it, the angle changed 15 degrees every hour.
The wrong way.
Where does it say that?
The first attempt, dude. I read it to you.
First...
I literally read it to you, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. You guys don't listen at all. You're like
Remember the problem they didn't notice? The problem they didn't notice because they were from the northern hemisphere because, it looked like the pendulum spinning the wrong way. Making it look like the Earth was spinning backwards.
Then he had to look it up. You're like, wow, dude, really? You didn't know this going into the conversation?
Where does it say it again?
Look for the words first attempt. Our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first because we are all from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed somehow, in some way, magically, to the Earth spinning in the anti-clockwise direction. We then realized that from our frame of reference, the Earth should be spinning clockwise. So we had to modify the pendulum. Right? Do you know what they call this in science? When you do an experiment and don't get the result you want, and then you modify the device? They call this cherry picking. Right? You have a confirmation bias. You're like, I think it should do this. Oh, it didn't do that. I'll keep fucking with it and fucking with it until it does that. and then I'll declare victory and say, oh, my theory was confirmed as long as I ignore all the other trials. And that's exactly what they do. And they even talk some stupid shit about it must be some government conspiracy covering it up when they're literally doing that in this article. They're literally doing it right in front of your face. Oh, we made 3 attempts. It only confirmed what we thought on 1 attempt, and we're going to claim a success. Yeah. 1 out of 3 ain't bad, right? It's not bad in baseball, dude, but this ain't baseball. And then even if this test didn't exist, okay, and this website didn't exist, you have the Elias effect, which can't be explained in light of that observation.
So aren't they saying it's spin the wrong direction because of the altitude?
Why would it spin in the wrong direction because of the altitude if the fucking rotation's what causes it to spin? How does altitude change spin?
Hold on.
Does it spin like is the Earth a corkscrew? Does it like spin the other way the higher up you go? What elevation does it? Is it not spinning? Where's the transition part? Wow, why are you even defending this? Like, I wonder about you guys sometimes, man. Like you're like searching for reasons that this is valid. The very fact that they measured the real problem is, I measured 15 degrees per hour, and then I noticed it was going the wrong way. Why was it 15 degrees per hour? Why wasn't it 7? Or why wasn't it 10? Or why wasn't it 1 going the wrong way? Why 15? Why is it the exact degrees per hour that it should be going the other way and not some other degree value? Aren't you a little curious about that? How that would happen? I wonder if it was telekinesis. You ever seen that, like the paranormal tests where they like try to influence a bell curve from a bunch of like marbles dropping into like a pegboard? You ever seen that? And they can move the bell curve, like how the marbles fall, by thinking of it moving left or right. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe they used because they had a mental idea of which way to spin. Maybe telepathy made it spin the wrong way. Because you know what? It sure as fuck can't be the rotation of the Earth, because the sun would be rising in the west. Was there a sunrise in the west when they did that test? Dude, if the sunrise in the west, dude, I hope I'm alive that day. I gotta see that.
Still wouldn't change the surface of the Earth. Whatever the sun did, or surface still going to be flat, regardless of what the sun does.
Stein, why do you feel compelled to defend this crap? I'm really curious.
What crap?
This crap, Foucault's pendulum. Why do you feel compelled to defend it?
I mean,
How did I defend it exactly?
Yeah,
Look, if you had a girlfriend this inconsistent, you'd dump her.
Are you going for defense? Do you think the Earth is rotating? And do you think the pendulum demonstrates that?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know. I didn't know about Folklore's pendulum till now.
Well, how about should someone be as hysterical as Kane was over it?
I don't think he was hysterical.
Going over and over again to ask for an explanation when he had no idea.
Because he wasn't answering him.
His own explanation was wrong.
What did he want me to explain again?
If it isn't for the rotation of the Earth, what causes it to...
Causes what?
The pendulum to move.
My God.
To move?
Yes.
There's a person that picks up the pendulum and lets it go.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what causes it to move.
It doesn't move at all. That's what I'm saying. You can go to the Pantheon. When I was there, it wasn't moving at all. They have to turn it on. There's like an electrical motor that kicks it back and forth.
Okay, so then the next step is, okay, a human being moves it. Can you explain the behavior after the movement? Okay, what behavior is that? What behavior am I trying to explain? The backwards one or the forwards one? The too fast one? The Elias effect one? The museum one that's driven? Like, which one? What am I explaining exactly?
So they're applied... Your argument is that they apply mechanical...
Answer my question. What am I explaining? What observation am I explaining?
I have no clue.
Exactly. He wanted me to explain his imagination. I imagine the pendulum does this. You have to explain it. I don't have to explain the his imagination.
Okay.
Should I? Should I have to explain someone's imagination? Do you think he knew about the Elias effect? Do you think he knew about the South Pole Station results? Do you think he knew about any of that? No, he thinks that if he... I tried to. He was over talking me. Weren't you here?
You muted him. How was he over talking you when you had him muted?
Because he kept over talking.
While he was muted?
He was muted because he kept over talking. By that stage, we lost a lot of patience with him.
I did. Listen, I did bring it up then.
Okay.
You obviously weren't listening.
What your gripe with me is over that.
No. Look, dude. You seem like you're taking that guy's side. And what he did was unjustifiable. His claim, he didn't even know his own claim. I had to teach him the so-called hype theory behind the Folklore's pendulum and how it works. And he's telling me to freaking refute his explanation, which was wrong in the gold model. He was wrong on every fucking level you could think about. What do you expect from someone that thinks pushing a button's a fucking chore? How dare you, Crit?
I know.
Bastard making people push buttons.
It's just interesting, too, because to see where their mind is at. What story triggered him? What was the story that finally gets them to freak out?
I know it's like a Rorschach test, right?
Yeah.
It's like an ink blot.
Because I always look here, for one here.
Did he say which one it was?
Yeah, it was a bull. I posted the Trump parade, military parade, and I put Bulls on Parade. So like the Rage Against the Machine song.
Yeah.
Because I've been talking to Kane for 6 months in DMs. Like he's kind of functionally normal in text chat. He's hysterical in VC. But I think in text chat he kind of does okay. So I've been telling him over and over again what's flat Earth. It's nothing new under the sun. Nothing changes around here. And he doesn't really get it. He doesn't understand that. I guess he's new. Everything to him is, he's like a 19, 18-year-old. So finally here, when he looked up, I told him, look up the song Bulls on Parade from the 90s. They've been talking about this sort of crap for 30 years. 30 years. Where are you now? And even before that. And then it finally clicked to him that the same complaints that, teenagers have or observations have, federal executive overreach, threat of a draft, all the stuff exists day in, day out, perpetual. Nothing changes around here. And I think he finally got it. It finally clicked that a song from 30 years ago snapped him out of it. That he saw, wow, that song could be written today. And then rather than actually think about it, he's like, well, now I have to block Crit because he's making me think. And on top of it, he says, I'm fascinated by the way you think. Then why'd you block me?
Gophers are just these crazy what would you call it? Chest puffers. They're always trying to act like they have some like higher ground when they're dealing with you, like moral superiority, intellectual superiority, social superiority, whatever it is, dude. All the time. That's when he said to you, "I'm fascinated." Right? It lowers you. It's like you're a zoo animal that he's peeking through the bars at you.
Yeah, it's interesting too because he's going to peek but block at the same time. You contradict yourself. And that's why I think the best part is when you show them that their worldview is contradictory. Their actions and their thoughts have direct contradictions. That is enough to kind of sometimes bring them out. Like I was going over some of the people that I have blocked or unblocked. Hannah, from Modern Day Debate. You have forced me to block you since you're unable to abide by someone's wishes. All this because I put a goat on her messages. This has nothing to do with science and space news. This is doing something that they want to try to control you. I don't want you to send me messages. Then don't send me messages. But they'll send you messages. Why are you sending me messages? Because I'm fascinated by how you think. Okay, I'm sending you a message back. You can't do that. I'm going to block you if you do that. It's like they're in a freak out over flat Earth. And it manifests in these very spectacular ways. Like you just saw Kane today.
I got
absolutely hysterical. Yeah, go ahead.
How come you guys have never sent a weather balloon up to hit the dome?
What dome?
That encapsulates our atmosphere.
Yeah, what dome is that? Where's that at?
Well, you said there can't be gas pressure without a container. How come you haven't?
Is that true? There can be gas pressure without a container? Can there be?
Container does not imply dome, Brody.
No, there can't be. Okay, so what does it imply then?
It implies container.
Okay, so is there any observation of this container?
Its form is irrelevant.
Okay.
The form is irrelevant to its existence. It could fucking be the shape of Burger King's fucking hat, dude. Like, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's a necessary condition. Right. The argument is the necessary condition argument. Are you familiar with it?
No.
X is a necessary condition of Y?
Yeah.
Okay, so cows are a necessary condition of steak?
Yeah.
So all I need is a steak. And I know a cow exists. All we need is gas pressure, and we know a container exists.
That's true.
Yeah. So
why can't that container be gravity?
Because gravity doesn't affect gases.
Gases isn't a container for gas to press against.
How do we know gravity doesn't affect gases? Not only is it not in the electrokinetic theory of gases, it doesn't exist in that. There is no gravitational influence at all on how we model gases. but we have no demonstration that it can actually do this thing. And on top of that, there'd be other consequences consistent with the laws of consistent with the laws of thermodynamics. That means that gravity would be a perpetual motion machine, constantly reversing entropy. Reversing entropy. That means it's perpetual motion, an infinite energy machine. You realize that if you can reverse entropy without cost, right? Gravity isn't going to run out, right? It's not using up energy somewhere where gravity runs out because you use too much of it. Not like a gas can. So the gravity's never going to run out. That means gravity's reversing entropy forever, perpetually, creating temperature, creating pressure. It would be an infinite energy machine, a perpetual motion machine. Okay, there's just consequences to these things. You guys just say, that's why I say, you guys saying gravity creates gas pressure is an ideology. It has no backing by any scientific theory, model, or anything. It's just a word. It's like saying magic. What holds the gas in? Magic. I would buy that before gravity. Because magic can do anything, but gravity can't. I don't know. I know there's gas pressure, so it exists.
Okay, and how do you know that it's not gravity? Or electromagnetism?
Did you just hear what I said?
Or any other form of non-physical enclosement?
You can't create gas pressure with electromagnetism either.
And you know that how?
The laws of thermodynamics. They're physical laws of nature.
And which of those apply?
In this case, the second law.
How does the
entropy of a system has to increase. You can't create perpetual energy with a magnetic field. You can't create perpetual energy with a static electric field. Okay? You can't create perpetual energy with fucking gravity. So these are the forces that would apply in the scenarios you're talking about.
Well,
they would have to create. They would have to reverse entropy. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
You know what entropy is? The system tends to go from order to disorder. The disordered system would have to go to ordered system, which is an increase in entropy or decrease in entropy. I know it sucks. It's just the way it is, man. But like, you have the ideology, dude. You've been bitten by the.
I don't.
It's an ideology.
So, like, energy cannot transfer from lower energy to higher energy. What does that have to do with gravity?
Because that would have to be the case if gravity was causing it.
How so?
Didn't I just explain it to you twice?
No.
Yo, I did.
He did twice.
Okay. When pressure increases, does temperature increase?
Yes.
Can pressure and temperature do work?
Yes.
Okay. So if gravity is increasing the pressure, it's increasing the temperature.
Yes.
Okay. That means now you have a system that can do work.
That's true.
So when you extract work from the system, is that energy ever going to run out? Is the gravity ever going to go away where the system runs out of energy?
Yes.
When?
What?
I'm
not quite sure.
Yeah, me neither. The gravity ain't never going to run out, and like I said, it makes it a perpetual motion machine.
Planets do lose their atmosphere, don't they?
We're not talking about, dude.
God's sake.
Earth is a planet, and you're saying that it does not lose its atmosphere. So
Earth is not a planet.
Energy.
That's what you're trying to prove. It's not a planet, dude.
Like, how can...
Even in your worldview, Earth doesn't... Gravity don't run out. Planets don't lose their atmosphere because the gravity ran out.
Planets flying around the universe that have run out of gravity all of a sudden. Oh dear.
Dude, it means that like we could make like a fucking you could make a Peltier fucking heater, right? Which is like a PNN junction. You could stick it in Earth's atmosphere and stick the wires out somewhere and just fucking draw power off the fucking gravity forever. And ever and ever and ever, and it would never run out. From the pressure.
I don't know. Like,
I know, because you have an ideology. You don't need any science.
I can't argue with you because you don't even like believe in Mars. You think Mars is like a little sticker stuck onto your...
What do you mean I don't believe in Mars? Yeah, I've seen Mars. Why wouldn't I believe in it? I don't have to believe in it. I've seen it.
You have to understand that if you listen to what Injo's saying, no, Mars, that story about that's a violation of the laws that we're talking about because Mars has got an atmosphere that would need to be held in by... We've been through this.
Yeah, but it's lost its atmosphere over time.
Dude.
How do you know that?
Dude.
How do you know that?
Because there's measurable effects on this magnetic field, no?
I don't know, you said it. Have you got it? Have you seen it?
Have I seen it over millions of years now?
Yeah, exactly. You're just going to repeat a story, dude. But what we're saying is these uncontained balls of gas in the vacuum violate all these laws that Injo spent the last 10, 15 minutes telling you about. So if you turn around to us and say, well, I can't, like in Mars, isn't it? Dude, listen to what's being said.
Magnetic fields have ability to do work, correct?
What work?
Do work on objects. Hello?
Okay.
Forever.
Yeah, and they don't last forever. Do you know a magnet that lasts forever?
No, they'll lose their magnetism. Gravity lasts forever.
Yes.
Nothing loses. Gravity lasts
Gravity
forever,
does
right?
not last forever. No.
Okay, when's it run out?
On Mars.
So
when does it run out? When does a mass lose its gravity?
Because unmagnetized. Like, hello?
No. When does the mass...
unmagnetized.
Yeah, we talk over me. You haven't done that before yet. Now you're doing it now because you fucking cooked yourself by saying something stupid. So, mass... When is the mass going to run out of gravity?
When it loses its magnetism.
When it loses... Mass is created by magnetism.
No, it's mass. No, it's gravity is created by magnetism.
No, it's not.
God. Not in your world,
No, it's not. Gravity is created by the mass within the mass attracting mass example. See, you people don't even know what you're talking about. The electromagnetic field of the Earth doesn't induce the Earth's mass to cause gravity.
Kane is in the chat deciding to double down on stupid.
Fuck. It's almost as bad as the people that come in here and say the Earth's gravity is caused by the actual rotation of the Earth. You didn't listen very well in school, half of you. And then you come here telling us that we don't understand what we're talking about. It's fucking embarrassing.
So Earth does have a container. How come you guys have never observed this container? How come you haven't set a weather balloon up?
You've eaten a steak. How come you don't know the color of the cow?
You're just gonna not answer my question?
No, it's
why
it's
has
a
it never been
stupid
done?
question. It's a stupid
Why is
question.
it stupid?
Okay, because we don't need to know where the container is, what it's made out of, or anything, because it's not necessary for the fact.
You don't have to verify your model.
It is verified by the second law of thermodynamics. That's what verified it.
Okay, so you don't need to do anything.
It's not a model, by the way. It's a necessary consequence of the second law of thermodynamics.
I know, but How are you?
It's not a model argument.
You are not curious about what type of container it is? And
Don't
how
worry
it was
about my
formed?
curiosity, dude.
Okay. I'm just like...
Worry about your own.
I feel like if you're intellectually honest, I feel like that's
you're not the arbiter of intellectual honesty because you're intellectually dishonest.
Okay.
You're sitting here saying gravity is caused, mass is caused by, or gravity is caused by magnetism, and you know that's not the fucking mainstream paradigm. Okay, you're full of shit.
I'm just wondering why. Guess it's not interesting.
Why you're full of shit? Because you weren't raised right by your single mother.
I wasn't raised by a single mother.
If it's your point of inquiry, why don't you raise?
You didn't have a dad in your life because you wouldn't act like this.
Act like what? I haven't attacked you. You just started attacking me.
You know, dishonest.
Ryan.
And pretending to be honest and being dishonest, then questioning our honesty.
You're spazzing out.
No, because when you guys go into the fucking personal shit, when you're fucking scumbags, it pisses me off.
I said you're being that's not intellectually honest, not to...
You are not qualified to arbitrate intellectual dishonesty when you are dishonest yourself.
Oh, by the way, he never said anything about his curiosity. He said, don't worry about his curiosity.
Yeah, mind your business.
Well, I'm just wondering. I don't know.
No, you're not. You don't give a fuck about me. Stop it.
Okay.
This is rhetoric. No, you don't, dude.
How can it not be interesting to you?
I'm more interested in why you guys defend things you don't understand. I find that more interesting.
Okay, but you're defending something you've never seen. For all the you've never seen.
No, I'm not. No,
you tell us we've never seen.
I'm not defending. I'm not defending something that I've never seen. Okay,
but you haven't seen the container.
Well, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the truth.
Seeing curvature isn't irrelevant.
Listen, it's
intellectually dishonest.
No. You haven't measured curvature. That's the problem. Or seen it.
So seeing is important, is it not?
No, measuring it's more important. Seeing is subjective.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. I'm just wondering if there was a specific reason, but I guess if measuring is enough, I guess.
Dude, we could say, I got to the container. It was like 15,000 miles south of fucking Buenos Aires, dude. You wouldn't believe it anyway.
That is true. I probably wouldn't.
Yeah, so it's really yourself that wants, piles and piles of more evidence on top of what the simple evidence that's already been demonstrated that there's no measured curvature or rotation.
Well, I would expect to see proof of the container. I don't know.
Well, some people do send up amateur weather balloons. You could do that if you care enough about it.
And
I'd rather spend my money on other things since it's already been demonstrated that the Earth measures flat and there's no curvature observed anywhere.
Yeah, finding a container or no container is not going to change that. But I mean, too, like you said, you just want to see proof. You have seen proof. Gas, the gas you breathe. You haven't seen it, but I mean, you experience it firsthand.
Yep, that's way more compelling than, don't you notice a lot of these, the so-called evidence for the globe, which isn't evidence at all. You have to squint really hard and bend over backwards to try to imagine something. I mean, that's why Indio showed you that South Pole article. It's like those people, they even come right out there and say oh yeah, it didn't work the way we thought it would, so we messed around with it till it did the thing we wanted.
See how
that's not science. That's playing with a toy, grown men, and they're not even embarrassed.
I just got moved here.
But
I'm not talking to you, Random. Don't worry. I'm talking to Sign.
But you can see how I have to squint and think that there's a physical dome that's never been observed that encapsulates Earth.
I never said anything about a dome, but yeah, you don't have to squint like T-Dub said. You can just breathe.
Okay. I know. I think that's, interesting.
What is wrong with the necessary condition argument? Tell us.
Nothing's wrong with it.
It's literally deductive proof, dude.
There you go.
It's proof. It literally doesn't even matter what you say because it's a deductive proof.
I know, but
proof. It's not an inference. It's not inductive reasoning. It's not abductive. It's not reductive. It's deductive. It's a deductive proof. There is no refutation. There's nothing you can say all sorts of shit, but it's a necessary condition. Period.
Okay, but what I don't understand is how it has to be, how there isn't any other explanation for it except for a physical encapsulation, right? Like, just to me, yeah, I don't understand how you could dismiss everything that isn't a physical encapsulation of the atmosphere through some sort of dome or... Like, I don't really see how
special
you can
plating.
dismiss any other forces acting on the gases that we breathe. That's it.
Yeah, special plating. If there was this one instance, this one case where that didn't happen, that's not the case that I can't demonstrate. Nobody ever experiences that.
Experiences what?
Gas pressure without the necessary condition of there being containment.
I know, but like just having that containment always needing to be a physical barrier and not having any observation.
Argument from incredulity. I just can't believe that there isn't some other way.
What?
You're like, that's basically what you're saying. I just can't believe that there isn't some other way. There's got to be. Surely there might be this other way that we can contain gas and restrict its volume.
So the only way is with a giant dome that's never been observed and with no real explanation
Where do you
of
keep
who
getting this
installed it.
dome from? I don't remember anyone saying dome in the last 20 minutes.
Sign's the only
what is
one.
it?
Sign is the dome
what
fan.
is it?
Container. Repeat after me. Container.
Container. There we go.
Excellent.
So what is the container?
Don't know. Don't really care.
Don't know.
Still breathe,
How
so I'm
could
pretty
you
happy.
not care? You could not care.
Look,
you don't care that there's a
What
giant...
is your fascination with why do you get hung up on it? What's the deal?
Because you were telling me that there is a giant container the size of an Earth above us, and we have no clue.
Indio explained all this to you, mate.
Okay,
Look,
then
dude,
how there
tell
is
me
a
what's more
container-sized
absurd.
Earth with no
Tell me what's more
history and
absurd.
no reason.
Tell me what's more absurd: perpetual motion machines or a giant container covering the Earth? Which is more absurd? Yeah, that's what I
Equal.
thought.
They're
equal.
Yeah.
Equal. Free energy is equal to container.
To a giant container the size of the Earth that's never been observed, never been seen, and never measured? Yes.
Free energy.
Yes.
Okay, dude. So, fuck the laws of thermodynamics, which almost all science is based on, according to Einstein, is the 3 pillars of science. Fuck all that. No known violations. Arthur Eddington said that whoever's theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, his theory is going to fail in the greatest humiliation. Fuck all that shit. I don't like containers.
That's pretty insane. There's a giant container that's never been seen, never been measured.
Doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics.
What's your obsession with the second law of thermodynamics? What?
Because it's a
what
law.
is so obsessed with you?
Because it's a physical law with no
Invented
known
by a man.
violations. It's a physical law with no known violations.
Yeah, up till now.
Ever.
And if there was a perpetual energy machine, that would violate it. That's just as insane as a giant.
No. Violations of the second law lead to perpetual motion machines.
Yes.
It's not a perpetual motion machine that exists. Here's the second law violation. It's that if you can violate the second law, so there's scenarios for this, like Maxwell's demon, right? So if you can violate the second law and create order from a disordered system, which would be a violation of the second law, the end result is you'd have a perpetual energy machine over unity, meaning you could get more energy out than you put in. You're saying that is less absurd than that there's a container containing the gas. I don't think you know how to properly evaluate freaking what seems more impossible or what the fucking laws of physics are or something. Because giant containers are definitely possible. Second law of thermodynamics violations are not.
Bro, what's up, guys? How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello. You
We're
guys
doing
have
well.
already heard the Earth might be concave. I've joined
No, the
the
only thing
concave
that's
server
been
last time.
your
It's
head's
very
concave,
interesting,
dude.
I have to say.
Personal attack. Don't like when that happens to you. We just did
bro,
it to some random guy.
Yeah, he's trolling, dumbass.
I'm not trolling, dude.
Yeah. Okay. What's the evidence for the concave Earth? We'll humor you.
Reduce man.
If you want, I can send you an invite to the Discord server, the concave server. They have a lot of evidence posted in the chat there.
No, you're gonna tell us.
But they have a lot of fans? Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, I'm new. You know what I mean? I'm not speaking about it.
Yeah, how new?
It's
Like
interesting.
when you click the fucking button, join call. That new?
Bullshit, this is the third time he's been here that I've seen.
Wait, being here? Where's the beans at?
I'm a new flat earth. I became one when I hit join voice call.
Do you want to have an invite or no?
Look, dude, I know all about the concave Earth. If it's a big concave Discord, Gandalf the Green's probably over there, though he's probably going by a different name. I know all about it, dude.
Gandalf is the owner, dude. Gandalf is the owner. You're right.
Gandalf's the owner.
See, you are into it. Yes. He's the owner of the server. I think he's definitely an admin, but I don't know if he's the owner of the server. But he's an admin.
I like Gandalf. Personally, I like him. We disagree on this, though, and he went a little schizo. He went a little schizo over it. Well, I mean, this shit don't have to be like personal like that. We don't have to be enemies because he's a concave earther.
Yeah, he's
I think
entertaining. I recall him. He's pretty entertaining.
That's what I'm saying. It feels a little bit like Flat Earth is like a little bit 2019. You know what I mean? Concave is the next.
Oh
state
God, we need
of
fuck, dude. It's like wearing old shoes. Fuck, dude, can't do that. Don't wear your white shoes after Labor Day.
Yeah, I don't know what.
You guys just say some weird. Oh man, I think I've been on too long, man. Like or something. Like, why do I care what the latest thing is?
Yeah, but if it's the truth, you know what I mean? Like, we are searching for the truth.
Truth don't change.
That's what
It's
I'm
one
saying.
of the very first things I ever learned when I was like 14 years old. That truth doesn't change. The truth don't need protection. The truth doesn't need anything. It just is what it is. And it doesn't need to be defended, though you can defend it. Right? But it doesn't need you. It doesn't need anything.
But sometimes we need multiple steps to come to the truth, you know what I mean? And Flat Earth is maybe just like a step
What's the first step of coming to the truth? Any idea?
I mean,
I have an idea.
Yeah, of course. NASA is fake. That's the first step, you know what I mean?
No,
that's obviously the first
no.
step. Of course, bro. Let's be honest, that's the first step. I mean,
No.
we don't have to debate that one.
First step of coming to the truth is figuring out how you can come to the truth. So you got to be able to know how to analyze information, critically analyze it, and then use logic and reason to reach a conclusion which is true. Okay, if you don't know how to do that, it's garbage in, garbage out. I can feed you any information, and you can't process the information in a way from which you can determine the truth. You just demonstrated that by saying, first thing you got to realize that NASA's fake. So fucking what? NASA could be fake, and that doesn't matter. The condition of NASA does not prove whether the Earth is flat, globe, concave, fucking starfish. Doesn't say anything about that. NASA's an organization made of human fucking beings, and what it's doing does not affect the shape of the Earth one iota.
Yeah, but bro, everyone in here started with that.
You're gonna double down on a logical fallacy every time. You don't know how to think, bro. You don't know how to think.
Can we agree on that one? That literally everyone in this channel at the moment realized someone in his or her life NASA is fake, and then was like, maybe there is more fakeness behind.
Yeah, but listen, how would they realize NASA's fake unless they didn't apply logic and reason?
I mean, because they're fucking holographic beam bullshit in their videos. You know what I mean? Because you can see it. Because there is 700,000 YouTube videos about it. I mean, there is a lot of things going on in the internet telling you that NASA is fake.
Yeah, I would agree with you. All those things exist, but
okay,
whether they are fake or not, yeah, someone else deal with him. I'm about to spaz out and fucking kick him out.
Guess what? Like, I realized NASA was full of shit.
Wait, deal with who?
And guess what? I didn't become a flat earther. I still believe the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Because
the
that's a
last time I was in this channel, I was told that we can't trust any video evidence. Is that correct? Still, we can't trust any video evidence.
That's
What are you talking about? Video evidence of what?
I pointed to things as silly as like the Red Bull commercial. Those are the things I like pointed to, and you know I mentioned at about I think it's 21 seconds. You can find they're right over Albuquerque, New Mexico, which if you looked at like a Google Earth, that would show you like the roundness of the Earth. You know, I brought up all these things. You would be able to see like a 400-mile radius, and then there would be, if there was curvature, there would be drop off. That this isn't some sort of and there's no equation that I'm actually being shown when told this. I'm being told there's an atmospheric pressure that doesn't allow you to see further than what was it? Than what could be seen in the video. But at an elevated height, atmospheric pressure changes. So I wasn't even given an equation at the height that they profess to be at. But if they're at the height they profess to be at, you would notice curvature. That's where you would see the curvature at about a 400-mile radius, and that's exactly what was seen there. But no, I'm after that. I'm just told I can't trust video evidence at any capacity.
Hey, Fipto, did you also notice on the Red Bull jump you could see the alleged curvature at ground level?
The alleged curvature at ground level? What do you mean?
Well,
because I'm talking about like not being able to see. Well, hold on, really quick before you continue. Because when I said I noticed curvature, curvature. So if you're using like a fisheye lens, even if you use that, it doesn't delete information, and that's why I asked.
I didn't.
Why
I didn't say
you see the Atlantic? Hold on a second.
Don't
Why can you see the Atlantic? Hold on, man. Hold on. I just haven't finished. I'm saying just let me finish. I'm not straw manning. I'm talking about my position. I'm not talking about yours.
That we're saying that fisheye lenses delete information. No one's ever said that.
Okay, I'm not saying you said that. I'm just making my point even more clear. If you invoke fisheye lens, if you invoke curvature of fisheye lens, okay, That's not my argument.
What do you
My
mean if
argument
I
is-
invoke it? Full stop. If
Okay.
someone's used a fisheye
Somebody-
lens,
dude,
they've used a
dude,
fisheye
dude.
lens. If they have
Yeah,
not,
you're
they
that's
have
what I
not.
mean by
That's
your-
not really
that's
an
what I mean by
argument.
your. Hold on, man. I'm saying this is why I said let me finish because okay, when I don't know why you're asking why I'm
We know
saying
they use
invoking it
fisheye
because you-
lenses. It's there in the
man,
side chat.
Wait, hold on, dude. Hold on, man.
So what you're trying to do before you have
Hold
a little
on.
spaz out,
I can't even
slow
finish.
down, son.
Can I finish?
You're hyping yourself up
Can
for
I
no
speak?
reason. Inside
No,
chat.
you're hyping
we
me up.
posted it for your
This is annoying.
convenience. Yep, don't have a meltdown. You'll be all right. Inside
You're
chat.
gonna overtalk me and be a
posted
rude
it in there
schmuck
for your
and then
convenience.
gaslight me.
Breathe,
Okay.
sunshine. Breathe. It's not going to hurt you. It's just air.
I have no idea. Okay,
Inside chat, they show the fisheye lens at ground level. So when you say things like, before you invoke a fisheye lens, fucking oath I'm going to. If they have used a fisheye lens and we notice that, or it's been reported that they have, I am going to say that. So you telling me that I cannot invoke that when they have clearly used it is a insta-fail. So, please continue.
Okay, if I continue further, I'm not engaging with you. You're rude. Like, I couldn't even finish my statement. The point of me saying you're invoking fisheye lens, which you did, you invoked fisheye lens, that's what I mean. When you bring up a fisheye lens as an argument, you're invoking it. That's what I mean. If you hold on. If you invoke fisheye, that's what I meant by you're invoking fisheye lens. Now, fisheye lens do not remove information. That's
I never said it did.
To my argument.
So why do you have to claim that again?
I'm not saying you are. Hold on.
So
I'm not
why did you
saying
have
you
to
are.
say fisheye lenses don't remove information?
Can I finish? Can I finish? I haven't.
He's lagging like a bastard too. Right, for you to come out and say that fisheye lenses don't remove information, no one has ever, in the history of me being a flat earther, I have never heard anyone say that fisheye lenses remove information. So, for the second time, you don't have to state that. So it's like you're trying to build some kind of bullshit straw man. Get to your fucking point before I die of old age.
Bro, you sound
Okay,
pretty
this is why I
aggressive.
said I'm not engaging with you. I'll engage with another flat. Can I engage with another flat earther other than him?
Nah, they're busy.
Oh my gosh, they're busy. We're on a Discord call. Everybody's so busy. I mean,
Get to
I'm
your
driving.
point.
But
less meta. Get to your point.
Okay. The reason I loaded up and I said, hey, fisheye lens do not take out information because notably you see the Atlantic Ocean, which you should be able to see from Albuquerque, New Mexico, if you're above Albuquerque, New Mexico. Why do you see nothing past the Atlantic? And that was my question. Why do you see nothing past the Atlantic Ocean? Because fisheye lens don't remove information.
I never claimed they did. So you're still trying to straw man us by putting that ahead of us.
It's not a straw man. It's not a straw man.
Is. We never claimed
no,
that
I'm saying-
fisheye lenses remove information. Again, that's
I know
three
you
times
never
I've
claimed
told you
it.
that now.
I've never told you. I've never been told you. I've never said you claimed it. I've said, look, the apology I'm usually given is atmospheric pressure, which should be less if you're higher. And at the level that you're at, I was just to note out, I was never given a calculation on the atmospheric pressure at the level they would be at and how much you should be able to see. But I did say, hey, according to calculations, if you're above, I think it was 128,000 was it feet? I think it's feet above the
39
Earth.
kilometers.
Yeah, that high above the Earth, you should only be able to see about 400 miles out. By that standard, you should see exactly what we saw: the Atlantic Ocean and nothing past it because of the curvature.
Using what optic?
I'm just saying, look, this is what we can see.
Huh?
And then, just to note out, it's not with you. It was carried on by somebody else carrying this mantra. We can't trust what we see. We can't trust any sort. And by that standard, we can't do any science. We can't do any science.
Can't verify it.
No, I mean, we are verifying. We empirically, I'm saying, look, it's video recorded. We empirically see this.
How do we verify the video? Sorry. Hello? How do we verify the video
You're
recording?
gaslighting.
No, I'm
Dude,
not. I'm asking
trying
you.
to talk. I'm just being gaslit.
No, I'm just
saying,
asking you
by the
questions.
standards,
you're trying to monologue, and that shit ain't happening. So
Yeah. It's a totally reasonable question that Jedi asked.
Just asking
ask
how
it
you
again to
verify
make sure
it.
you hear it. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
Clarify
sorry.
what you mean too, like, because obviously he don't get it.
You said it was an empirical standard because it was video recorded. What, by you? Did you go up there and video record it so it's empirical to you because you did? It's not going to be empirical unless you verify it yourself.
Does that include your whole Flat Earth playlist where you and a bunch of other Flat Earthers got together, made a playlist?
Yawn, dude. Fuck your meta. Fuck your monologue. Okay? This is really simple. Address what he said. The topic is flat Earth, not flat Earthers.
Okay, no. The top, of course, the topic is flat Earth, but right now we're in the category of talking about what we can trust empirically. And we're talking about video evidence, the standard of video
let's
evidence.
talk about video evidence. Let's talk about video evidence. Okay, so I have video evidence of Santa Claus.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay,
and NORAD tracks them by satellite every Christmas.
Can you show it to me?
The video evidence of Santa? You've never seen a video of Santa?
Oh, yeah. Show me the video evidence of Santa.
Oh, dude, okay.
It drives a chocolate milk in November, December every year.
Cross-examination.
Oh, now we need to cross-examine it? Oh, no, I thought we just, like, the video was the evidence.
Oh, my gosh.
Why do we need to cross-examine it? What do you think verify means?
Okay, I didn't say we just look at a video. We apply no standards.
He quite happily cross-examined.
Great, I agree with you. We apply standards. I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you. We apply standards. What is the standard we're applying when we look at purported images of Earth from space?
Okay, is it consistent with the narrative of, hey, if the Earth is spherical, according to certain measurements, according to certain metrics, what should we be able to see at an elevated height? If the Earth is truly the size that, first off, they purport in theory, and I would say it's much less theory. It's
so let's
more
use
what
an
has
example
actually
image.
been.
The blue marble. How do we correlate that with measurements on Earth?
The blue marble, how would it correlate with that? What do you mean?
Yeah, because you said we analyze the images of Earth from space by comparing them to measurements on the Earth, right? Is that what you meant?
I don't think somebody got down to the. Well, actually, no. I think measurements were made based on two locations, their distance, and then running a measurement from further cities. I forget the whole methodology that was used to verify the calculation of the Earth size, but
how can you tell the size of the Earth from a photo,
based on
though?
the theory, because of elevated height. If we do a calculation of elevated height and what we see, and as far as the cutoff, where we ought not see anymore in the imagery, we should be able to come to the conclusion, you can't see past the 400 miles according to the calculations run. That was the whole point of my argument was, hey, you don't see past the Atlantic Ocean. You don't see anything else.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Why
would
is that?
you?
The reason you
Why would you see across the Atlantic Ocean? Are you high?
Okay, we're talking about at 128,000 feet in the air.
Why would you see across the Atlantic Ocean?
If the Earth was flat, I'm sorry, why wouldn't I see across the Atlantic Ocean?
So your prediction is, if the Earth was flat, if I went to 128,000 feet,
it's not a prediction.
It is a prediction. It is a prediction.
No, it's a logical conclusion.
No, it's a prediction. You're making a prediction of what you would see. Yeah, you were making a prediction.
No, it's not a prediction. It's talking about the angle in which the Earth actually curves and how much you should be able to see at 128,000 feet in the air.
How much you should be able to see is a prediction.
Yeah, it's a prediction, dude.
Okay,
no way around it.
Yeah, when I say should, yeah, ought to be able to see. That's what I mean by should.
Also a prediction.
Prediction.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you not know
The
English very well?
calculation you ought to be able to see. That's relatively exactly what we see here.
How do you? Can you show us that?
Yeah, you can run a measurement. You can run a measurement, above Albuquerque, New Mexico, and measure out according to. And just to note out, I mean, like, of course, you're probably not going to trust it because it's going to be a scientist somewhere in a lab.
Okay. What,
You
are you talking about a
heard all of
specific?
it, and you're
Are you
already
talking
saying
about a
it's
specific
yes.
event? Are you talking about a specific event?
An
Like
event?
the bomb? Are you talking about the Baumgartner jump? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about the Red Bull jump. Yeah, I'm saying at 21 seconds, you can see they're above Albuquerque, New Mexico, and you are unable to see across the Atlantic Ocean. Why? And I asked the question at that elevation. If the Earth is flat,
Atlantic Ocean?
why would you not be able to see past the Atlantic Ocean?
The Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, sorry, I meant Pacific. Sorry, I've been saying Atlantic the whole time. The Pacific Ocean.
Okay, so that's like what, 8,000 miles?
That's 8,000 miles, according to you?
Across the Pacific? Yeah, it's like 8,000 miles.
No. I'm saying you're unable to see past.
Yeah,
the
you
edge,
have
like
to
like
see
you see part of the
8,000.
you see part of the Pacific across after California. You're unable to see past that.
What do you think that is?
You think that's because of the Jews?
Well, according to what the consensus is about the curvature of the Earth, what you ought to be able to see at 128,000 miles elevation, it should be about 400 miles. That's
that
only
with the
claim.
heat?
Hey,
Sorry,
I can't.
I asked this
see,
earlier.
Where is the rest? Why can't I see over the rest of the Pacific at this? Hold on. Why can't I see over the Pacific
you did it
past
again.
this? No, stop it, dude. Why can't I see past the Pacific? Like, why can't I see any other land? Nothing
Well,
else.
ask the same question five times.
The reason I asked multiple times is because I'm
though.
Okay, what would be the flat Earth response as far as why I can't see even
Keep trying
relatively
to, but you
close to
keep
the
talking
8,000
and
miles?
asking
Yeah, so we're going to give you an answer if you stop fucking talking.
No, you're just over talking me and then gaslighting me.
Oh my God, he's so
I just said I'm going to give you an answer when you stop talking. Are you done talking?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
What's the answer? How far should I be able to see?
Talking again, dude. You're hilarious, bro. Are you serious right now?
I'm just being very clear. I just want this answered at 120,000.
No, you don't.
Maybe
If you wanted the answer, you would shut the fuck up. I'm waiting because I'm not going to start talking and have you interrupt me. So I'm waiting till you get it all out of your system so I can talk.
Okay, I'll get it all out of my system. At 128,000 feet in the air, how far can I be able to?
You're going to repeat yourself? You should see 400 miles, and why can't you see you all the way across the Pacific? We heard you.
You're hearing gaslight the whole time, and then prove
you're repeating what you said. You've said it 5 times.
Yeah, you know why I've said it multiple times? Because somehow we don't actually answer the question, and we get off into some other week.
Why
and then you
why
guys
am I
continue
answering
to
the question?
overtalk me.
Maybe it's because you're talking?
Okay, sure, answer the question.
Okay, so how far is the other side of the Pacific away from Felix Baumgartner site, 128,000 feet? How far is it?
You should be able to tell me.
It's your claim. It's your claim, dude, that you should see all the way across the Pacific. That's your claim.
No, okay, so you're not actually answering my question.
I don't know. Listen.
Do you know? Okay, what question did I
all the way
ask?
across the Pacific. In order to make the calculation on what you should or shouldn't see, I need to know how far it is. So tell me, how far is it? Is it 6,000 miles? Is it 8,000 miles? Is it 4,000 miles?
Oh, I'm going to put some money down. He doesn't know.
He's looking it up.
Scared him.
It doesn't matter what he says. Because I have to do the calculation on what the angular size is of the land on the other side of the Pacific and what the incident angle is that you're looking at it from. And then I have to calculate how much optical absorption there is of light for 8,000 miles to the fucking camera. And whether light from land 8,000 miles away would ever even reach the camera in the first place. But you didn't think that far ahead, did you?
Definitely not. See, this is why we get quite flustered, because we're at the end of the fucking road waiting for you with all the goodies that you want. You're just ambling trying to fucking get there, and we're waving you away, but you're just not following directions very well. It's like, hello?
So there's something called an optical extinction coefficient, and that's how much the air absorbs light over distance. So at sea level in the cleanest possible air, the furthest you can see is 276 kilometers. Flat or globe, it wouldn't matter. So now you're saying now you're saying fucking 6,000 miles, 8,000 miles, wherever. I'm nearly 100% sure if you punch that calculation and use the Rayleigh model of the air, that there's no way reflected light off some fucking land in China is going to reach the fucking camera.
What's the ship that I got? What's that bar?
Hey, sorry, I was actually misinformed. I just rewatched the video. So I think it's actually about 24 seconds in, 23, 24 in between that. You should be able to find it. You actually can't even see the Pacific Ocean.
What camera are we looking at?
We're looking through their fisheye lens camera.
Why?
Because we already came to the conclusion fisheye lens cameras do not remove information. If anything, they could distort them. But you'd have to make the argument. Where's the Pacific? Like that would be my question. Where's the Pacific? If there is no curvature, where is the Pacific?
Hey, FitPro, just breathe for a second. If you're going to come in here and talk about videos, at least post it up so people can go, oh, that's the one you're using.
Everybody knows it's the Red Bull Space Jump commercial.
Yeah,
it's not
awesome.
ambiguous.
I get online and there's about 20 of them.
I'll post it.
See, everybody does.
There's only
My
one.
friend, no, you want to keep talking? Everybody does know this. This is why I said we're at the road waiting for you. There's multiple cameras in the Felix Baumgartner jump. Hello? Thank you. So there's multiple cameras in the Felix Baumgartner jump. You've decided to pick the GoPro one. Okay, that's awesome stuff. You understand that this was debunked by the Lord Neil deGrasse Tyson himself, right?
It was.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
Yeah, but he's not talking about the visual, like left to right curve.
Yeah, he's talking about how much you should see.
Yeah, how much of the surface you can see.
Well, if we're making predictions about how much we should see over the curvature of the Earth, then the information is going to be relevant that Indio pointed out. We're going to need that.
I'm asking the mileage. I should be able to see if the Earth was a flat model at 128,000 feet in the air.
That depends on the meteorological conditions.
It
depends on the meteorological conditions. So if you go on your local weather, they have temperature, humidity. They also have a thing called visibility. They also have a thing called visibility that determines how far you can see. You go look up yours right now. I bet you it's about 10 miles, maybe 20.
Go ahead.
And you're talking about seeing 8,000 miles across the Pacific, which is like laughable.
So you're saying in the Red Bull commercial you can only see 10 miles? Is that the claim?
No. Hold on, bro. You asked me a question. That means I answer it, not you, right? Okay. You asked me a question. So that's the sea level visibility. The elevated visibility is going to be slightly different. For that, you would probably need the weather report from air traffic control. But those visibilities might be 100 miles.
But when it comes to Albuquerque, New Mexico, you would agree that it's pretty clear out there.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. The air itself absorbs light.
Okay, so how far should I be able to see? I mean, I'm asking for the flat Earth answer to like the
300
question.
Miles. 300
miles. So less than if there were curvature.
It should be 300 miles with or without curvature. Depends on how much air there is. That's the determining factor. What's the density of the air?
That's what I was at. Well, that's what was asked about. The atmospheric pressure. Technically
is no
speaking, you
atmosphere.
can actually see at 120. That's what you're talking about, atmospheric pressure. I did say that this was
No,
the
I'm
answer
not
I
talking
was
about
given last.
atmospheric pressure. There's no atmosphere because you don't have a sphere.
Gases only take the shape of their containers.
Okay, how about this? Air pressure. Is that fine? Because the last time I came in here, somebody gave me the answer atmospheric pressure at that elevation. Okay. There's way less at that elevation.
Okay.
I mean, sorry. If you're going to vindicate your position, I mean, like, is
land
there
at
some
that, hold on, though.
any sort of
Hold on.
metrics here?
Before you go on, is the land at that elevation?
Wait, what?
The land that you're trying to look at on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, is it at that elevation?
No, you can't see on the other side. You can't even see past California.
Yeah. Why? Is California at that elevation? So the
Wait, what do you
pressure
mean
is the pressure has a value at that elevation. But if you're looking down, you're looking through thicker air, right? And you're looking at light, so the light from the sun reflects off the ground, it bounces off the ground and goes to the camera or your eye. But it still has to travel through that thicker air. You don't just get to be at a higher elevation. If you're looking across, right? If I was looking from airplane to airplane, that would be fine. Then you could say, hey, you were all at this freaking higher elevation. That sea level calculation is not applicable. But that's not the case. The case is we're looking down to sea level.
Wait, so you're saying at that point, wherever the sun touches, I should be able to see.
What?
Yeah, you said the light has to be able to travel through and then come back up. I mean, like anytime there's daylight somewhere, I should be able to see.
When you see something in daytime, is that light that originated at the sun?
Yeah.
Okay. So all the light you see, of all the objects you see, is reflected sunlight.
Okay.
Okay. Now you want that sunlight to reflect off the ground and up into the sky to 128,000 feet. Okay, it has to travel through that thicker air to get there.
Okay, and I'm sorry. Are you,
so that thicker air absorbs light.
Yeah.
Just saying, oh, I'm in denser air. Yeah, you're in denser air, but that's your optical path isn't in the denser air.
Okay, so are you saying that, like, according to your position is unable, you wouldn't be able to see a flat Earth. It would be unfalsifiable.
No, you can measure a flat Earth. It's not unfalsifiable. You can go out and do some measurements.
I'm talking about visual.
Oh, it looks flat. You just chose a GoPro lens.
Is looking at things subjective or objective?
Looking at things, actually, well, to an extent, subjective, but it's an assumption that, and I said to an extent because what you're looking at is actually objective. So it's you looking at the object, making it is actually objective. It's autonomous from you. It doesn't matter about your feelings. It's there.
Yeah.
So but I mean, like if you start rejecting people being able to see things and whatnot, I can't even do the measurements that you're proposing. I ought to be able to do.
What? Look, I'm not calling you train electric.
According to your presuppositions, if you dispute empirical analyzation,
what measurements are you trying to do?
What are you talking about? You're fucking on some fucking other shit, dude. I'm not talking about anything you're talking about. Bro, it's really simple. Evaluation of what you're seeing, like in making like claims or descriptions about, oh, this looks flat, this looks curved. Those are subjective evaluations, regardless. They are.
I mean, if you use a ruler,
it's whether you see something or not. The only thing objective about vision is, do I see that or do I not see that? But
that's why you think like plumb lines, rulers.
That's either true or false statement about you personally. Yes, I see that freaking mountain. No, I don't see that mountain. That's objective. But evaluation about what its true shape is from looking at it, that's subjective. But measuring is objective. That's why we say you can measure the Earth. It is falsifiable because you could just measure curve, and then we wouldn't be here no more.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and that's why I brought up and just to note out, just because I do not have a ruler put onto the I guess the fisheye lens camera, it doesn't mean or dispute the fact that there's certain information that at a 128,000 elevated height
What type of
that
measurement?
I shouldn't be able to see.
Okay, so you're just saying that based upon your ignorance, dude. You're just saying shit based upon ignorance. It's really that simple. It's like, listen, light doesn't travel forever, contrary to the nonsense you've heard. It definitely doesn't travel forever through air. It gets absorbed. Okay? So those factors, plus the further you have to look to see something, the smaller it is visually. So let's say we're trying to look at the tallest mountain. It's not even on the other side. We're just trying to look at Hawaii. We're not even trying to look at the other side of the Pacific. Just Hawaii. The angular sides of Hawaii would be so small, there's no way you could see it. It's an easy calculation because there's a linear relationship. If you double the distance, you half the size. Okay? So, say the mountain. So the way it would look, say, 1,000-foot mountain. Let's just say 10,000-foot mountain, 100 miles away. 200 miles away, it's going to be half the size. 400 miles away, it's going to be half that size. 800 miles away, it's going to be half that size. 1,600 miles away, it's going to be half that size. You can obviously see this halving function. You're not going to be able to see it very quickly. So the idea that you could see forever or anything, that's why I said, what is this prediction based on? Because it's not based upon optics, vision, perspective, or anything. It's just based upon some weird orthographic fucking intuition that if you drew a fucking blueprint type diagram and you can draw a line between one point or another, that's what the world should look like. But we don't see that way. We see in a projected view, right? And that's why when we're in the middle of railroad tracks, even though the railroad tracks are in parallel, they appear to converge, right? But if I drew it in a diagram, they would be parallel and they would never converge. So you have to evaluate when you make claims about what something should look like, you have to evaluate it in perspective terms. You can't evaluate it in a fucking absolute metric like that.
Okay, so what is the calculation? Because I'll look at the calculation that's going to be used on a curved Earth model. What would the calculation be on a flat Earth model? Because you gave me a number
you can do
that's
a calculation.
less.
Look, you can do a calculation.
You gave me a number that's less.
Okay, it's more important. Okay, listen. You can do a calculation on whatever. You can do a calculation on the globe. Reality isn't going to match that. That's all you need to worry about.
You gave me an answer, and I was asking about
meteorological conditions.
How you got that answer?
My answer was meteorological conditions determine how far you can see. The basis of that answer is if you look at the how they measure, how they evaluate visibility, right? NOAA does, so they evaluate because planes fly, right, and they have to know how far they'll be away till they can see the runway, and then ships sail, and they have to know how far because they don't want to hit rocks, how far they can see. So they measure the visibility, and they have formulas to calculate the visibility of how far we can see. That's what our claim is based upon.
Okay.
The physical environment we actually live in. Say that again. I didn't hear you. I was talking.
Is there a calculation I can use to cross-examine that claim? Because you gave me an answer.
Yeah, it's called the Rayleigh model. It's called the Rayleigh model of the atmosphere.
Okay.
So there's other atmospheric models too.
I'm gonna send you. I gotta go, but I'm gonna send you. Which one is you? Hold on. Can you start speaking?
Indio.
Okay. I'm gonna send you a message. I'd like you to send me a DM with the calculation that I can use to cross-examine your claim at 128,000 feet. I should be able to see 300 feet.
Okay.
Because we have a different answer from a curved Earth model, and of course I'll give my a vindication of my position about seeing 400 miles from 128,000 feet. But it's based on a curved Earth model.
Here's the real problem with all this. How do you know? How do you know how far you're seeing?
What's the
Are
actual
you saying, like,
distance?
well, you can measure on a map. Like that's the reason that we have flat
measure on a
maps. You
map?
can actually
What,
you
to
can
somewhere
map.
in the Pacific?
Maps are accurate even
Yeah, but
according to
how do
like
you know
a
how far
cursor.
you're seeing though? You're looking out away from you, right?
Somebody else did the measurements.
And unless you have
Somebody
like
else did the measurements.
hold on, brother. Unless you have some visual feature that you can positively identify, right? And that's at the end of your vision. There's no way to know what the distance is.
Okay, and that's why we do trust flat maps because I believe
nothing to
maps
do
are
with that.
accurate and they're
This has
reflective.
nothing to do with flat maps.
Hold on,
And your
man.
claims of accuracy are nonsense. Don't start talking
because
about
you
maps.
can use
You don't know
you
anything
can use a
about
flat
maps.
map
You're
to
about to
measure.
dig yourself a hole you can't dig out of, dude. So
You can use a flat map to measure distance.
all maps
that's
are
my
flat.
claim here.
Fuck. All
Between
maps
where
are
and
flat.
where?
As long as there's a scale, you can use the map to measure.
Sorry, between
distance.
where and where?
Did you know? Did you know you could use Google Earth and actually
Okay, that's
measure the
great.
distance
Shut
between 2
up.
points? Okay.
Crypto. Jedi asked you a simple question. Please
Well,
answer it.
I said I had to go. But I do expect. I mean, if you are being honest about that 300,000 or 300 miles, you should be able to send me a calculation of how you
300
came to that
miles,
conclusion.
dude.
You said at 128,000 feet, I should be able to see 300 miles. Okay,
Yeah,
from a
that's
flat
a-
Earth
yeah, that's a
theoretical
guess.
line. That's a guess. So
Yeah,
that's
it's a
not even
guess.
that's not even tied to something empirical. Like I can't actually test
And
or
you
measure
didn't
that.
ask me specifically about 128,000 feet. You said how far should you be able
I
to see?
did.
No,
I
it
did from
wasn't
128,000 feet. You said 300 miles.
Okay, yeah, it'd probably be about. Yeah, I still agree with that, but I didn't say that.
You still
in
agree with
regards
it?
to
Well, you said it's
120,000.
not it's not tied
You're not
to
listening,
anything
are
in
you,
reality.
dude?
Listen, your verb, you're talking way too much. You're not letting people answer. Okay, so I
That's
think
rich.
generally
Copy
Am I
Please
turn
say
yet,
go.
dude?
Just go.
Yeah, please, dude. God damn, dude. Dude, like, are they like pounding fucking like triple espressos when they come in here?
Oh no, Paraplegic's been selling the coffee on the black market to Globers.
Oh
I've
god,
been fucking hyperactive this evening, dude.
Was that the ass coffee?
Yeah.
Paraplegic's telling them the ass coffee, and it's all fucking riddled with fucking stimulants.
Holy shit.
You see how you just like tried to like pivot into flat Earth maps? There's no flat Earth map, dude. So sad, man.
And you wonder why I was up him at the start.
I know. I know.
I've crossed that one before.
I tried to reason with him. I tried to. That's like the third
I thought
person.
you might have referred back to his video and showed him at a later point when our mate drops down a bit how the horizon's all fogged out and you can't see. I thought you might have led him back to that, and it's like, well, it's your video, bro. This is what we're explaining to you. Yeah, no.
Why is that
I
like
thought
a
you
thing
might have-
on this server? Just like go in a chat and play fucking noise.
Yeah,
It's just
don't know.
weird. Anyway, yeah. So, Matrix, I was gonna bring up that the horizon too, because out the front window, there's no horizon depth, and you can't tell how far away the fucking horizon is.
Yeah,
fucking, it's a bunch of clouds.
So the issues he's got, I understand what he's trying to say. At elevation X, how far out can you see? But like Jedi pointed out, unless there's some kind of identifying marker there at the edge of your vision. Now, is he doing this by eye? Is he doing it by camera? So let's just say pick a height, 40 mile. Done. What lens are we using? The angle of the lens will change the size of your image in comparison to what your eye can see. But how do you prove it without taking an image? So there's weather conditions, lens, there's a whole shit ton of things that's going to mess his measurement up, and this is going to be great if he goes and does it.
Dude, he had no intention of doing any measurement to the horizon. He was gonna go. We can see 400 miles because the globe says we can see 400 miles. How does the flat Earth explain how we can see 400 miles? Just a variation of this freaking Kane dude. It must be like the new tactic to just declare that the globe is what it's observed, and how does the flat Earth explain that observation? And you're not allowed to even question their claim on whether that's actually observed or not.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Dude, they're so slick and slimy, dude. Dude, honestly, if we would have came over here, probably any of us, maybe 5 years, maybe 4 years ago, 3 years ago, we would have done all right. But they would have had they don't have no chance now. But we might have fell for some of this shit. Because I know because this is kind of like a debate server. It's a politics server.
Yeah.
So these guys have experience debating, and they debate those things. They have all sorts of tactics. They have all sorts of tactics and gimmicks and freaking maneuvers. Dude, my favorite one.
It's satisfying, addictive, and perfect for people.
Fuck's this idiot?
He's being quiet now.
Good.
The one where they make an argument, and then you say something, and then they immediately say they said the opposite of what they said. And since you said something refuting that, like you're agreeing with them, and they play this fucked up game, dude. It's the weirdest shit I ever seen. I catch it every time, but it takes a second, because it's so unusual. But it's completely planned. It has to be completely planned.
Yeah,
it's like Zanuck. What Zanuck did when he was when Zanuck, I was debating Zanuck, and eventually over time he changed his argument to my argument.
Yes, I remember that. Yep, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
These guys are doing it right away. Because you're not you're unfamiliar with that person and the argument, they just do it right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it a couple of times. They'll make a claim and you'll start your answer and you won't get 2 words in, and all of a sudden they just jump straight on, cut you off, and then they'll say something the complete opposite, and you'll go, no. Oh, so you disagree with the claim then?
Yeah, dude. That's a weird tactic, man.
Yeah, I've heard that a couple of times now, and it's like, yeah, that was sort of okay. Great.
It's a debate bros. It's a debate bro tactic. Yeah. That's who I've noticed it from. But I've noticed it from other people. But the debate bros, it's common among them. That's what they do. I wonder how often it works. I'm actually kind of curious.
You are super quiet.
You got sound better over here. I don't even know which microphone to talk into.
That's a good one.
Okay, there we go. I'm assuming these debate bros basically just steal somebody else's. They hear an argument that sounds good, but they reframe it so that it fits with their argument.
Yeah.
Losers. They can't even come up with their own argument. It's going to steal somebody else's.
Nothing else to steal.
It's kind of like an extension of the little brother syndrome thing. No, and then just take your argument and I'm rubber, you're glue type thing.
That's a steel man argument. Steal a man's argument.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God. Steal me in my argument and then just make their argument.
Steal man.
Oh, it's kind of.
So I feel that today's the victory. Only one person wasn't paying attention that I caught. I only had a 50-50 success rate today, which is good. I asked 2 people. One was paying attention. The other one wasn't. Yesterday was none of them paid attention. Not a single one of them.
TikTok, bro. The 8-second attention span generation.
Dude, I'm gonna have to get ChatGPT. Make my answer shorter. Has to be 8 seconds. Make it a short TikTok video length.
It's gonna get bad when the question skips to like 3 seconds. Imagine talking to somebody who keeps resetting every 3 seconds. I think that would be impossible.
What do you mean, imagine? Just sit in here for 5 minutes and watch what goes on.
Yeah, you don't have to do.
I got a dude muted. Midnight. What's up, Midnight?
Hey.
So what's up?
Nothing.
What brings you to the party? Yeah, what brings you to the party?
Just seeing what's going on. I come in here from time to time just to see what's going on.
You know, we're trying to just get people to trust their own eyes, you know? It's absurd, but, it has to be done. It's fucking crazy, this flat earthers trying to get people to trust their own eyes. Why would they do that? I want to ignore my own eyes and read a fucking newspaper with a ball on it or watch TV or something. Fucking absurd flat earthers. Oh my god, you said it looks flat and think it's flat? Just because it looks flat doesn't mean it's flat. It looks flat, it might be curved. You can't trust your own senses. They only keep you alive. Look at this chalkboard full of equations. Obviously, you're fucking hallucinating every time you go to the beach.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
What the hell was that?
Yeah, so do you think you live on a ball there, Midnight?
I mean, no. I don't know.
You do not. Oh, okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know
well,
what's the correct answer.
Yeah, it's a good answer. It's a good start. Yeah. There's no reason to think that you do. There's no evidence for the spinning ball religion. Have you heard the arguments about flat Earth before? Have you heard the ideas?
A little bit. I've heard a range of different people. I usually prefer to listen and hear though, because it's the internet flat Earth people are kind of schizo. It's more normal in here.
Oh, good. Well, we like to be more normal, so that's good feedback.
Thanks for the.
Well, because this channel doesn't go around being like, "Oh, look, here's a space potato chip. Look at it, space pancake." Like they don't do that in here. So.
Oh, you mean the meme earthers, cartoon earthers that pull that bullshit?
Yeah, like here, look at this map. It's flat. The Earth is flat. Like that shit's stupid. Like
yeah,
I like seeing I just like hearing about all the different stuff y'all talk about. It's interesting.
It's because most of those types don't understand the scientific method. They have a belief. They don't actually have knowledge. And if you try and provide them knowledge, they.
You're on the wrong mic again.
Sophist, right? It's about beliefs, man. It's good that you notice that, though, that there's a difference.
Well,
well done.
Yeah, a lot of the, just out there, if you're just doing a search, just looking casually into it, you'll just see a lot of those cartoons or kind of jokes about the flat Earth. But really, all it's about is accepting reality on its own terms, the way you experience it, and not accepting the globe story that has nothing to hold it up but fairy tales.
some of these flat Earth videos I see on YouTube or just anywhere on the internet are just kind of like they don't actually end up concluding with things about the shape of the Earth, which is also annoying. Like they'll start rambling off in these tangents about like, oh, look out here, there's like extra land beyond here, and there's aliens living out here. Like I don't care about that. That doesn't tell me about the shape of the Earth.
That's exactly kind of worded.
Like that, what's that Dave Weiss guy? He does that. He'll start rambling about aliens
They
living
like
outside of the North Pole.
They
Like, I
like
don't care.
speculation.
Yeah, have you
it's
ever
like it's-
seen any of, have you seen any Dr. John Dee's videos?
Someone told me about that person. No, I haven't though.
Yeah, I'll put one in the chat here, and then you can also go to the channel, and there's many videos there. If you like, evidence that's carefully documented, you'd like that. If you're not into speculation, you'd probably like his information. Just putting the information out there and then letting you come to your own conclusion about what it means. Although, pretty much all of them, which goes along with any long distance observation or laser test that you do yourself or observe. I mean, the one thing you can conclude is that we do not live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So, yeah, he doesn't go any further than that, and there's no need to go any further than that because just that, in and of itself is, even though it shouldn't really be that shocking to the world, it is, and we just sit here day after day trying to hammer that point home that this globe model doesn't represent reality and never did. Just right there is more than most people can handle, even though if it was just a scientific model as they claim it is, even though it's not scientific and not a model, because it does, there's no natural observation being made. No one's ever observed a globe, so there's no science involved. And nothing's being modeled because there's no reality that comports to what this alleged model is claiming to show. So, yeah, just getting rid of a failed model shouldn't be that big a deal. You should just be able to throw it out with the trash, burn it, smash it. But people get really agitated about it because they've been indoctrinated since birth into the globe religions. So they have an emotional, psychological, some might even say spiritual attachment to it, when in reality it has no logic, no reason, and is complete nonsense. So do you see that video there where I tagged you, Black Swan Rising? That one's just 15 minutes long. It's pretty interesting. In that particular one, that one has to do with observations of a buoy, and then it shows how, even though the horizon, because there's different images taken throughout the day, so the horizon is changing its apparent location, but it gets further and further behind the buoy, and it's visible beyond what the physical geometric horizon would be, that would be blocking the line of sight if you were on the claimed sphere. Then he's got other ones that are windmills, and I'll give you the longer one in case you're really interested, because the longer one actually has a lot more explanation in it. And then same person, Dr. John D., PhD in spectrophotometry. He also has done laser tests. Sorry. I just sat on my cat. Oh, it's raining here again.
Forgive me if this is a stupid question, but when you say no one's ever observed a globe, what does that mean? I'm just curious. Like, what's the answer to that?
Well, in reality, I mean, you observe globes. They're on the shelf at the toy store. They're in your mom's basement. They're on the television. They're in the textbooks, but they're not, you don't see the globe in the real world, right? I mean, have you ever seen a globe in the real world that's not a
There's
model?
no natural.
It's not a toy.
Yeah, there's no natural observation of globe. Go
Okay.
outside and see a globe.
Okay, I get it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, man. And you would expect that at a certain altitude you could reach, you would see an oblate spheroid within the center of your field of view. But that altitude, the number, does not exist. The horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude.
Yeah, so that's, that's why AG there was bringing up the scientific method and how the speculators you're talking about out there in the wide world of the internet are not sticking to the empirical scientific method, which the first step of that would be to make a natural observation. You can't even begin to carry out actual science unless you can make a natural observation. Because after you make the natural observation, then you would develop a hypothesis. You might do some background research. Then you would design an experiment with an independent and dependent variable. You manipulate the you would manipulate the independent variable so that you could isolate the cause of the effect that you have observed. And then you would have repeated trials, and your test would be able to be repeated by others because you've detailed your procedure and so on. In the case of the alleged globe, this cannot be done because you can never get past step one. You can't get past step one with either curvature or rotation. Neither of those things can be observed in the real world. So no science has been carried out and never will be carried out. It's just a toy thing that people create and tell other people that they live on it, and there's just no reality to it whatsoever. And India's put the laser tests from same guy, Dr. John D. You'd probably like those too.
The globe claim very much is a religious claim. Like it goes back to the cult of Pythagoras. It's connected to things like the globus cruciger, which is basically a symbol of the king and of like Christ's dominion over a globe. You'll have this spherical idol with a cross on top of it.
When you were talking into the other mic earlier, we could hear you better. Didn't you say you had another mic?
No, there's two different mics on my phone. It's like one's at the bottom and the other's at the top. I'm talking to the bottom one down.
Now we can hear you better. Yeah.
At the start, we could hear you, then afterwards, it went away. So when you first started talking,
Saying I just need a headset,
That
and
one.
I digress. I'll chill. You have a good one.
Yeah, it's good to hear you. Did you have any other questions, Midnight?
I'm not sure. Sure, I could think of something someday.
Okay, well, whenever you think of one, yeah, feel free to speak up anytime. Somebody will be here.
Midnight at the Oasis. Send your camel to bed.
Is that Midnight's theme song? You're going to sing that for him every time he comes in, T-Dub? Get out your mandolin.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a song with a great mandolin solo you'd like, T-Dub. I'll find it for you.
Right.
Gravity is not a force. Mathematics is not a force. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hello.
Hello, who's saying hello?
Me.
Oh, it's Perry. Hello. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas?
Oh, we're just talking about how the Earth is flat. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's not true.
What makes you think it's not true? Oh, did he go away? Oh, no, he just went up to the top, maybe. Oh, yeah, there you are. Yeah, you're still here. Yeah, what makes you think it's not true?
What makes you think it's not true?
That's what I said. What makes
Sorry,
you think?
what makes you think it's true?
Well, because there's no evidence of the globe. If we lived on a sphere with the claimed radius, then we would be able to observe and measure the drop over distance, but that doesn't actually happen. The drop over distance is not observed.
What if that globe is too big, too damn big?
Yeah, that doesn't work out. I mean, for numerous reasons.
What about time zones? What about fucking airplanes? What about gravity?
Well, what
What about
about time
satellites?
zones? Let's start with that one. What's wrong with time zones?
With what?
Well, you asked what about time zones. Well, what about them?
Why do we have them then? Why is there like
They're-
what time is it for you? Like what time is it for you, for instance?
Time zones are political.
No, they're not. Not necessarily. They
So
are
not
political.
necessarily?
Yeah, they are political. Not gonna lie. But however, right now where I live,
Yeah,
it's
right.
nighttime,
Awesome.
and in China, it's daytime. Why? Why is
Well,
it?
That's
when
like
the
3
sun
different
is
time
direct-
zones mashed into one, and they extend over a great period. They have the same exact time. China is actually a perfect example of the political nature of time zones.
However, it doesn't change the fact that somewhere in China or the Middle East or Europe, even, it's daytime.
You don't even, dude. All right, explain time zones.
For me, it's 3 in the morning. For you, it's 5 in the morning. For the Europeans, it's like 12 in the morning. Or 12 in the afternoon, sorry. Or 12 of the, yeah, something like that.
So in your mindset, time zones equal sphere.
I beg your pardon, sorry.
So your way of thinking, time zones equal balltard. Sphere.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Your accent is just too thick. I didn't quite get that.
Really? So in your mindset, your thinking is we have time zones, therefore we live on ball.
I mean, I don't see any proof, actually.
Well, we're waiting. That's what we're waiting for you to bring up.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I don't see any proof regarding the Earth being flat. As a matter
What, the fact that there's no curvature? See, I don't want to be rude, but last time I checked, in order for you to have a ball or a sphere, you need curvature. So we should be able to measure this quite simply.
Too damn big.
Oh, so it's too big.
What if it has a diameter of 26,000 kilometers, for instance?
Well, you've got a problem.
I've got a problem. What? Are you trolling me? Are you guys trolling me?
No.
Serious question.
So what's the alleged radius now?
The radius around 13,000 kilometers square. Approximately, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Do I really need to go on, or is this entertaining someone else? Like,
I mean, you can ask someone else, bro. I'm tired. I don't want to speak right now.
we can tell you're tired.
Shit.
Okay, we can negotiate. Okay, we can say the Earth is flat, but then Israel doesn't exist. Okay.
Fuck Israel.
Yeah, you can be quiet, troll. Right, he left too. Smart move.
Fuck Israel.
So, radius 3959 miles. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't use miles. I don't know what.
Oh, let me get my old conversion tool out then. Calculator, come here. Kilometers to miles. There somewhere.
Have you guys ever been on a plane?
3,959.
For instance,
6,371.
Beg your pardon, sorry. Bad information right
6371 kilometers radius.
Sorry, I had bad information. I thought it was 26,000 kilometers. No, sorry, 13,000. It's actually the half of it. Yeah, I forget.
Right. So if that's the case, at that given radius, surely we'd be able to calculate where the horizon should be.
Can you calculate that?
Based off your elevation.
Based on my elevation. Okay.
Yeah. So the higher your elevation, so this is assuming that it's a ball.
Are you guys
so based
trolling
on
me
your
by any
elevation?
chance?
Say again?
Are you guys trolling me? Like, do you guys actually?
No, I'm not
believe the
trolling
Earth is
you.
flat? You actually believe the Earth is flat?
So no, we know it's flat.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing, but it is actually measured that way. There is zero measurable curvature.
Sure, of course. That's crazy.
Yeah, it might be crazy, but you wait till they start posting up some laser shots in the side chat, and we'll see how crazy it is. So, anyways, if that is true with the radius, if that is true with a 39, 59 mile radius, why the fuck do you continue talking? I'm going to flip my shit in a minute.
I'm sorry. I'm just one of those round earthers. Piece of trash.
You're just one of those pain in the ass that won't shut up and listen because someone said something that disagrees with your bullshit teachings.
Sorry, I'm a round earther, bro. I'm retarded by nature.
Well, we've already guessed that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So assume it's a ball. It's got a radius 3,959 miles. If this is true and correct, at 1 foot of elevation, you should see how far? How far do you think you should see at 1 foot of elevation? Or is he fucked off?
Oh, yeah, I think he is gone. Yeah, that was a valiant try, Matrix. I mean, I don't know.
They're just trolls. Seriously.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird. Yeah, there's some kind of disconnect there where it was pretty clear we were presenting serious information, but he's like, oh, you guys are serious about this? I mean, it's like, yeah, we're serious. There's no globe.
Yeah, we're serious. So I'm just going to keep talking through the other guy because he thinks he's serious and I think he's a clown and he's trolling me. So if I keep talking and pretend he's not there, Mary Mum might step in and mute him and do something bad.
Oh, yeah, T-Dub, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I was going to tell you, yeah, that guy, that's why I showed you that guy that plays the mandolin for the Corn-Fed Girls, he's like one of the best mandolin players I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of them. I used to live in Arkansas and work there at this state park. It's called the Ozark Folk Center State Park. And it's it's probably still like that. This was like 20 years ago or so, but you know, they preserve the old time music. There's a lot of places like that in the South, but this one in particular, this town, Mountain View, Arkansas, that is like the purpose of the state park is to preserve the older ways of doing things, including the music. And then, of course, they in their little state park, they have like they do the candle making, the blacksmithing, all those kind of things. But the mountain ways. But anyway, they have a stage where every night they have people performing the old Southern folk music. But then in their town square, actually, I don't know if the guys still do it. I assume they probably do because there were younger guys who were learning from them and carrying on the tradition. But there were these old guys that would just sit there and like, you know, you've seen people when they like, you know, folk musicians that'll like play in a circle and sing a song everybody knows. Like we were talking about Eliza Jane earlier, that kind of song. And then, you know, everybody gets their little chance to do their little riff on their instruments. So they'd just be sitting around with their banjos and their guitars and mandolins. And it was great. Yeah. They were really talented because they were guys who'd been doing it, you know, their entire life dedicated to acoustic music. And it was great. You'd like it. If you ever come to America, you should go there. Bring your mandolin, your He's gone away. I guess he's buying a ticket to Arkansas. Did you go to Arkansas Matrix when you came over here?
Let me think. Google Maps. Let's have a look.
It's right in the middle, so yeah, I don't know.
Right in the middle.
I mean, I don't know about right in the middle, but you know, it's kind of in the middle.
Right. Let's have a look through. I went to.
It's below Missouri, above Louisiana.
Where's the roads? Because I think when I went from there back up, I clipped the side of it when I was going back up to Omaha. Because I was down in Biloxi in Mississippi,
Mm-hmm.
and then I went up to Collierville, Tennessee, and then all the way up to Omaha.
Sorry about that. Discord crashed on me.
Oh, that's what happened. We thought you were going to buy a plane ticket.
Yeah, we thought you were on your way to Arkansas. Yeah.
I can't remember if I hit the side of one of them. I only just sort of drove through the corner of it, and I went, you know what, stuff it, that counts. And I think that would.
Yeah, because you were trying to go to all of them. Yeah, I mean, it's like I wouldn't recommend anyone living there personally. Like at least the place where I was, but like visiting, it's totally nice. I mean, I guess it depends. I guess part of the problem was that I was, you know, like a single woman, like living in the South, and they were all just like. That just freaked them out, you know, like, why did you come here? Where did you come from? Why are you living in our town? Will you please come to my Pentecostal church so you can hear us speaking in tongues? It was very agitating to them, like my existence as a Northerner. And also, I actually, the whole reason I even went there in the first place was because I was going to buy land there because they have very low property taxes. Like, you know, I was into like, wanted to do the whole homesteading thing, which there are a lot of homesteaders down there because the land is cheaper than a lot of other places and the taxes are really low because they have like almost no infrastructure, of course. But
yeah, but the people, like even the Southerners, don't fit in there because especially if you get into the mountain country. Like I was looking at this one piece of land, like amazing piece of land, 30 acres, with water and a cabin on it and stuff. It was only like $20,000 at the time, and but I went around to like talk to the neighbors because you wanted to see like who lives around here and stuff. And this one couple, they were really nice. They were from Tennessee, like older couple that had retired there. And the lady came, she's like, talked to me for a while. I think they gave me some food. And she said, "Oh, but you really don't want to move here because like we've lived, I won't even try to do the Southern accent. I don't want to be insulting, but like, in her deep Southern accent, right? She's like, we've lived here 20 years and they still call us outsiders, and they were Southerners from Tennessee, you know what I mean? She's like, you'll never fit in here, which is true. Like, I decided not to live there, which my parents were probably happy about. But, some things it's not worth doing just because it's cheaper. I had a good experience there. It was fun. I decided not to move there. Not recommended for moving, but recommended for tourism. The Ozark Mountains, they're really pretty. Oh, Helioskeptics been to Mountain View. It's a tiny town, right? Helioskeptics, you can see why they were like, why did this lady move here from Michigan? What is wrong with her?
How many people are in this town? Because a lot of the times when guys from the US say it's a tiny town, you're talking 30, 40, 50,000 people plus.
Oh, no, I don't think it's that big. I didn't even have a car when I lived there. I just rode my bike around. Let's see. Mountain View, population 2,931.
Okay, right. That's not too bad then. Because, the little town that I grew up in, when I was young, it was like 1,500 people. There is now in the entire district, not just in town itself. I think they said there's only 370 something people there. So what was interesting is when I went over to the States, visited one of my mates, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's only a tiny town," and it's like, "Yeah, there's like 38,000 people that live there." It's like, "Yeah, mate, this is not a tiny town." What I think he was trying to say is, it's not a city, or not classed as that.
Yeah.
But it actually did have a real country town feel about it. That was in West Virginia. Up in the hills. And of course I couldn't help myself giving him shit about being a hillbilly. Walking in circles.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can tell, down there. I mean, it just is naturally. I mean, some of the towns they're like the one I was telling you about. Yeah, they're just naturally more isolated from the world, and it shows.
That's being nice.
But yeah, and this is even one. Yeah, I mean, this is one that even has a state park in it, so it gets tourism. There's people that come through there, but they're separate from the regular community for sure.
Yeah, there was a couple of spots that I'd driving around. I've said it before, but in all seriousness, that if I'd have seen little mate playing the banjo as I was driving through, I would have locked my doors and kept driving.
Yeah.